Hey, 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 hey. Do you have any idea how fast you were going? How fast you were going? $63. Yeah, it is.
Discovery.
Oh, hey, John. Oh, hey. Hey, how you doing? How many miles an hour? How are you doing? I'm all right. Okay, full disclosure. I logged off the stream, went to sleep, woke up, had the most disgusting case of insomnia ever, was up till 4 in the morning, basically from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., just sitting there going... I think it's because I drank too much coffee trying to wake up yesterday. Probably what happened.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I went to bed at like 4 or 5 in the morning, somewhere in between there, and woke up at like 11. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. Had enough time to clean up, though. How'd have been watching a few months, finally signed up for Twitch. Hey, John plays too much. Right on, man. Wasn't tighten up for a walk. Yeah. Part of what woke me up, Chief, is, the dog farted, and it smelled. It wasn't a passing gas fart. It was a, I need to go to the bathroom fart. And he was like, I woke up with him right here looking at me going, hey, human. Human. Thank you, Bucket. Thank you very much. So, yeah. We went for a early morning dog walk. That was great. Anyway, everything's good. Everything's good. I'm awake. Here's a palate cleanser. Look at this. Yeah. No? Alright, fine. Indeed. That That's pretty poggies. That's the Martin Mars right there. One of two left in existence. I know, Rocket Guy. Can you believe that? That's pretty neat. Did you try out that razor? No, I just have clippers. Air clippers. What was the occasion? I do believe that Martin Mars is being retired. It's been a firefighting helicopter for helicopter. I'm sorry, the spinning props got me confused. It's been a firefighting aircraft for like 70 years. There's only 2 left. There was only 6 built. That plane is extremely rare. Like extremely rare. And that I think that one is being retired. So that's one of its last flights. Hence the formation flying. You know what sucks? We need a reason to do stuff like this. Can we just do stuff like this? Like, I mean, then again, that's pretty much what EAA is, but you get the idea. That's a pretty awesome picture. Pretty awesome. Why only 6? Here. There's a whole story behind these things. They were so big. It's a big flying boat cargo plane. The thing is huge. It's not small. It's a scaled up PBM. Yeah, there you go. The Marianas Mars, Philippine Mars, Marshall Mars, Caroline Mars, and a second Hawaii Mars. The 5 Mars production aircraft entered service ferrying cargo to Hawaii and the Pacific Islands on the 23rd of January, 1944. Last production airplane, Caroline Mars, was designated JRM-2, powered by 3,000 horsepower Pratt & Whitney R4360. I believe that's a Wasp Major. That's got a lot of chooch, man. That's a very powerful engine, and it's got 4 of them. That's a lot of power. That's a lot of power. Is that the same engine we saw at the museum? The Museum of Science, drummer? When we went? Yes, that was a Wasp Major. Yeah, it's... Yeah. Here. 4360-41. 28-cylinder, 4-row, air-cooled radial. 4,300 cubic inches. 2,700 RPM, 3,500 horsepower. Okay, all right. I want to point out how ridiculous this. Look at the power to weight. It's over 1 power to weight. That's unreal for an engine from 80 years ago. The only other thing that even gets close to that is like a Merlin engine, not the rocket engine, the Merlin, the Spitfire motor, and the P-51D. Like, but that thing makes 3 times the amount of horsepower. It's pretty crazy. The problem with these Wasp Majors and with these air-cooled piston radials like this is that they overheat. They get so ridiculously hot, and it's hard to keep them cool at high altitude. Because there's not a lot of air going over them because lower pressure, essentially. I mean, there's a lot more to it than that, but yeah, Wasp Majors are insane, dude. Yeah, the thing has 4 of them, which is pretty cool. So after they only built a couple of them, they sold them, and they've been firefighting planes basically since the 50s. And then they're retiring that one.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There's the 2 of them right there. They're in Canada. They're in British Columbia. They're retiring this guy. This is I forget which one that is. Hawaii Mars. That's the one. Shmamaron, 5-month resub. In September, I'm going to my first air show. The Thunderbirds will be here in Canada. Oh, dude, air shows are fantastic. It'll just, they're awesome. What were they originally designed for? Long-range cargo transport across the Pacific. That was their design. That's what they were supposed to do. Or that's what they were designed to do. Think, Rocket Guy, think of like a proto C5. So Rocket, you'll probably know this, but a little bit of a history lesson here on flying boats. Guys, flying boats were the norm for heavy-duty airplanes up until about 1944. The reason why is because it's very interesting, because it's the kind of stuff you see nowadays. With I mean, you've let me tell you, you've heard this story before. Nobody thought building a gigantic 10,000, 15,000 foot runway is going to make that. What? Nobody's going to do that. Why do that? Why take up land when you could just make something land in the water, right? The water's there. There's plenty of space, et cetera, right? So if you're going to send a plane to the, like, if you live in the United States and you're going to send a plane to the furthest reaches of like U.S. territory, like Hawaii or whatever, it doesn't make any sense to build any runways out there. Or get to U.S. territory like Philippines or Guam. It makes no sense. So build boats, build flying boats. And that's what they did. And then World War II came along, defense spending went through the roof, and we built airfields everywhere. And then there was no need for flying boats anymore, because we have airfields everywhere. You got me on a Modern Marvels bins now. I love that show, dude. That show, I watched that show religiously growing up. So these boats, these planes are good planes, right? The JRM Mars are good planes, but they're just, why have this? Why do this when you have these gigantic runways? You could just build a bigger plane. The reason why I say it, the reason why it pertains to nowadays, right? Take a plane like the A380, okay? Not a bad plane. Or a 747, pick your poison. I'd say the A380 because it's more or less recent, right? It's the 747's from the 60s. This thing is from the 2000s, right? So the A380. The A380 is a double-decker. Now, I know what people are going to ask. Like, why don't we just build a bigger plane if we're trying to move more people around? Well, you can't. All the runways that we built during World War II and all the kind of aviation rules that came about from, you know, building all these airfields and stuff, like for runway width, et cetera, really don't, and particularly gates too for international airports, you really can't build a bigger plane. There's not many places that'll be able to service a gigantic plane, a plane that's like the size of a football field or something. There's no place to do that. Look at the AN-225, for instance. Rip. I hope they build another one. The 225, you can't. That's a huge freaking plane, and it barely fits on most runways. It can only land at certain airports because it's too freaking big. That's the problem that they have. That's why flying boats were a thing pretty much all the way up until World War II. And then in World War II, we built airports everywhere because we realized the importance of air power in the military, right? Like, and there you go. Then we stopped doing that. Drummer, so you just found out Krispy Kreme is in the UK. I might have to give it a try. I did check. Only one Dunkin' in London. Oh. Yeah, when you want to say screw the environment, 28 cylinder. Hey. Just make the plants grow better. I know it's more complicated than that. It was a joke. The M501 is the biggest radial ever built. 42 cylinders. That's just aggressive, dude. That's just aggressive. So London doesn't run on Duncan. No, no, mate. They don't run anything. They just take the tube. Take the tube, mate. Just gonna drop this here. Spitfire powered Rolls Royce. That's not a Rolls Royce. It's got Rolls Royce badges on it. It's custom made. That's the beast. Like, and I've seen that video. I really like how the guy stands next to the exhaust with no ear protection, and then he started in that video. I saw that right away. I'm like, probably shouldn't stand near that. And then the guy was like, oh! I'm like, dude, It's a 27-liter V12. What do you want? Like, what do you, with open headers, what are you doing? That's awfully aggressive. Yeah. It's awfully aggressive. Hey, Ruggin, 78-month reset. Thank you. 27 liters. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, I've seen that video. I watched that video like, I don't know, 3 weeks ago. I watched it when Ernok was here. Time to play Kerbal yet? Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Anyway, yeah, flying boats. Good stuff. Good idea. But what really kind of hit the nail in the coffin with flying boats is that they just... Some places don't have a safe haven to land. So, like, you take a place like Boston, you could land a flying boat, sure, because Boston has like an inner harbor, or New York, inner harbor, easy peasy. Seattle, inner harbor, which is why you still see seaplanes in Seattle, because the waters are calm. Places that don't have that, where the waters could be potentially choppy off of the coast of a place where you're trying to go, you got to be careful with that. You could hit a wave when you're coming into land. Yeah. Think about it like Falcon 9 with its recovery conditions on the drone ship. You have to, the water can't be rocking too much. You can't have that big of a surf or else the Falcon won't land. Or that you'll have a lot of trouble. Right? You mentioned the Convair F2Y. No, I don't know that one off the top of my head. Oh, this thing. Yeah. Yeah. That's a thing. Also, the hundreds of runways built during World War II. Yeah, that was my biggest one, God. The choppy seas is just kind of an additional thing. That's also the reason why this thing is sitting on a beach somewhere in the Caspian Sea. Because if the seas are choppy, this thing is useless. It's useless. Very cool, though. I'm not going to sit there and pretend like that thing is not cool looking. If I recall correctly, it's given test pilots spinal injuries. Dude, hitting a wave with this hydrofoil with jets on the back? Like, yeah. Here. Just, while we're gonna mention it, the P6M is the chadliest seaplane of all time. Okay? They never really they didn't really make them. Like, they didn't go into production. They only built 12 of them. I had to check. Because they were like, no. But also, P6M is goated. That is the coolest seaplane by a long shot. Look at this thing. Look at how cool that plane looks. Look at it from the top. That thing, that is cool. That is a cool looking plane. Who dropped their F-104 in the water? I think it's actually an F-106. M503. I just saw a picture of it, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That, Chief, how much power? Ooh, those heads, though. Heads look really good. How do you keep the water out of the engines on a jet? Put the engines up high. Yeah, if you put them out in front of the wake. Yeah, that works. There are other seaplanes, jet seaplanes, like the Beriev 200, where they put the jet engines above the wings. Now, it is a Russian plane, but I still think BE-200s are very cool looking. That's a very cool looking aircraft. Last pulls. Hey, Homing Pigeon. Hey, now that you're using Wind Tunnel, have you thought about using the open source vehicle scratch pad? I've seen that, Homing Pigeon. I don't know if you linked it or something before, but yeah. The Italians would be performing over the ocean front in VB for NATO 75. Oh, Virginia Beach. Oh, nice. Cool. Can we use that engine in one of my cars? No. No, we cannot. I don't 2FA, I don't think that is an F-104. I actually think that looks like an F-106. Proposed to put a Delta Dagger on water skis. Yep. It's an F-102. Yeah, that... Okay. That's just a Delta Dagger with some intakes on the top and some skis. You just crudely pasted some skis onto the bottom. You just crudely pasted my face over your face over mine. Yeah. Why the frick would you do that? No wonder. Like I'm not gonna lie to you. I see what this thing is trying to do. I really don't think that's a good idea. I really don't think that's a good idea. Cool plane, though, considering this is the early 50s. Convair was pretty ahead of their time. Convair made some really, really cool planes, guys. Massively underrated. The 880 and the 990 are very nice. Oh, they also made that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And that. Yeah, that bottom part with the fire coming out. Yeah, that part's pretty cool. Oh, and that. Yeah, Convair made Centaurs. Yeah. Oh, they also made that, but that... You know what the funny thing is, guys? You know what the funny thing is? See the B-36, 6 turn and 4 burn, and it's a cool plane, right? That's the SLS of bombers. Go look at the contract structuring for that program. And you will see that history repeats itself. Seriously. Cost plus. Yeah, don't forget the 3 on fire. Yeah, remember what I said about WASP majors liking to catch on fire? That's when they're pointed forward. When they're pointed backwards and there's a wing in the way to prevent air from going over the engine, yeah, they catch on fire. Yeah. That's why they put jet engines on the back. Or on the sides. Yep. Yeah, cost plus. Seriously. The B-36 was a huge cost plus program with no scope, no goals. It was just build a bigger bomber with more engines. Look at it next to a B-29, or that could be a B-50 as well. I'm not sure. Dude, it was a huge, yeah, it was a steaming pile of crap. Yeah, that's a monster truck tire, Flykin. It's a monster truck tire. The tires are gigantic. Like, tractor tires. I mean, well, actually, it's not even tractor tire. Look at the tractor that's next to it. It's a monster truck tire. Yeah, that plane was awful. It's cool looking. I love the backward-facing engines, but it's also a gigantic piece of crap. Also, the 777 isn't the first time they've done a 154 test with a wing. Large pile of excrement. Yep. Man, they were cooking with that thing. Not cooking good enough, though. Yeah, see? What the hell are you going to do with that? I mean, a B-36, I think, is a cool-looking plane. It's just a piece of trash. I also think Tu-22s, Tupolev 22s, look cool. That is one of the coolest looking planes ever made. It's so cool looking. I'm sorry, that looks like the future right there. But that thing also is a piece of junk. It is a piece of crap. That plane flies just awfully, but it does look cool. That is a cool looking plane. But it flies like trash. Turns out mounting the engines way back up there with an anhedral wing is not a good idea. Hey, Smoke'em, what's going on? What engines did the Spruce Goose have, Justin? Oh, that's a good question. I believe there were WASP majors as well. It's same engine, only there's 8 of them. Which, dude, the Spruce Goose is pretty dang impressive, but the Spruce Goose went the way of the Martin Mars because of the same reasons. There was no need for a flying boat like this. And honestly, Howard Hughes was tremendously behind. The Spruce Goose, believe it or not, was another cost plus nightmare. Yeah. 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 There's a reason why they only made one. It is an awesome plane, though. I think Hughes definitely had a knack for design. He made some very cool looking planes, but it's useless. Post World War II. Okay, so here, some reference here. This thing took its first test flight right around the time where this thing came around. See what I'm talking about? The military was like, no, we don't need that. Yeah, he wasn't supposed to take off. That was supposed to be a taxi test. Rocket Guy, a lot of people, not a lot of people, I've heard a lot of, this is just internet banter. I've heard a lot of people say that the only reason why it got off the ground was because of the ground effect. I've heard people say that it couldn't really kind of like fly up there. That sounds like 30 minutes from my house. We'll go check out the Spruce Goose. We get to check out the Spruce Goose once a year. Yeah, it's in Barracks. I'm gonna pronounce the name right. Willamette. It took me forever to not pronounce that incorrectly. And I needed the help with somebody from the Pacific Northwest. It's in Willamette. It's at Evergreen, right? Gorlami. Willamette Valley. Yep. Cool. I don't know if it couldn't fly, but taking off from water definitely needed help. Yep. Give me 1 second. How is it spelled? Willamette. But it's Willamette, not Williamette. That's how I always used to say it. That's not correct. You have to say am. Yeah, you have to say Willamette. Yeah, exactly. Barracks, my cousin is dating a guy from Portland. He's a good dude. He's not from Portland. He's from around Portland. He's from around there, right? And I had to ask him straight up, dude. One day I was like, dude, you know the Evergreen Museum, right? He's like, yeah, that was down the street from where I grew up. And I'm like, how the hell do you say the valley that it's in? And he looked at me weird. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, how do you say this? He's like, what, Willamette? I'm like, yes, how do you say that? It was a weird conversation. It was weird. Yeah, it's not Willamette, it's Will-am. You have to say am. You have to say the am part. Yeah. Or else you stick out like a sore thumb around here. Oh, what are you, a freaking world traveler? Yeah, there you go, right? Yeah, exactly. So when I go there and I say it, I'll be okay. People will be like, oh, that guy's all right. Last, what's up, man? Where's the first jet? Were the first jets that the Germans made way better than the planes at the time, or just faster? Oh, is that what they used in Tailspin? I'm not sure. Why do Russian planes like putting the pitot tube like that? I don't know. Worcestershire. Yeah, exactly, Tessa. Leicester. Shropshire. Yep. Edinburgh. Yeah. So, Smoke, you're talking about the Messerschmitt 262. I'm going to fire up Kerbal while we're talking about this. The 262. So, believe it or not, the jet engine was invented by the British. A guy named Frank Whittle invented the jet engine in the 30s. The thing about the first jet engines is, I don't know if you guys ever watched Colin Furze, right? He made a jet engine out of a turbocharger and hooked it up to his grill so he could quite actually flame broil sausages. It's an old video, but it's a great video. The TurboCube, great video. That's basically what early jet engines were. You're not gonna, like, yeah, it's a turbojet. Yeah, it makes thrust. You're not gonna use that for anything. So the ME2, so okay, what's the ME262 then? Well, the ME262 was the first time somebody was able, Messerschmitt, they put it together and they actually made a production fighter that wasn't a piece of junk. They didn't really understand what compressor stall was when they first made jet engines. When Whittle was kind of running through it. Yeah. Early jet engines, if you throttle them too quickly, they just explode. Well, catch on fire is the right way to say that. But you lived in Gloucester for a few weeks before I knew how it was pronounced. Yep. Yeah, Sean. Gloucester. Yep. Yeah, you got to go up to Gloucester, get some good fish while you're at it there, dude. Yep. That's on the North Shore, though. I don't go near there. I don't go up there. So the Germans were the first one to put it into production. That's what the big thing was. The Brits were not that far behind with the Gloucester Meteor. Yep. Here. The Brits were not that far behind with the Meteor, right? Which actually is kind of similar, but they did not have the resources to be able to scale the production for this aircraft. So the German jet fighters, now, once again, by modern standards, I don't know, I would say like a Cessna Citation is probably more maneuverable than those things, right? You could like a Citation CJ4 could probably dogfight a 262 and win, if I had to guess. But then again, that's about 80 years of difference in technology, right? But like I don't know what would be something that's analogous to like a 262 nowadays, a T-38 maybe. T-38s can go supersonic though, and maybe an L-39, a trainer jet, something like that. But here's the thing, even something like a T-38 dogfighting against Spitfires and Mustangs is insanely superior in capability. But here's the other thing, and this is another thing to take into account. And this is what I always say. You know, people say, oh, who would win, an A-10 or an F-22? Probably the F-22, but it's all about pilot skill. Seriously, it's pilot skill. Part of the reason, so the ME-262 is superior in every way to every other fighter in the war ever. Like, there's nothing that's better. It can go faster, it's more maneuverable, it has longer range, way more fuel efficient, but there's a problem. The thing came around in late 44, 45, right? So first of all, Germany was already going to hell in a handbasket. They pretty much lost. They lost the war. Stalingrad basically lost them the war. By yeah, that's the short answer. They were going to lose. The second part of that is because they were losing, because they were getting their butt handed to them on two fronts. All the good pilots were dead. Yeah, so the interesting thing is, even though the 262 is better in every way, shape, or form, it was still getting shot down by P-51s because of pilot inexperience. There's footage out there of P-51s and Spitfires dogfighting 262s and shooting them down. Because of pilot experience. That's a huge thing. That's a big deal. It's like, oh, what would win, this plane or this plane? Depends on how skilled the pilot is. You know, if there was an experienced A-10 pilot and me in the F-22, I would probably lose because I have no idea what I'm doing. I can land this plane. But there were a few cases where there were German pilots who knew the 262 and knew how to use it and knew its advantages, and they raised hell. Oh yeah, they wreaked havoc. But too little, too late. Would you even get an F-22 off the ground? No, probably not. Probably not. Once, probably. Hey, I got that F4 off the ground in DCS, and I flew around, and I crashed on landing. But anyway, we all know Learjet was the best jet. Nice. All right, so let's get the Robert Parker going. I was kind of disappointed with the progress that we made yesterday because my body decided it didn't want to do anything. So let's flip the headset back on. I hate how this thing stops sound after a while. All right, get the tunage. And let's build an arrow shell. Very disappointed! All right, let's roll. Interesting, Helpish. Have you ever played Juno / Simple Rockets? Not on stream, but yeah. I'm not sure if it has the same teachability as KSP. Sean, it really doesn't. The thing about Juno is, I don't know, man. It's a good game. It really is, and I kind of like how you can make your own motors in it and stuff, but I don't know, dude. It just doesn't have the... It's very, very peculiar. It's just... It doesn't have the spark, I guess, that KSP has, if that sounds right. Like, yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate Juno. I think it's a cool game, Juno, but no, worst. I didn't get a chance to. Why does it look sad? Because it's not finished. Yeah, I don't know, Joker. The charm, I guess. And I'm not trying to talk down on Juno. It's a good game. It doesn't scratch the itch. It's very strange. It just, yeah, doesn't scratch the itch, dude. Like, I don't know what that's about. Like, workers and resources scratches the city building itch because cities 2 didn't. You know what I mean? Yeah, Doom, that's I don't know what that's about. It's very, yeah, very weird. Anyway. All right, let's get into building out this arrow shell. Kit Hack is cool. Kit Hack has the... So, Liquid, Kit Hack has the itch. You know why? Because it's made by it's made by Felipe. Felipe made that game. The same guy that made this game. That's... You know what I'm bumming about, dudes? With Kit Hack, I can definitely see where Felipe wanted to go with Kerbal 2. I can definitely see where he wanted to go with it, and it's... The editor controls in Kit Hack are very good. They're very, very good. Why did he sell? It wasn't his decision, dude. No, maybe it's not. That one's better. You like the Phantom Menace. Anyway, I don't want to reminisce. That's... Yeah. Okay, so... No, he didn't sell the rights. Felipe sold the rights to Kerbal, to Squad, so he could develop the game in like 2012. Right? And then he left because I don't know the reason. He never told me. And then Squad sold the rights to Kerbal in 2018 to Take-Two. When are we playing Kid Hack? I don't know. We should, though. Yeah, Erudite. Yeah. That's what Felipe said to me when I had the pleasure of talking to him a little while back. Kid Hack is a model plane building game, Lycan. It's Kerbal, but with models, and you can't really go to space. So you have a bunch of model kits, and you put together. You can build planes and stuff. Yeah, it's basically like Wings Wednesday, like what I do with Wings Wednesdays on steroids. Yeah, it's really good. Like that Balsa plane game. Balsa is Kit Hack. That's the same game. Anyway, so we're working on the fuselage here for this, for our mini shuttle. Yeah, it was Balsa, and then it was Kit Hack, and now it's Kit Bash, and now it's Kit Hack. Oh, Revolt. I remember that game. Yeah, I played that on N64 back in the day. So, I'm using panels to create an aerodynamic shell here for my upgraded Dart fuselage. Yeah, what I really need to do here is look at lifting bodies. So what Dart is going to be is what's called a blended wing lifting body. So there's another blended wing lifting body you may have heard of. So first of all, let's get into a little bit on aerodynamics here. What is a lifting body for the people that don't know? Lifting bodies are a plane, a type of winged vehicle that uses the fuselage. The fuselage is the wing, okay? Or the primary lifting surface. It's not a flying wing. Flying wings are different. Like I said, lifting bodies use the fuselage of the vehicle to generate lift. They rely solely on body lift to fly. Yeah, there's no wing element. There's no, if you look at the, if you look at 804 right there, you'd expect a wing to be right here. There's no wing. The bottom of the craft is what lifts the vehicle. Yeah, these right there, guys, you see those three? The X-24A, what's that one? The M2F2, and then the HL-10. These are your prototype space shuttles, believe it or not. This was the, not prototype to the actual shuttle program, but this was an aerodynamic program from NASA Dryden in the late 60s to make it, to look into spacecraft that could land on a runway instead of recovering it out of the ocean. Flying bathtubs, basically. Yeah. So these are lifting bodies. There's another lifting body that you might know that is a little bit more recent. Tenacity is a lifting body. See, the whole bottom of this thing is a wing. That's what's generating your lift. And these things are just your stabilizers. It's just what you'd see generally at the back of an airplane, right? You have your rudder, and these are, I'd call those rudder vaders, I guess, like the X-33 or something, but that's the idea here. Now, lifting bodies don't fly very well. You know why they don't fly very well? They have no wings. They're only designed to fly good enough to land on a runway. Sound familiar?
Discovery, go at throttle
Hey
up.
Sam, 55-month resub. Am I correct in thinking that you build a Dream Chaser? I built Dream Catcher, yeah. I don't chase dreams, I catch them. Dreamcatcher was that was a pretty good design for what it was, dude. But I want this to be kind of like that on the next level, right? So yeah, we're trying to build something like this. What I need to do is look at some different NASA projects to understand how I should make the fuselage. Now, Rocket Guy, I know you built an X38 over on your save, and what I'm really after is the flat bottom. That's what really that should have flown, by the way. Yeah, what Rocket Guy said, Schnooze. So these things don't... They use body flaps, dude. There are control surfaces here, right here, and right here, on top and the bottom. And what they'll do is they won't necessarily like have a control surface that you can, you know, move like a regular one, even though there are control surfaces in the wings, right? To pitch, they'll either take that control surface right there and move it. Those control surfaces basically can only do this. They can't go down. That top control surface can't go down, but there's another control surface down here that can. That's your pitch control. So you're taking a lot of elements of an airplane and kind of building it all into the fuselage, right? Now, I'm not building Dream Chaser exactly. I don't want to build this exactly like this, but... Oh yeah, it has the dice in the front window. Yep. Oh, mama. Nice. But I need to get some reference for different types of lifting bodies because, yeah, I need some. I'm pretty sure we could take some reference from real life to build out Dart. Now, I also said this is a biconic re-entry vehicle. Biconic is a nice way of saying it's two cones with one cone shoehorned into another. If we look at the X-37B, right? The X-37B is a biconic re-entry vehicle with wings. If we look at it from this picture, look at the back. The back's thick. So one cone right there, one cone right there. See what I'm talking about? This type of design, a biconic lifting body, is basically, I'm not saying industry standard for reusable re-entry vehicles that land on runways, but that's pretty much the gist of it. Is there still a plan for Crew Dream Chaser? Or is that shelved? Sierra Space is cooking up something, Jim, because they keep teasing pictures of the DC-200 series. They keep showing pictures of this damn thing. And I'm going to be honest with you, that looks a lot like Dart. It looks a lot like Dart. It looks a lot like Dart. They keep showing pictures of this in all of their promo footage. We haven't heard anything from them. Nice mustache, thank you. But they keep showing pictures of the damn thing. And it suspiciously looks a lot like Dart. And kind of, I'll be honest with you, that's kind of what the shape that I need to be 100% real. That's the shape I need. Yeah, all the engines. So this has an NDS at the back. NASA docking system. And yeah, the thrusters are sticking out. But yeah, this is basically what we should do with Dart. Inflatable DC-201. Oh, jeez. Yeah, they keep showing this. I'm not sure why, but they keep showing it. Is this an SSTO? No. No. But yeah, that's kind of where I want to go with this. Because we actually need a blunt nose that's going to generate a ton of body lift up at the front to get Dart's shape to fly right. So we figured out through wind tunnel testing that building an aero shell for this thing probably is the best idea. Imagine them scaling it up and slapping RDEs on it. I mean, I'm not gonna say I don't want that. Anyway, so we need to get that shape, and I'm trying to figure out how we're going to get that platypus nose and how we're going to blend it and not make it look ridiculous, because there's really no nose cone shape in KSP that looks like this. You know, we got to figure that one out. So I'm gonna play around with my arrow shell, and we're gonna mess with different shapes here. Let's try something like that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You know what? Let's see if we can bring her in like this. Hey, Fall, 69-month resub. What number am we thinking of right now? 69, dude. Strange things are afoot at the Circle K. Paul, I say that every time I see a Circle K. Strange things are afoot at the Circle K. All right, let's play around with this and see what we got. I'm excited.
Oh, yes, I know. 700 million people approximately joining us tonight.
Some summer, some in winter.
But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Our first group, our first stop, will be on the grounds of the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back some 4,000 years.
Let's hit the road.
Well, let's hit the road.
So what I want to do is try and move this down a tick. There we go. The most animated Keanu has ever been in any movie. You're not wrong. That doesn't look too bad. See, these panels right here I only really have as a reference. That's kind of what I want my profile to be. Profile line on this, but all right. Let's go in here and see if we can round off the front here. We got to do it in symmetry, or else we'll have a really nice half of a thermal protection system. Do you primarily use world or do you primarily use local or world orientation? It depends. Like in the question you just asked is, do you primarily use a screwdriver or a hammer? They're tools. Depends on what you're doing. Right application. Understand? Do you use a screwdriver more, or do you use a impact wrench? It's like, what? All right, now let's get this thing out of the way. I always have trouble with the front here. Always. Every time I try to go and do this, I always have some issues trying to get this to look correct. That doesn't look too bad, but the triangular overlap here is just... I mean, that happens when you can't change the shape of the triangle. So we have to do some geometric trickery here. Or find another way. I'm just going to rotate that thing out of the way. Just leave it back there. Get rid of that piece. Didn't you have a flying wing that had a similar nose to the one you're looking at that you could use as reference? The shuttle metric, Collins would probably be the best one to do that. We can go look at it. Hey Mason, what's going on? 95, how you doing? So yeah, see, that's what made Collins easy. I used a fairing as a bridge shape. And I mean, there is some disgustingly bad overlap going on down there, but that's okay. It doesn't look bad. It looks okay. It looks fine. We got to do something very similar to this, right? It's not going to work exactly because there's going to be a cockpit in the way. And this, we need to go back into the wind tunnel because another fairing in this design is going to mess things up. Flags won't be able to withstand the temperatures up there, Joe. That's why I like the panels. Lots of panels stringed together will basically create a heat sink. Flags don't flux heat like the panels do. Thanks, Jonas. It took a long time. Well, actually, it didn't take a long time. This was the culmination of a lot of different design tricks that we figured out over the years. I love that shuttle, man. So, part of me wants to go and do keep building out my shuttle save, my MM3 rules save, the one that I was doing right up into the run until the game that will not be named came out. But I kind of want to, you know? Oh, nice. Are there VODs for the shuttle mission mode? Yeah, of course. They should be around. I'll talk to Drummer about it, dude. I got an idea. Yeah, I've never seen the old time stuff. I'm talking like 2015, 2016. Oh, I don't know. We had to scrub a lot of that from the internet because of Twitch's DMCA nonsense. Stuff like that you're probably not going to find. I have it all backed up though. There. Save. Let's see where this ends up. I'm good, Smoked. How are you? Yeah. Did you ever stream on Mixer or just Twitch? No, I never streamed on Mixer because Twitch had an exclusivity clause a little while back. Yeah, that's since gone. Hi, YouTube chat. I see you over there. Yeah. I really wish they had not done that for the longest time. If I had non-exclusivity, I would have probably started streaming on YouTube simulcasting probably a number of years ago. No, Mixer is long gone. All right. Let's experiment with this. Revision 4, 8, 13, 24. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this. Let's start playing with the shuttle's arrow shell. So I was thinking, I need to look at the shuttles for reference. I need to look at the shuttle for reference. Why don't I just take the shuttle's shield off and just put it on here? And that, it's really not too bad for what I'm looking for. Here, let me explode this fairing and let's try and see if we can figure out where this thing lives if we put the nose cone back where we want it. Balls. Yeah, it's covering up the windows. That is not what I want. But if we shift this, oh, I do not hate that. That's pretty good, man. The thing is, though, we're not following our profile. I really like that shape. That shape is what we're looking for. But the vehicle is getting a lot fatter this way. That would be the way, that would be pretty much what I want right there. But once again, now we're fouling on the cockpit. Is the extra mass worth the outcome? Extra mass. What do you mean, Bree? To get it to fly right? Yeah. Or to get it to fly how I want? Yeah. Yeah, I would say the extra mass is useful for getting it to fly right. Yeah. Yeah. And before you say, well, aren't the panels heavy? They're 10 kilos per panel. It's 22 pounds. They're actually pretty damn light. The smallest panels are super light, actually. That's definitely aluminum. Definitely aluminum. Or at least some material consistency with it. Fat dart part. Yeah. Yeah. Damn, I really like that. But now we're really kind of constricting us to launching on a 3.75 diameter vehicle. What 375 fairings do I have, or 375 payload attachment fittings do we have? We have Jebstone 4, MLV. I think that's it. Did I see your last? No, I didn't. If you don't tag me, Pandarific, I'm gonna assume you're not talking to me. Not for any like bad reason. I'm just, there's a lot of you here. Instead of the fairing, can the triangles be continued one more layer and clipped straight into the nose itself? That was what we were going with the R3. Or you could use a Starliner aft skirt. I mean, Rocket Guy, that shape's what we want. That's pretty good, man. Yeah, no, but that's kind of what this ended up being. That's kind of what Dart is morphing into. And you know what, man? I'm kind of here for it. Not gonna lie to you. Kind of here for it. I really don't think that that's the worst idea. The other thing that we could do is actually mess with the fairing shape. Because that isn't bad either. That's basically what I want. But the fairing shape is all screwed up. Let me think. Could we edit the fairing shape to bring that edge in a little bit? If we brought that edge in a little bit, we'd have to bring this edge up. If you could go back to mission mode 2 and do Dart again, what would you fix? That's the whole purpose of this exercise, T-Man. Just a note, the fairing plus the additional fairings may have too much nose lift, but we won't know until we get a more complete look at the wind tunnel now. That's the other thing I'm worried about, introducing another fairing into the front of this. Because that's going to shift our COL, the center of pressure is going to move way forward. All right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, 80 months from Rarest. Happy sub day. Thanks, man. Sub day. Sub dub day. Do you need the fairing? I'm thinking. So I'm kind of running between two designs in my head here. First design would be just borrowing the entire nose cone and figuring out a way to make that work. The other way is, which is probably what we're going to end up doing, because even though I really like this is excellent. That shape from the side is
Discovery, go at throttle up.
perfect. That's exactly what we want. We just need to round off the top here a little bit. Hey, Rick, 9137. Hey, you got the sub back. Nice. No, T-Man, it doesn't make sense to try and develop two of them. No, no. Don't want to do that. Now, that is more or less where I would want my original arrow shell to be. Problem is that the fairing's in the way now. If we got rid of the fairing though, right? If we got rid of it, we gotta find the right position. That's the right spot. Thanks for your message though. Yeah, no problem, dude. I'm thinking. All right, I got an idea. Problem is that if I go to mess with the fairing, I'm having trouble visualizing what, if I go to make it match that, I'm having trouble kind of seeing what it'll look like matching this shape down here. We might be able to just reshape this a little bit, maybe use a different style fairing, like the smaller one. Somebody suggested, I saw somebody say it, but yeah, we could use the 125 fairing and get a different shape. What I'm really worried about is two big things. Hatch obstruction. If we build the fairing out and it's obstructing the hatch so the Kerbals can't get out, we have to find another way for them to get out. Which means I have to incorporate some type of egress mechanism over here, which is going to screw up it's going to screw up the mass of everything. Hey, Alex, what's going on? Thinking. Back to the R3 real quick. The R3 still had the old nose cone. Let's just go R4. I'm gonna overwrite the craft file just because I want a craft file that has the first arrow shell that we were making and the second one as well. There's no difference in changing the file. It's not a big deal. The other thing that I'm thinking about, okay, I'm working on two kind of solutions in my head here, and I haven't thought about it enough to plain English it to you guys, so just bear with me. Oh, man. It's actually a sweet freaking shape. If we're gonna make a uncrewed vehicle or something, Or if I wasn't insistent on windows, this would be a really good way to do this. I mean, let's just put that in there. Put that in there and call it a day. It's Windows. Somebody did suggest doing this the other day too.
You want it? Then work it. You need it? Then earn it. You want it? Then do it. You need it? Then earn it.
Really doesn't look too bad now, does it? Yeah, the thing about this though is that the hatch is you are absolutely obstructed here. We look at the engineer's report. Yeah, you're absolutely hatch obstructed. Doesn't look bad though. Looks pretty rad. That actually looks super cool. I'll have to think about that. It really, you know what that looks like? That looks like an X24. It looks like that. That's why it looks right, because it looks like the X24A. That's funny. A Perspex cockpit like that though is not Perspex. This style of cockpit is probably not going to work too well. You really wouldn't want it right there because that's extremely close to the plasma knife, mate. Real close to the plasma knife. It does look sick though. That looks really cool. That's something to remember for other aircraft designs.
You want it?
Do they need to exit from there? Yeah. It looks cool. It really does. That really does look right, which is funny. But that's not really what I'm going for.
You want it? You want it? You want it?
What's up, Geek? Mr. Dick.
You want it? 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 Then do it.
Hey, Rocket Guy, are you here, man? You ever seen anybody propose doing something like that? I mean, where my mind is going, right? Where my mind is going is why did nobody ever just take the front of the space shuttle's shape, particularly this, and then try to make that into a little lifting body by itself? Any particular reason why nobody would ever have tried this? No, I'm not talking like saw the front of the shuttle off and make it into a vehicle, like no payload bay or anything. I'm pretty sure someone did propose that. NASA did propose that at some point. I'm talking about this whole shape right here. Why not? That right there is a good lifting body shape. It's arguably one of the best lifting body shapes, right? No, the X-34 is... No, Sam, not really. Important question. Did the shuttle have the payload capacity to lift an Avenger cannon into space? Yes. An Avenger cannon wouldn't last very long, Nader. You'd probably jam after 3 to 4 shots. So it'd be like... It would overheat. No way to convect heat. There's no way to convect the heat away. It would just melt. As would most guns. Which is why every time you see guns firing in space in the movies, it's cringe as hell. For All Mankind, I'm looking at you. They were shooting CAR-15s, CAR-15s on the moon in the 70s For All Mankind. It's okay. They're moon guns. You know why? They painted them gray. Modify it for liquid cooling. It's because you recently found out it's best to start from scratch with a new vehicle. You have to balance so many different variables. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Nukanora, a gyrojet would work in space. Sure. Yeah, because it makes sense to clean sheet designs. But yeah, that's that shape is actually quite good, dude. Interestingly enough. Sublimation cooled guns, problem solved. Okay. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take this. We're gonna move this over here like this. And we're gonna make sure that it's perfectly straight. All right, now I'm gonna get my rulers again. And what I wanna do here. I'm gonna take a ruler and check this out, guys. We're gonna do a little bit of a trick. I'm having trouble, we gotta take the fairing, right? And we gotta make the fairing match the profile of this. That's where we gotta do a slight modification, right? Because we need to do that slight modification, what I'm thinking would be a good idea to do is to measure the top of the profile curve, right? Yeah, okay, here's what we got to do. Let's measure the top of the profile curve and then go from there. So the reason why I straighten the nose here is because it's easier to place the rulers that way. So let's go in here like this, move this back to where we want it by making the fairing click through. Right, going to absolute snap. And that more or less is where we need our nose cone to be, right? So now, what I would have to do with this shape is change the fairing shape. So, watch this. We're gonna do some... cool stuff here. So move the rulers down, right? Move the ruler back. Extend the first thing on the ruler, right? We might not need the second one. I just put the second one there in case we need it. And now let's measure the curve of that capsule, right? Okay. Oh, I missed a step. Hold on. I screwed up. I rerouted by accident. Reload. I screwed up. We need to find a way to space. You don't need machine guns in space, dude. And I'm not saying that because it's like, no, violence in space is wrong. Dude, you don't need to do that. All you got to do is shine a light at a satellite and get it to rotate 4 or 5 degrees so the antennas are pointing in the wrong direction. Yeah. You don't need to do that. You don't need to shoot at satellites. Just go up and do that. Just, hi. Boop. Spin it out of control. Easy. That's... Fighting in space is not how we fight on the ground, dude. We don't need to cut tanks in half up there. And yeah, with satellites, just shine a light at them. Seriously, shine a light. Laser pointer the optics, if you really want to, or just push it out of the way. Communicating with the satellites is entirely dependent on your antennas on the ground pointing at the thing. If the antennas on the satellite aren't pointed in the right direction, case in point, the IM-1 mission, you're gonna have a bad time. And it doesn't need to be out of the way permanently. All you got to do is move the antenna out of the way for a second, and then do your thing. We don't need in space. You're memeing because. Yep. Yeah, all you got to do is stick a banana in the tailpipe. You're not gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe. All right, so. Here, little thing on object hierarchies here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a fuel tank here. This is the step that I missed, and this is why I reloaded the file. All right, watch. A little bit of a learning moment here. So, check this out. If I disable the interstage nodes here, and see the I-beam is supposed to show you the orientation on the fuel tank. Now the I-beam I can rotate independently of the fairing. The reason why is because that tank is parented. It's parented to the fairing. It's attached to the fairing on an interstage node. The interstage nodes are lined up with the center of that fairing. All right. So here's what we're gonna do, and this is the mistake that I made the first time when I just tried to do this a second ago, and then I rerouted to the wrong thing. So check this out. Let's get our rulers, right? I gotta make the ruler again. The reason why I make sure everything is nice and straight is because you use absolute snap to ensure precision, to ensure that the ruler is lined up with everything. The strut is lined up with everything on the ruler. All right, so now I got my rulers. Okay, so now we take all this and we rotate it back, move it back into position. I think it's off. It needs to be at 10 degrees. And we put the nose cone where we need. Now, get rid of the I-beam. That was just for show. Now we switch this to local. That's the wrong axis, idiot. Move this up here like this. And now my fuel tank, because we're on local orientation, so it's rotating, it's moving on an axis that's relative to the fairing that's angled down 10 degrees. All right, now we take our rulers. So we can solidify these fairings in the back. Take the ruler, and I don't think we're going to need both of them. Like I said, we're probably only going to need one. You take the ruler, and you can eyeball it. I mean, there's really no way to get super precise unless you have, like, I don't know if there's some advanced editor control mod for this, but... I don't think we'll need the second ruler here, so we can get rid of it. You know what? We'll just leave it, just in case we want to measure something else. All right, so now, watch this. So that's more or less in the position that I want, right? The thing I was worried about is that, so if you look at the bottom of this fairing, that 1/8 that we put in there, the shuttle's nose cone fairing, right? The dark one. If we look at this one, the profile line pretty much lines up with the panels. If I change the top profile line, it's going to change the bottom. How much is it going to change? Well, that's what we're going to figure out now. So if we go to the fairing, switch the fairing back to exploded, and now we rotate our fuel tank 180 degrees. There's your profile line. What I'm thinking, redo this fairing, with a different part. We could redo it with a, I don't know, a smaller one. Right? We do need to generate body lift up at the front, and the fairing will absolutely do that. Right? It will absolutely do that. And we know this aero shell works really well because it works well with the shuttle. And that should get us to do what we want. That should get us what we want. You were inquiring about a cutoff shuttle nose as a reusable vehicle. I remember this, Jeb. Oh. Wow, it's taking a second to load that. Okay. This is an AIAA document. Oh, the hammerhead. Yes, the hammerhead. Nice. That's not what you're showing, but I know. But also the hammerhead. I know this PDF. I've seen this thing before. Yeah. They're talking about shuttle derivatives. There is Extendo shuttle, cuz. With another payload segment in there and an extended strake. Same wing. And then the passenger variant with just 2 rows of seats inside of the payload bay. Yeah, this... This frickin' thing, though. Freaking cursed, dude. Freaking cursed. Oh, no. 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 Dude, no. That, please, God, no. That looks awful. I hate it so much. Alex, you're looking at this thing up here, though. What you wanted me to see was, give me a second. That. Yeah. That one's pretty funny too. That is a smart reuse space shuttle where you took the shuttle aft segment and you made it into a re-entry vehicle, and it comes back down and it parachutes. Yeah, that's actually kind of cool. That's a cool idea. I like that one. This is basically what I was talking about, but this would be like taking a Centaur and jamming it into the back of a shuttle fuselage. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like that's not cool. That's a pretty cool idea. Remember, looks mean nothing, only function. Breadbox is best shuttle. No, it is not. It is not. You know why it's not? Because the shuttle is the best shuttle. You know why? Because that one flew. So please tell me more about how your fictional vehicle flies better than the actual thing. Yeah, just let me know. Dude, this is the stuff we could have been doing with the shuttle, man. Infinite possibilities. We could have been cooking with this thing, dude. Yeah, there was a variant of the shuttle to get more performance out of it, to increase payload capacity, of adding SRBs to your SRB. Yep. See? Yeah, this is all proposed. This was never done. But these are some pretty awesome variants. Extendo shuttle is cursed. I hate that thing. I hate it. I hate it. It looks ridiculous. Passenger shuttle, that's a death trap. I'm not, yep, nope, that's a really good way to kill 200 people. Humpback shuttle is just... You know what? I'm body shaming it. Not afraid to say it. The engineless orbiter concept is a thing. How dare you? The 5-segment one I hate the most. Dude, I hate it so much. That's SLS boosters on a shuttle stack. It's just what are you doing? Why would you do this? The hammerhead is a good idea. There was a proposed variant of the shuttle that put a fairing, a 10-meter fairing, basically on the front of the external tank. Yeah. So the shuttle could carry payload in the payload bay, but actually you don't really need to carry anything. But there's a gigantic fairing at the front of the ET. Yeah. 10 meter PLF on the front of the external tank. Yeah. That's actually super cool. I really don't mind that. My favorite shuttle variant, which I don't think is in here, is the aft cargo carrier. There is a variant, shuttle variations and derivatives that never happen. Yeah, there's a variant of the shuttle called the aft cargo carrier, and it's not putting a fairing on the front, it's putting a fairing on the back. There's this empty spot right here where you could put an 8.4 meter fairing called the aft cargo carrier on the back of this thing. And that would afford you a gigantic amount of extra space. This is minimal modification to the stack. That's why I think it's a good idea. You don't need to do much. You just add a fairing onto the back. This is aerodynamically dead space on a shuttle stack anyway. So putting a fairing there is not going to affect the aerodynamics of the vehicle too much. There's empty space there and flames usually on the way up. Right? Wasn't it problematic due to the heat of the SRBs? My guess is that's probably the reason why it never happened, Alex, but also dude, I don't know. Like okay, take this fairing and thermal protection system, right? Yeah, you're gonna take a hit on payload mass, right? But also, this is prime for opening up the hydrogen tank as a wet workshop. If you put in the provisions back here, right, for an airlock into the back of the ET, right, and there's already an inspection hatch right there. The hatch to get into the ET, get inside of one, is actually down at the bottom here, right? You put an airlock module, something like Skylab here. I'll show you. So Skylab has a docking ring at the front up here, right? The multiple docking adapter, this piece right here. It's basically a space station module that's attached to the front of an empty S4B, right? You put that, something like that, in the aft cargo carrier, and then you Skylab an external tank. Is it a complicated mission? Yeah, absolutely, it's a complicated mission. But now you have a gigantic space station that the shuttle can build off of. You basically put Unity, put a Unity style module here, a 6-axis CBM with a docking port here, right? Dude, we could have been cooking with this thing. We could have been cooking with the shuttle. It's an instant station. You put the pieces that you need here to evac out and use the autogenous pressurization lines from the external tank. Right? You use the AP lines from the external tank to evac all the gaseous hydrogen out of this thing, and then you pressurize it. And boom. Instant freaking space station. But see, like, it's funny because, you know, they're coping hard with like, oh yeah, let's do an EVA operation with the shuttle still attached to the external tank where we EVA 2 guys down onto the external tank and have them unbolt the damn thing. Bro, that's cringe. That is cringe right there. That's cringe. That's cringe. Aft cargo carrier. Cringe. Look at how complicated that is. What you're gonna? Somebody thought that was a better idea. Cringe. This is cringe. That's disgusting. Aft cargo carrier. That is all. It's cringe. Okay. Anyway, back to our rulers. Man, dudes, I need kinematics. I'm gonna get Dart going. I need inverse kinematics for my robotic arm on my shuttle so I can show people the chadliest ideas. Andrew, EJ, will you fly me to the moon? Sure. That ignores the capability of the Canadarm. The shuttle could easily build a gigantic... You could build the ISS off of that. Like, and that's... Dude, like, I don't understand. That's such an Okay, don't get me wrong. Everything is complicated when it comes to using the space shuttle. All right? Everything carries a certain factor of difficulty. Right? This... Somehow thinking, and don't get me wrong, these were all proposed at different times. Somehow thinking that this would be a simpler thing to do, disassembling an external tank while it's attached to the shuttle on an EVA operation in low Earth orbit, you're crazy. Crazy. Like, I don't know. I think what the idea here is that it's using the external tank to make a transfer vehicle, which is a little bit different than what we're trying to do. But yeah, aft cargo carrier, man, could do it. Like, look at the cope. Look at the freaking cope. Like, oh, let's extend the shuttle. Okay. No. Cope. Cringe. Disgusting. What is this? What is this? What the heck is this? No. Beluga shuttle is blurst. It's terrible. Get rid of it. Like all this, look at all this cope. You could do all this with the aft cargo carrier. You wouldn't have to just coping. Just coping. It's just cope. It's cope. Cope and seethe. Okay? That's actually a good idea. That would be cool. But you wouldn't need to do that with the aft cargo carrier. Aft cargo carrier does everything that you need. What's wrong with the stretchy cargo bay? It's weird. And I'm not even talking looks, dudes. It's just strange. It's just a strange shape. Anyway. All right, so that line that we're going to use for the fairing is not exactly going to work how I want. It'll clip into the fuselage a little bit. All right. Hey, Rocket Guy, you want to help me figure out, or at least point me in the right direction to making the robotic arm on my shuttle use the joystick? You want to go ahead and help me out with that? With KRPC? I'll pay you. Not even kidding. It's on your to-do list. Dude, because like I said, where I'm getting held up is my inability to code. I'm not a good coder. Yeah, not good enough. Not yet, at least. I mean, I could learn it. It's just that it's going to take a long time, right? I'm much better with the hardware. However, if CTS5 had... If I had an IK controller for that, we could do some nasty stuff with the shuttle. I would do all this aft cargo carrier stuff. Okay, Andrew. Hit me up on Discord. All right. Do you realize that by the 2030s, it's likely we won't have any shuttle launch science missions active anymore? Yeah. Hit me up on the NSF Discord. All right, Andrew. I'll think about it. I usually don't outsource work, but I don't know if you've, Andrew, I don't know if you've seen the shuttle. So if you're coming from the NSF Discord, Andrew, you'll probably appreciate this. Actually, you know who would appreciate this? Chris B would appreciate this orbiter. This is the most stock-alike orbiter that I could get to the actual thing. This thing looks and flies like the real one. It's really difficult, dude. It's not exact one-to-one, but it's damn close. And when I say it flies like the real one, I mean it flies like butthole. It flies terrible, but that's the idea. It flies great when you're going through re-entry. It flies excellent, right? Now I have my payload bay and I have my longeron pins, right? And we have the arm and the servo power amplifiers and everything are where they need to be. And we have, I'm using a docking port as a grapple fixture, right? In lieu of not having a, latching end effector, right? But I have there's no software governing the control on this thing. He said the word, nice. So that's new Dart, yes, Green. Mm-hmm. But this thing works exactly like the real arm. We even have the provisions and mounting points for another one. I could put another one on the other side, or I could put an OBSS in here. The orbital boom sensor sensor scanner, we could put that in there. I have provisions to put it on either side, or just use two arms, from a hardware point of view. But I went to assemble the space station without inverse kinematics one time, and it sucked. It was awful. It was terrible. It was a struggle. I spent like 6 hours trying to get a module lined up. What are the controls like in real life? Okay. So I'm trying to, I know the controls in real life, but I'm trying to think how it would work. How would we translate into Kerbal? Okay, so you have two joysticks for the arm. One is translate, so you have 6 degrees of freedom with the arm, but using inverse kinematics. So one joystick can go up, down, left, right, forward, and back. Right? It's used for translation, and the other one is used for rotation. But you have to set what you can either use straight kinematics or you can control individually each piece. It's actually, dude, the system for Andrew, the system for 1981 is really, really, really advanced. It's some really trick stuff for the early 80s. In terms of robotics, it's actually pretty damn good. Kind of like an excavator. Here, I can show you. We're getting a little bit sidetracked here, but that's okay. Where's that shuttle ops manual? Hold on. Oh, Ordon, you can control it from anywhere. There's a bunch of cameras. Dude, let me find the operations manual. Pretty sure I have it downloaded. Here we go. All right, so it's like 389 or something. No. I actually went and read through that part of the ops manual in detail when we were trying to figure this out before, trying to figure out the RMS. No, that's not where we need to be. The arm is all manual, but it's not all manual. It uses inverse and also I think it's forward kinematics too. It's been a while since rigging class and 3D. That's MPS. I don't want that. Ah, bingo. Here we go. So you have a bunch of closed circuit TV cameras. There's one on the end effector. There's one on the elbow. The pieces of the arm are basically the shoulder, arm, elbow, forearm, and wrist. It is built to work exactly like an arm. It's the same thing, same idea. On the aft control panels on 8U and 8L is all the controls for it here. So you have your translate hand control and rotate hand control. THC, some people just went, what? And RHC, right hand control or rotational handle controller, and your translational handle controller. I don't know how we get that to work with KSP, the translate hand controller. I would need to have two joysticks. Unless there is a joystick like this around that you could plug into your computer. I'm sure there is. I'm sure we could find one. So basically it's powered by a bunch of motors, and the cool thing is that depending on your payload, you have power amplifiers or SPAs. Each joint in the arm contains a digital servo power amplifier, and these power amplifiers are there to amplify the power on the arm and depending on what payload you're moving. So the arm doesn't use more power than you need whenever you're moving stuff around. So if you have a higher mass payload that you're grappling out of the shuttle payload bay, you can divert more power to the arm through the servo power amplifiers. I did that in Kerbal by overclocking the robotics. That's your end effector right there. And yeah, there's a thermal system on the arm to make sure that the motors get to the right operating temperature there. So you have you have degree inputs here on X pitch, Y yaw, Z roll. So 6 degrees of freedom here. And then you can set your parameters. Over here sets what part you control or which piece of the arm you control. Over here is you can basically use kinematics or you can operate it manually. And then there's backup pieces over here too. That's the other part. I know I have a 3D joystick for rotational control for the arm. I just need something to translate. I mean, I might have another joystick here that we could use for it, but long story short, you can take point of view from the television camera and your controls will bind to wherever your CCTV is. So if you're controlling from the end effector and you translate forward, it'll do this. So say we pulled the payload out of the payload bay, right? And I have the camera that's basically wrist mounted right here, and I go forward on my translate controller, it'll do that. See what I'm talking about? If we go up, it'll do this. Now, that doesn't seem like much. That doesn't seem like... What's the big deal, EJ? Why can't you make it do that? Well, using joints that rotate. So this is a ball joint, ball and socket, right? That's a hinge, and your wrist is another ball and socket, right? Getting rotational joints to do linear controls like that is hard, but the arm can basically do this. It can move pieces like this and then move them that way like that. That's actually pretty crazy robotics for 40 plus years ago. That's pretty crazy robotics for 40 plus years ago, let alone something that's on the back of like a 60-ton orbiter. So this basically takes it so the input from the arm is very intuitive. Oh, I want to go forward. Whoop, go forward. I want to move to the side. Okay, go to the side. Easy peasy. And then you can switch each one and you can rotate each piece individually if you really want to. That's why, so fellas, once again, this is a little bit of a side note, but if I can get a way to do this, if we can get a way, basically we could get a control interface working for my shuttle's robotic arm to make it work like the actual arm, I will do despicable things with the shuttle. Like, despicable things. It's not it's not calculus, it's trig. Maybe with a little bit of calc. Kinematics is tough. Just use IJKH. Yeah, I mean, Rocket Guy, if we do that, we'd have to lock out. So here's where this gets complicated, right? You only have so many keys on the keyboard in KSP, right? We would have to find a way to lock out the flight control systems for the shuttle and just use the arm, but also use SAS lock and keep the SAS, for instance, locked on prograde, so we keep the orientation of the shuttle correct. You'd need to put a detent and a lockout on the flight controls to switch to robotic controls. And that means you're double binding controls now. Yeah, exactly, Wolfie. That is, it's an arm in the truest sense of the word. It's just an arm. Fun fact, like I said, the shuttle could carry 2 of them. Yeah, the shuttle has the provisions on the A8L and the A8U, the robotic arm panels on the back of the flight deck. You can switch between left and right. So, for instance, and once again, this is the capability they built into this thing, and then they never used it. It's so frustrating, right? So you could have one arm, for instance, grapple. The shuttle goes and it grapples a space station module, right? And then you have the other arm. You just lock that in position. You just hold that arm, and then you can take the other arm, pull something out of the payload bay, and make them kith. The shuttle could do this. It could do that. It could just join modules together because it's designed to build space stations. They never did it. It has the provisions to do it. Every mission that it flew, you could do that. But it never did it. What they did end up doing is putting a selfie stick in the second arm slot, and they used that selfie stick to take pictures of the thermal protection system. It's a selfie stick. It's the OBSS. Yeah, there's a toggle switch to move between the 2 arms. But yeah, there's your degrees of rotation. My arm, the arm hardware that we did in KSP is copying this. It's a direct copy of all of that right there. And then there's the MPM, so the arm can rotate out of the way and jive well with the shuttle doors and stuff. And then there's the latching mechanism. Mine has the striker bar and the RMS retention mechanism. I used same vessel collision and a little antenna right there with 2 thermometers. You toggle SVI and yeah, it'll pop out. It's cool because the arm is totally reusable and it's totally stowable. You could stow it every time. You could reuse it. It's fine. I want Starship to do stuff like this. This is why I want Starship to have a shuttle-style payload bay, so it could just take stuff and make 2 modules kiss. Now, kith! But yeah, fellas, if I could get IK working for this thing, I would keep going with that save. And then it's just trying to figure out a way to reuse the damn thing. I made this shuttle reusable. The pins that lock to the external tank are... The pins that lock to the ET are reusable. There's guide pins, just like the real one. And then the forward bipod strut is on a docking port. It docks on the bipod strut. And then there's a pin back here that I used on my external tank that I made out of an RCS ball, right? And then the part that the RCS ball is attached to is designed, it has a strutting mechanism there to strut to the heaviest local part, which is like the engines or the fuel tank or something. Is this shuttle available for download? I don't release my shuttle designs. The arm is wrapped in thermal blankets, yeah. But yeah, I mean, Andrew, that's not a bad idea. Maybe I should go ask an SF Discord. That's really not a bad idea. But yeah, Rocky Guy, if anybody wants to help me with this, just we'll see. And the stack is ready to go. We built space stations with it. The problem is just building it is hard. I built Space Station Freedom with this shuttle in a save. It's a freaking awesome mission. Check it out. I've already done it, just not integrated with KRPC and not with an arm larger than 60 OF. But yeah. Rocket Guy, if I shoot you over a copy of the shuttle's payload bay, or just the orbiter, I trust you won't move it around. You won't give it to anybody. Would you be willing to work with me on this project? Most certainly. Right on, man. Because I frankly love flying this thing. It's, yeah, this thing's awesome. Yeah. Oh yeah, the idea here would be Kerbal construction there to bolt that thing in, which means we'd need a service gantry. I freaking love this thing. I'm telling you, man. I really hope SpaceX looks at all these old shuttle things and all the ideas that they had for what they wanted to do with the shuttle. I hope Starship does it and then some. Like, you have no idea how much I'm gunning for SpaceX to succeed. I need 15-year-old EJ's dreams to come true. Custom modeling it with Kerbal Constructs T-Man would probably be a good way to do it. Should get something like this. Yeah. Ugh. All right. Anyway, back to Dart. Yeah, Pete, we should do it. With everything you know about contingencies in spaceflight, what is the absolute strangest one that you ever heard of? Strangest mission contingency? Probably some of the stuff that came out of the Apollo program. If you watch Scott Manley, if you watch the Apollo program, or know the Apollo program, watch it, okay? Sorry, brain. Yeah, here, this one. Moose. Moose is... There's also the contingency for if the shuttle door doesn't close, yeah. I'll talk about Moose in a second. The contingency for if the space shuttle door doesn't close or it doesn't latch correctly is to have somebody EVA into the payload bay and hold it shut. And ride down in an EVA suit inside of the shuttle payload bay during re-entry. Theoretically, it should be fine, but also that's kind of dumb. Yeah, go Slim Pickens in the payload bay. Yeah, and then hold the payload bay door shut. That was the solution there. That one's pretty dumb. Man out of easiest space is pretty stupid as well. It is a re-entry EVA suit. Yeah. That'd be a stressful game of rock, paper, scissors. I mean, Pete, here's the thing about it. Like, theoretically it should be fine. Like, what is just because the payload bay is unpressurized is it's a big deal, right? Like, the EVA suit has plenty of time. Like, it could spend 6 hours up outside of completely contained. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. But my thing would be like, what if you're riding the thing down and, like, you know, you're strapped in and you go to hold the payload bay and something pokes the suit, then you're screwed. Like, in concept, it's not that bad of an idea. But also, you know, that's not the, you know, there's a lot of things that could go wrong there. Yeah, man out of space easiest is also pretty strange. That's pretty crazy. Not the worst idea, but pretty freaking crazy. That would be a big one. You'd have to find a way to bolt the seat down back there, Hellfish, because you cannot stand up in an EVA suit on the ground. EVA suits weigh 600 pounds. The EVMU, it's a spaceship. You're not... Dude, a bodybuilder would have trouble with that spacesuit moving around, or even standing. You need to basically sit there, and they need to basically strap you to a seat, and you just do this the entire time. I have something that does come close to that in terms of craziness, if you want. I mean, Element, you're carrying all the provisions for water and oxygen on your back for 6 hours. Think about it, dude. Actually, I might be confusing it with another thing. I might be confusing it with A7L. The EVMUs... You're going to have to fact check me on it, dude, just to be sure. Yeah, actually, somebody go look that up just to be sure. How would they get out of the payload bay? You just depress the hatch when you're back down and go into the payload bay and unbolt the person out of the suit. I mean, Scott did a video on it, Noah, one time. I forget exactly what the details were. Either way, it's a crazy idea. Extravehicular mobility unit. It's 250 Element. You're actually right. 115 kilos. That's still heavy. I don't know where 600 pounds came from. I'm thinking of something else. Sorry, guys. I mean, yeah, it's not 600 pounds. I was thinking, I must have been thinking of something else. 250 is still no joke. That's heavy. That's hard. That would be hard to walk around in. Maybe I was thinking of the A7L. I don't know. Somebody's going to have to... If somebody wants to go do a deep dive into that, I want to get back to work. Okay, so here's what I want to do now. I want to take this ruler and I want to basically have it fill in the profile curve that we would ideally want for the bottom, and then we'll see what that looks like for the top. Here, let's rotate this piece back up into position. Okay, that's the profile that we want. Let's flip this around. See, this is no good because it collides with the fuselage. So I need more rulers. What I need to do with these rulers is mark positions, so I'm trying to get the profile for this, and I'm gonna make a different fairing. So mini shuttle, what for? What's the mission? This Solinar over in the YouTube chat is I'm doing this to kind of get back into playing KSP1 and remembering how to do everything, remembering all my building tricks like using rulers and stuff before we start building out a bigger space program. Whether this thing is going to be used or not, I don't know. I mean, I can't see us not using it, you know what I mean? Especially after I put in all the work, but depends. We get that robotic arm with the shuttle stuff working, we might not need this. Hello, Bobbington. How are you, old boy? Everything coming along swimmingly across the pond? That was like 3 accents at least. Oh, positively. Oh, good show, sir. Or something. Okay. Just leave the other 2 rulers there. Battle!
Discovery, go at throttle up.
2 years. Thank you, buddy. Okay. I'm taking measurements. These are marking where the fairing needs to... If I build the fairing out, it's marking where it needs to be. And clicks. So now edit the fairing. Okay, there's my updated fairing. Now let's Yep, nope, that's not exactly right. What software am I using? This is Kerbal Space Program, Tom. I'll be able to take this thing if I hit the launch button, take it out, and actually fly it around in a simulator. And you could fly it. You could fly all the way into space in the game. No, that's really not doing what I want. Okay. Okay, that was a good exercise, but yeah, that's not going to work. Just getting the fairing to bridge that shape down there is not going to do what I want. We're going to need to do it with an arrow shell. All right, so let me just pull the shuttle's surfaces off. Let's get rid of that. That was a good idea, but yeah. Here's the next solution. So angle the nose cone. 10 degrees. Absolute. Snap that into position. That's what I had before. And that doesn't look too bad. But, you know, we'll copy that. Just place it back there as a placeholder. Then we'll take the shuttle arrow shell, right? We'll attach the shuttle arrow shell in symmetry and see if we can build out the shape that way. Hey, S, what's going on? That's actually not bad, dude. I know what I'm looking for. Once again, the whole deal is blending that damn shape. All right. Give me 1 second, dudes. I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. We are going to evacuate the wasted.
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery, go and throttle up.
Share. I love watching you work through issues and come up with better solutions. We need to get you an AE degree. Jared, don't. I would love to. I'm serious. I'd love to. So here's my problem. The stream requires a lot of upkeep. Also house, also wife, also dog. I would love to. Where the heck am I going to find the time to do this? We'd have to. The only choice is to cut into stream time.
And good evening to all of you folks back home. Isn't this exciting? We're being seen all over the world.
Oh, yes, I know. 700
They had a sig. I love the gold. Thank you.
joining us.
Dog, what did I miss? I have a dog, yeah. Sevi, I got a dog in June. He hasn't been around lately, but we do have Popper Cam when he does come around.
Will be on the grounds of the world famous
His bed's back there.
Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back.
But yeah, I like working the problem, dude. I like sitting here and figuring it out. It's my zen. It just, I can clear my head, focus on something, and just stream the coursework. They'll be okay with it, I promise. It's expensive in both time and money. Yeah, I can't even guarantee that I'll get a return on investment there, man. AE degrees are expensive. Sometimes that's what you got to do, S. Wait. You tell me you got a green screen. You're not actually in mission control. Yeah. Sorry about that. Are you kidding me, Brian? That would make the best content on stream. Watching me struggle through differential equations. People would love it, but I would figure it out. The question is would you want to see that? And then, so like, say I do, fellas, say I do do that. What do we do with it? This stream doesn't, I already have student loans for my first degree that I'm still paying off. And a mortgage and everything else. I would need to make a lot more money. How would we make an AE degree on stream work to make us more money? How would we do that? Like, I don't like talking about it like this, but that's the truth. You stay as a streamer for my mental health. Yep. What's the highest level mathematics do you think you're good at? Dudes, okay. Look, I'm not dumb, all right? I act like it, but I'm not stupid. right? I mean, the highest math smoke, I could learn any math. That's not a problem. You see some of the stuff we've done in KSP, I could learn it. I'm honestly, math is just learning another language, guys. There's a syntax for it. There's a right way to do it, and that's it. I'm not gonna say it's easy, because I've had someone show me differential equations before and I went, but there's a procedure to it. You follow the procedure, you can solve whatever. It's pretty straightforward stuff, right? Like, and I understand, like I said, I've had somebody that works at NASA walk me through how to do this stuff in an attempt to tutor a long time ago. It worked. Like, I gained a lot of respect for the math and stuff, right? But I refuse to believe that I wouldn't be able to learn it. I could learn it. I'm not. Do you see the stuff that we do? See the stuff I do in 3D? Like, you see the stuff we do in KSP? That's the spatial orientation stuff, like build the tessellated panels, arrow shells like that. That's, don't get me wrong. There's no overlap in the stuff there, but could I not learn it? Yeah, I'm smart enough. I have confidence enough in myself to be able to learn it. It's just time. Time and money is my problem. 500 degrees and 500 bits. Degree cash, thank you. Take online school and stream it all, yeah. It was a genuine question. I apologize. No, there's no need to apologize. I'm not taking it personally. I'm telling you that I could learn it. I'm not too incredibly worried about that. The other thing I could do is just put my nose to the grindstone and study this book in all my spare time. It'd be hard to prove without a degree, though, that you know what you're talking about, but like, it would be hard to get an interview with somebody if I just learned it, but there's no doubt in my mind that I could learn it. Because here, if it's one thing that this whole thing has taught me, doing mission mode, doing all these missions, learning about all this different stuff, learning about history, watching the press conferences, etc., etc., I understand the mentality, I think, the logic workflow. And because of that, I can put context to these equations. You know, you're not learning it cold turkey, right? Like how you would if you just went to go get an AE degree out of the box. I can put context to these equations. I understand what this stuff means. Like, you know, it's easier to be able to do it when you can it's easier to understand math when you can kind of figure out where it's going. When you learn it the first time, when you're younger, it's harder to do because it's abstracted. You don't know what the heck is this for? I don't know why would I use this? You know what I mean? I would love to, dude. I would love to. If I hit the lottery, that's what I'd do. Seriously, I'd stream less and pay off my mortgage, pay off my student loans, and go for it. I mean, the other thing is, you know, Rocket Guy, you said, welcome to the I2 Academy. Dude, if we wanted to do tutoring in that regard, man, and stream it, and you guys watch me struggle through learning, and if you watch EJ ride the struggle bus, which is no different than anything else here, right? Like, I'm sure someone would find that funny, you know? I ride the struggle bus every day, man. I love the struggle bus. I've certainly had to teach many a class. Yeah. Huh. Yep. I think your 3D modeling definitely helps you in KSP. So, well, we're not using it to make games. It definitely helps you stream. Oh, yeah. Being able to move stuff around, and yeah, I could work 3D space, I can work CAD systems, that's no problem. Yeah, like, I'm confident enough that I could walk into a technician job if there was an aerospace company near me. Like, If SpaceX was next door, I would be like, yeah, I'd work there during the day and then work here, then come and stream, you know? But, I mean, there are some local aerospace companies, but nobody's manufacturing any hardware up here. And that's, like I said, I could walk into a technician shop. I can, dude, we build cars. We build cars. That's not a problem. You know? Cars aren't spacecraft, I understand, but it's close. Yeah, there you go, Sean. Yeah, right. Yeah, okay. Anyway. Let's get back to this. Yeah, the Camaro. Mm-hmm. Thank you. It's coming along. Getting there. So that's with the shuttle's aero shell. This is the shuttle's panel tessellation. And then this is the one that I started working on. Problem is that the shuttles tilt. None of them are bridging the gap how I want. What's that? As off topic. Keep dreaming of this. Yeah, keep dreaming. I've run the shuttle through Wind Tunnel, Jackery. We nailed it. It's real good. It flies, yeah, real good. Will do. All right, get rid of that. Let's... Yeah, Jackery, it's pretty damn good, man. Pretty damn good. It's this shape that I'm wondering. I don't know how we're gonna figure that shape out, but I'm sure we'll get it. Box says it adds 101 horsepower. Okay.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Ingram. Oh yeah, I forgot about this button. Right on, man. Thank you. Brian, who are you talking to? in YouTube chat. Who you just saying random stuff in my chat again? I don't really understand why you would do this. You're talking about nothing that's even remotely resembling a topic. It certainly seems like it, Aqualux. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, definitely doing the same thing. I don't know why people think they are entitled to just come in here and the chat and say random things, but yeah, they do. I'm not really sure I understand why someone thinks that's okay to do, but it's fine. Wasn't here a lot this year, so it's probably why I missed Doggo News. Workers and resources wasn't really your thing. It's a shame. It's an awesome game, Sebi. And I'm just starting to get to the point where I'm... So, in Workers, dude, I'm getting to the point where I'm really starting to get the hang of things. And, yeah, that's when you'll see the actual, like, crazy city building. The thing is, just, it took some time, dude, because that game has a super steep learning curve. But yeah, the Desert Republic is actually starting to do quite well, which is, yeah, good. And if I get that second refinery and that second city up, we are good to go. Maybe I'll give it a shot when you're engineering, when you're playing it again. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, dude, no obligation. It's, dude, like, I'm getting to the point where I can manipulate it like I could cities. The thing about it is that cities was always easy for me to jump into and build awesome stuff in because it played like SimCity 4. So it was very intuitive, very easy to jump into. And Cities 2, look what we did. I just built out this crazy freaking city on the first try. But that, I mean, you get what I'm saying. We built out this awesome thing basically on the first try, and yeah, Workers, it takes a second. So you got to think about it like the learning curve for it. It's like KSP. It's going to take some time to get it right. You know, I'm getting to the point where I'm really starting to understand how all the systems in Workers work, and we're actually getting to the point where I can make some pretty where we're going to make some pretty awesome stuff. So yeah, I mean, if you want to give it another shot, that's cool. If not, yeah, I get it. People either love that game or they hate it. I really had hoped that more of the people that liked watching me play Cities would have liked that game, but there's not that. There is crossover, but there's not much. Skylines 2 is not DOA-S. They're making progress. It's just slow, but. Yeah, they're making progress. It's just slow. That's really it. Like, I'm honestly not really sure why Cities why they did some of the design decisions that they did in that game. It's very peculiar. Some of the choices that they made are just, I don't understand why you would do that, why you would make that way. What specifically? Like, they added a government subsidy in the game, and they said, oh, well, it's realistic for you to get subsidies from the federal government for your city. But it very much seems like the subsidy thing is just a way to cover up their awful gameplay. The fact that the gameplay is amalgamated, a lot of it is abstracted, it's not nearly as granular as any... It's not nearly as... I mean, it's not as even as granular as, like, Cities 1. It's very weird, man. Like, it feels somehow it's supposed to have some crazy, like, much more realistic system in it, like financial system in it, but it ends up seeming like what's the right way to say it? It ends up being like... I lost my train of thought. Cities 2 doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. It feels like a bunch of the gameplay elements that they introduced in the game was to make up for the fact that they didn't have a finished game. So the end result is like, you get a game that feels like it has no soul. I have Satisfactory for After Hours tonight. Guys, yeah. KSP2 felt the exact same way. Yep. Yeah. Yes, it did. Yeah, Phoenix, that's really it, dude. Yeah, that's... And I tried as hard as I could to like cities, and I'll be honest, I do really still like the traffic. But everything else in the game is... Yeah. And then, so here's the thing. They got rid of the subsidy thing, and they're like, okay, we hear you. You guys want more realism. We got it, right? And... okay, that's cool. And then, what was the thing that they added, guys? That just... oh, yeah, tile upkeep. What? You have to pay upkeep on tiles, and that upkeep is correlated to population. So, I don't really understand why you would implement a gameplay feature that punishes players for expanding their city in a city building game. What? Why would you do that? Why would you? That was with the Economy 2.0 patch, and they were like, see, we made it more realistic. It's like, that's not what, no, that's... Yeah, so I went and loaded up my city with like 500,000 population, and I was paying $19 million in tile upkeep. That's... Yeah, James, I know about that game. Look, man, you guys always know how, like, the way I try to play Kerbal is like plausible realism, right? Like, it's something that could exist, right? But it's something that could exist, but it does, like, it could, but it doesn't, right? Like, it plausibly could happen. I very much think that the games that have plausible realism, Workers is a great example, or Kerbal, or even Cities 1 to an extent. Like, you can't like, if it was just a one-to-one super realistic city builder, you'd spend a year doing all the paperwork to build the bridge, and then like a month building the actual bridge, and it would be the worst game ever. Them implementing a tile upkeep tax in the name of realism is missing the point completely. It's just, you're completely missing the point. Like, that's not what, like, what are you going to do? Are you going to pay upkeep on trees? You pay upkeep on the forest? It just very much seems like a band-aid fix to make up for the fact that they don't know what they're doing, which is very strange, because in Cities 1, Cities 1 was fine. It was good enough. Like, all you needed to do was just make Cities 1 better graphics, a little bit of a UI do-over with better traffic, and you would be like, that's it. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. Just make a game with better graphics that plays off of the first one. I don't understand why. We saw it with Cities, and we saw it with Kerbal 2. Why feel the need to reinvent the wheel? You don't need to. The game's already good. Why would you abandon the first game's core gameplay loops arguably what made everybody like it? Why would you get rid of that to try and substitute it with something else? You don't need to do. You're doing too much. You don't need to do that. You don't need to raise the bar like that. The first game raised the bar. Now you elaborate on it. That was the whole idea. Like I said, I just don't really understand some of the decisions being made regarding gameplay. They don't make sense. I hate that so much. It looks so bad. I trim my beard, see Kraken. I mean, real cities do have upkeep costs on vacant-owned land, but that's not the kind of realism people are screaming for. That's what I'm saying, Siegel. Yes, exactly. You're right. That's what I'm saying. It seems like they say, "Oh, well, you want realism? Here, this is realistic." That's not the realism that's not the realism that you want. That's dumb. Tile upkeep punishes players for expanding their city in a city building game in the name of realism. That is, once again, dude, that's completely missing the point. You're completely that, like, bro. Yeah, dude, I don't understand. That's very strange. Why would where was your mind at when you thought this was a good idea? Hélas, s'il vous plaît. Okay. Would you mind linking the shuttle operations manual? I fell into a rabbit hole and found an inverse kinematic calculator that just might have the same joints as the Canadarm. I have it stored locally, Alex. I can't find it on the internet. I think they had a hold in the economy or removing the subsidies, so rather than fixing it, they added land upkeep. Once again, Mason, these gameplay implementations that are implemented, these changes that are implemented in the name of realism just seems like you're covering your own butt because your economic model sucks. The whatever they thought would be a good economic model is awful. Which is interesting to me because you get a game like Workers. You get a game like Workers that was made by 3 dudes that has dynamic markets, resource upkeep, supply and demand, and it's a communism simulator, for frick's sake. It's a better capitalist simulator than Cities 2 is. That's why I play Workers. That's why I like Workers. Because if I buy a couple tons of gravel, right? You have to buy it. You buy it at the border point. You see the trucks moving the gravel around, and they bring the gravel to your destination. Cities 2 somehow screwed that up. And they have this idea of like filling resources, not filling resources. The docks are all screwed up, right? If you place down a shipping port, right, in cities, it'll just start filling it with resources, and you don't use the resources for everything. If anything, it doesn't even pay attention to demand. Like I don't. And don't get me wrong, I'm not crapping on cities. It's not like I haven't played it. We put a very significant amount of time into playing that game. I don't get what they're trying to do. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. The airports are a nightmare. Whoever made the airport clearly made that airport model in 5 minutes and was like, yep, planes fly off of it. It's 1,100 pages, Jackery. So what you're saying is that managing an entire economy from a central office far removed from the production is setting yourself up to fail. Yeah, but that's once again, you're missing the point though. That's not what I'm saying. I mean, yes, I agree, but that's not what I'm getting at, dude. Yeah. I mean, the reason why it's missing the point is because every city builder is like that. Every city builder has planned economy because if you tried to do it like how we do it, you'd spend 8 months trying to make one bridge in your city. You have absolute power in every city simulator because the balance of power is abstracted so you can actually build a city, right? Workers plays off of that, which I think is hilarious. Like in City Skylines 1, the industry DLC, what is that? That's all state subsidized industry. And the industry's DLC was an excellent idea. It's fun, but it's all state run industry. It's all state owned. It's not private, right? You move the resources around, you have goods, you have to move them around somehow, you have trains, etc., etc. Like, Cities 1 did industry better than Cities 2, which goes back to my point. Why would you reinvent the wheel? Kind of hard to make a game where the player doesn't do anything. That's what I mean about plausible realism. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean. There's some form of centralization in every single city builder, or else the game would suck. It would suck. Right? It would suck. It'd be terrible. We have political style negotiations to build a new road. I don't I don't want that at all. I don't want that at all. Any idea why the FAA may have canceled the environmental assessment calls and meetings? I'm not sure, Mike. We could talk about that during Space News, though. It doesn't sound like a very fun game, S. That's why there's so many dictators. Probably more fun job than a president in a democracy. Once again, you're missing the point of what I'm trying to say completely, and trying to conflate this somehow to real politics, which I'm frankly getting a little annoyed by. But what are you talking about? What do you just want to tell people how much you know about politics in the chat, or is this? I'm so confused. I don't even know what are you trying to say? I don't understand. Never mind. You're bad. Like I don't know where you're going with it. Sorry. I'm gonna work on the back wings here a little bit. Oh. Coming back to this vehicle, what's it supposed to launch on? It's supposed to launch on a rocket, Sevi. I haven't figured that out yet. This is more just to get purple building skills back up, dude. My question: how much science did you start off with? I don't remember. I can yeah, here, I can check the screenshots. Give me 1 second. I have basically pictures of all the stuff that I had unlocked, and I think I started with I don't know. These are just Imahara launches. This is the very beginning of mission mode. I started out with a lot of science. Let me put it to you that way. I've been looking for a minute, but you mentioned earlier about starting a space program, and that's why you're working on your building skills again. Is that correct? That's correct. Yeah. No guarantees that we're even going to use Dart. This was just unfinished business, and I picked a project to try and get back into, dude. Unfortunately, I'm not making forward progress here. I'm sorry for breaking your rhythm. No, it's fine. Yeah, it's all good, man. I'm trying to as I get back more into Kerbal, I'll be able to balance it better, but right now I'm focusing on trying to resharpen my skills here, and yeah, that's proving to be a little bit difficult to do and also keep up with chat. Don't worry, just give me some time. I'll get better at it. Say we did do this, right? Say we did use the shuttle shell like this. We could redesign a little bit. I mean, there's a little bit of piece right there that needs to be... Give me 1 second. Hey, Monoprop. What's up, dude? Yeah, Ren. Yeah. So what I'm doing is seeing if we can take more of the shuttle's fuselage, and we might end up making a straight lifting body instead of a winged re-entry vehicle. Guys, I'm not married to the double seats, but what we could do is we could leave it there and just put it inside of a fairing. You'll still have the flight controls. You won't be able to see out the dang windows, but it harkens back to other different here. There were variants, the X-37C, there were variants of it, crew variants of it, and one of them didn't have any windows, you know? The other one did have some kind of windows, and then a docking port on the back, but, or like docking port on the Zenith, and that made a bulge in the vehicle and made it look a little bit weird. That's an aft-facing APAS right there, but if you do that, you got to move your all your thruster systems around up front. I don't mind either one of these. This is not bad. I don't really mind putting this inside of a fairing here. I mean, even if we get it close, if you went into EVA view and clicked on the IVA view and clicked on the window, you should still be able to see outside. So what I'm really debating doing here is going with a 3 fairing design, and then just covering up the entire capsule. Now, that does mean we need to add mass, and I need a different egress port somewhere else on the top of the vehicle or wherever, and that does complicate things a little bit, because, yeah, we'd need to do... we would need to do something like this. Not necessarily against it. Don't mind it. Doesn't that mean redoing all the aero testing? Our aero testing was only on the hull by itself, Hellfish. What we learned from it is the most important part, dude. Consider a crew tank and a probe core? What crew tank? No, I don't want to do that. And honestly, this thing would end up looking like the X-38, interestingly enough. Not against it. Seriously. Doing more DC 201. Yeah. I get it. I get you. Not the worst thing we've made. Honestly, not bad. Got to cover that up. We can cover it up by moving the fairing back a little bit. Yeah, that's it's really not bad, dudes. That's kind of what I'm looking for, to be honest. It looks a little bit smaller. I thought it would be longer. Yeah. I mean, we could do 201. We could do some DC 201 style stuff with this, I suppose. See why we wouldn't, or we couldn't. We would need to... How would Kerbals fix the situation on the Starliner? Just send another capsule. Probably blow up the station and themselves at the same time. Let me, let's wind tunnel test this. Angle of attack curves, pitching torque, dry. Ooh, my center of mass is not in a good spot. That's pretty good. That's not pretty good. All right, let's, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these, I'm going to put mass in them, and I'll get us where I want our center of mass to end up. That's where I need the center of mass to be. So now let's bring it back into the wind tunnel and let's look. Go here, like that. Update vessel, apply. Not good. No, this line needs to be straight, and I need my neutral point to be somewhere over here. That's no good. Just wondering if adding that and screwing up the center, or not screwing up, moving the center of lift is going to change anything. No. Want those tiles on the bottom just burned up? No. Why would they? Yeah, Sevi. Sucks. What are you gonna do? I'm just doing some different calculations. Oh. Yeah, that's... Where's it gonna get without any of that? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, not good. Not great. None of this is good. And this design works great, and it allows crews to eject. Oh, what did you do? Did you put a fairing around it? Oh. Yeah. Okay, I see what you did. Yeah, it's a single fairing. I got it. I got you. I think the tiles are making them drag. Yeah, Smoke, that's the intention. It's a re-entry vehicle. You want to make drag. We're not trying to make it aerodynamic. We want it to slow down, remember? There's a method to my madness, man. Hey, Noobly. No, it's gonna screw it up. Phoenix, yeah, it's good, man. It's good. It does look good like that, Smoke, yeah, but I'm really trying to I'm really trying to find a way to get my shuttle, the shuttle arrow shell, the shuttle fuselage to work with this. I'm really trying hard to get that right. But I'm not, that really didn't give me what I wanted at all, unfortunately. It's a shame because it looks really good. Sucks a lot. Ah. Thing still wants to nose down. Why? I don't get it. Why would it do that? Why does it want to do that? Huh. That's... So what I'm looking at here is you got to find the neutral point. So this is pitching torque. So with pitching torque, what I ideally want at 25 kilometers up, going 1,500 meters a second, I really want it to be able to just hold right around, you know, let's say anywhere between 20 and 45 degrees. I mean, long goal would be to have the line basically be straight right here from like minimal deviation, but still a downward slope from like 0 angle of attack to like 45. Right? Have the line not be steep there, but still be going down. That's really what I'm looking for. Like, I need this to be over here. Basically, this says if I let go of the controls at going 1,500 meters a second, 25 kilometers up, if I let go of the controls, the neutral spot where this thing's going to want to fly is like that, about 42 degrees pitched down. That's neutral, which is completely wrong. That's not good at all. That's bad. It wants to nose into the reentry. Not great. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna save this and I'm gonna start isolating variables here. Let's go in here and delete the fairing, just out of curiosity here, or perseverance. Sneaky, I saw what you said. And let's update the vessel, reapply. Where's our neutral spot? 47. It's even worse. You said that a little while back. That was you, right? It was like, I don't know, 15 minutes ago. Lost track of time, dude. Ha ha ha, time go burr. Angle the bottom back up near the back. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. There's not really much to angle, but there's nothing back there. I was gonna put control surfaces back there. Oh, it was Jim that said it. Oh, sorry, Sneaky. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Nose weight? No. Nose down indicates that our center of pressure is behind our center of mass. Let's try something weird. Yeah, that's better, moving the COM forward, but that doesn't really make sense. Nose idea. See, Kraken, I don't mind it, but what's the point of the fairing around the capsule in that design? That's what I was trying to do earlier. It's a good idea. You don't want no pitching because that means you have no control over the vehicle. S. You don't want the line to be flat. You want it to be going down. But you want it to be going down. See, it's going down at, like, for instance, that point right there. It's going down at 68 kilonewton meters. That will exceed RCS. Your RCS only has so much thrust. You know what I'm saying? And then your control surfaces only have your pitching input only has a certain amount of torque from your aero control surfaces. But up at 25, there's not much in the way of pitching input here. My pitching input is nothing because there's no control surfaces on it, right? But that's not control authority, that's stability. It's torque, it's pitching torque. The steeper that line is going down, the more technical stability that you have. But you got to remember, we don't necessarily want stability. We don't want a lot of stability during reentry because we got to do the S turns. Pure aesthetic, yeah, I got you. All right. Interdasting. And moving my center of mass forward did seem to help, but now, all right, now I want to check something. Let's just get rid of the wings. Yowza. Yeah. Okay. No. Yes, not at all. Your angle of attack is going to modulate during re-entry, depending on whether you need to push your trajectory further out, or pull it in further, or turn it left or turn it right. I'm ideally looking for a nominal window between, let's say, 10 degrees positive AOA and like, honestly, in Kerbal, you don't need 45. 45 means you screwed something up. 10 to 35, we need that line to be not straight, but we need that line to be going down just a little bit, just a smidge.
And finally, for March of 1989, near normal
That will get me what I want, because that means that my RCS, some of the RCS can be used for compensation, for heading alignment, but most of the RCS is used to be able to maneuver the vehicle. Think about it like you'll have RCS for trim, like trim tabs, and then you have RCS for maneuvering. You got to do that, but with RCS. Understand? That's ideally what I'm looking for. That is what we need to send this thing through. We just need a little bit of stability. I don't want it too stable during re-entry. Because if it's too stable, that means you've made a nuclear warhead. That was Dart's problem. It was way too stable during re-entry. And it just wanted to nose into the ground. Not cool. Not great. Not what I wanted. So what AOA would you like it to be? Passive, stable state. I just told you 10 to 35 would be ideal.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Did you figure out the nose? Not really. Put canards on it and call it a day. Canards on re-entry vehicles is cringe, Yixel. Don't you ever suggest that ever again in this chat, ever. That's cringe. Flaperons are okay. Flaperons are fine. Like Starship, Flaperons are okay. Canards are not Flaperons. Differences. I'm only halfway kidding. I'm annoyed because I'm not making the progress that I want. This isn't doing what I want it to do. Okay. Yeah, sometimes you get days like this, dude. When you choose to do harder projects like this, it happens. Yeah, you get days like this. But these streams are necessary, dude. I have to get back on my game. I'm not saying this would have taken me like 2 seconds a year ago at this time, but I probably would have had something a little bit better at this point. Interesting. Start over again. So this shape, I'm gonna rubber duck you guys. I gotta talk myself through this. This shape I need to go from here to here, and then basically follow the contour of the hull from there. Right? Yeah, so this needs to be angled like that. Okay, now here, enjoy the stream. Gotta go. All right, Space Ace. See you, buddy. There. Okay. Now we just have to line this line up. We gotta line the panels so they look more flush. We moved them because the rotational position of these triangles. There. Now what I'm going to do, got to rotate them in, right? Because we did that. Yeah, we got to rotate them. Okay. Come on. Come on. So I'm moving everything in straight 5-degree increments here, more or less, except for the couple of panels that I messed with at the very beginning. We can do more fine tuning later. See, I don't mind this. I really don't. My thing with this now is that I really need this line to be up here. It needs to be up there to make the shape that we want. Because I'm trying to... The bottom of this, guys, basically needs to look like a box. Let me think. All right. Take this piece, right? Like, if we just look at it from this profile, see how it goes out to the sides like that? That's what I need. That's the shape I'm going for. That's what I need. So, like, ideally, I would want these to be, like, up here somewhere. The problem with doing that, though, is if we do that, it doesn't line up with the panel at all. It looks awful. You're way better at tessellation than me, but this gets the point across. Yeah, I told you I tried doing something like that. It didn't come out exactly how I want, but we could do it again. Yeah, no, it's all good, Sea Kraken. That could work, but that's... The thing is the other thing that I'm worried about is introducing another fairing up here. You introduce another fairing, kind of all of our calculations from the double fairing hull gets completely thrown out the window. You know what I mean? See, that's what I want. This is getting us what we want. This is the last time we really went into hard tunnel testing and stuff. This doesn't really do that now, does it? There's no panels up in the front, like what we tested, you know, like. That's the IXV. IXV is another Biconic re-entry vehicle design. That's really what we need. That's what we got to do. I got to design the bottom of this thing first. If I could, oh man, if we could make that shape, that'd be money. What about the Lockheed CEV? You suggested that before at the end of... Oh gosh, it looks like a birthday cake. It looks like a birthday cake. That is kind of what I'm going for, but it looks like a birthday cake. I need a slice of that. Yeah. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it. Oh my gosh, that's so bad. All right, I think we may have been going about this in a weird, in a weird way. So let's just put that back there, save this for now. How about we try this? What do we want? Well, we want that IXV aesthetic. And I said the bottom of this needs to be flat-ish. So how would we go about doing that? Yeah, okay, I'm not sure I'm about the birthday cake life, you know what I mean? To each their own. If you don't like cake, fair enough. But, man. Okay, we're back to this. What we had before. Just looks awful. See, Kraken, you said before that if you line up a fairing up here on the profile line, you have the fairing go in and then go around this thing, right? You said that would work, yeah? If I can get a fairing to blend the bottom shape down here, we could have it go into the panel shape and get exactly what we're looking for.
And good evening to all of you folks back home. Isn't this exciting? We're being seen all over the world.
Oh, yes, I know 700 million people approximately.
So what would that take?
Tonight, some in summer, some in winter. But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Our first group, our first stop, will be on the grounds of the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back.
Should have never stopped playing this game, damn it.
Well, let's hit the road.
Thanks, Starfield. Really, yeah. I should have never stopped playing. I'm rusty. I'm worried, guys, that we might need to go back to do it. We might need to do simpler things than this, just so we can get. Yeah, Jonas, exactly. What about the Icarus, the original Planet of the Apes? From the original Planet of the Apes. That's not, yeah, no, not what I'm looking for. PSP2 is one of the games ever created. It is a game of all time. Get this stuff off. I can make another arrow shell in 2 seconds. Take that thing. Actually, attach this thing. We need that 10 degrees down. On absolute. We absolute snap. The edge of the nose lines up perfectly with the edge of the cockpit there. That's fine. All right, that's 10 degrees. So let's go to this fairing, go to interstage nodes. I'll do what I did before, right? And we'll make a control piece like this. And then I'll have something that we can rotate on it. And then sometime in September, Sebi, is where we're at. Get rid of that. Shut off interstage, right? Now, make sure we need something to align to the center axis. Yeah, that's fine. All right, now give me my fairing plate. Go with a 125 fairing plate, right? And now move the fairing plate back to this point right here. The reason why I want to move it back to this point is because I know that that particular point is where is inside of this forward fairing, so we could potentially have one fairing including another. That's kind of what I'm trying to go after, so we don't hamper the aerodynamics too much, right? And then move this back into position and find the terminator point for the fairing. That's the terminator point right there. Okay, so take the fairing, build the fairing, and we have to see, this is going to be a very strange-ish shape. So turn off snap. I don't know how the game's gonna handle this, but I'm hoping. All right, save. Now, not reading hatch obstructed. Yeah, she's not reading hatch obstructed, guys. Yeah, the editor. Let's save. Sun Temple. I'm not sure about attaching that on interstage nodes. I really don't know what's going to happen here. But let's go in here like this. Just out of curiosity, let's take this. Minus 90, positive 90, 25,000, 1500, update vessel, apply the curve. Interesting. I guess the real problem here is that I'm failing to, like, I'm trying to picture it in my head what I want this thing to look like. And I usually can do it, but I definitely don't want it to look like a freaking slice of birthday cake. That piece of fucking junk out of here. Maybe taco shape it. It is Tuesday. Hey, baby. Yeah. Let me mess with the smaller fuselage hull version of this for a second. So this one is basically doing what we want. Like, huh? No, I didn't click on that. Yeah, baby. So, let me just go in here for a second. Just get rid of that. Right? There you go. Would this do the same thing? Huh. Huh. Okay. That's weird. Why can't I figure this out? I know what I need to do, but I don't know what I need to do. But I know what I need to do, and I don't know what's need. Ugh. Sard already on X, Semi. I was afraid that this would happen. I would work myself into a corner with the design, which is something that it sucks because it's something that took so freaking long to get over. Like, oh, that took forever to just be able to make what I want, you know? Like, and I lost it. I'm annoyed. That sucks. Yeah, short line, I'm thinking that might be the right move. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm coming to, dudes. I don't think my building skills are enough to get this right. I could sit here, unless you want to spend 2 to 3 more weeks sitting here doing this, staring at it. You know? Like, look at the last project that I worked on in KSP before I switched to playing Starfield, which was... I got suckered by Todd Howard again. Don't get me wrong, it's a good game, but here, take a look at the last thing that we were working on. Nope, that's not it. I thought it was going to be Skyrim or Fallout 3 in space, and it's not. Yeah, it's not. Forgive the party hat. That's the last thing I was working on. Buddy felt the exact same way. Yeah, so Grim, like here's the thing. I don't just play a game like for 8 hours and be like, no, this game sucks. I'll play it and I'll play the snot out of it just to be sure. I probably put about 1,000 hours into Starfield. And then once we got to whatever that like play the game over again mode, just play it slightly differently, I was just like, wow, oh yeah, NG plus, yeah, that, yeah. Once I got to that, I'm like, this is dumb. I don't like this at all. Game was actually pretty decent up until there, but yeah, there's not really much. Looks like Stokes Upper Stage. It's not Stokes Upper Stage, it's an SSTO. Yeah, and I've gotten rusty, dudes, which sucks. Look at this thing. That's an SSTO, guys. This is a fully reusable SSTO. I just needed to build its pad. VTOL, vertical takeoff, vertical landing SSTO. With arrow spikes. Yep. Just need to get back into practice. Yeah. It might be better, Grim, to work with a little bit of a simpler project to get back in. Because if I sit there and try and persevere, it's not going to work. I'm not going to get it right because I don't know what I need. You know, like I'm not picturing it. The neurons aren't there. They were at one point, dude. We were building all kinds of cool stuff. I'd start from scratch and start rehoning your edge. Yep. I'm thinking. Yeah, if you can just get it right. Yeah, we can get the shape. That's what what is that rocket? Let me see. Oh, you're yeah, that's your. That's cool, man. Yeah, I was thinking mission mode rule set would probably be a good idea. MM2 rules, I could do it. Yeah. Get another small sat launcher like Imahara ready to go. So I have a rule set, Grimshark, that utilizes career. It's just it's designed to hone building skills. Yeah. Okay, guys. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I've decided. My building skills in Kerbal are good enough. They're good enough to start on something simple, right? We could sit here and try to mess with the shuttle for however, and I'll never get it to work exactly how I want. It'll take weeks. I don't want you guys sitting. I don't want to just sit here in the SPH all day, dudes. I really don't. Like. Well, I want to get to flying. I want to get to launching these rockets, etc., etc. And honestly, without a launch vehicle, without anything else, there's just not really much here to There's not much here to engineer. You know what I mean? Like I'm missing a lot of pieces to Dart's design, right? So, but I think, you know, with the fairings and everything and messing with panel tessellation and stuff, I think I'm good enough to get good enough, right? So what I'll probably do here, let me propose this idea. How about for the rest of this week, we variety stream, you know, we'll still do space news and stuff. I mean, or just do random stuff in KSP. Like launching, we'll do a shuttle launch or something and mess with that or whatever, or Jebstone or MLV or something, right? And oh jeez, excuse me. You know, can we just launch the Chungus, the big Chungus? We could do that, sure. Do a couple moon missions or something. Just play with the vehicles that we have, right? And then space news, and then obviously, you know, after hours variety, right? And then Monday we'll get going. We'll start the not start the new save off, but I will reinstate the MM2 rule set and make a new save. And yeah, we'll go from there. So the first thing that I did back in the day with Mission Mode 2 is I started with a small sat launcher. So that's what we're going to do. Well, I don't know if we're going to make Imahara again. We probably will. But I wouldn't call it Imahara or something. We'll figure out another name for it. And yeah, Imahara's pad was the problem. We'll build out something with some hard hybrid tech and stuff. Like a really good pad, and then we'll go from there. Does the OG Kerbal maneuvering unit have enough Delta V to make it to orbit? No. Big Jungus flies correctly, right? Maybe go rescue Dart like you wanted to just for fun. No, I don't want to mess with the continuity of my saves. I should have a backup mission mode save. Basically, MM2 from the start. 922 backup. Nope, nothing in there. Saves. There's the original mission mode 2. That's the MM2 rule set. What's in this file? Ships. Oh, there it is. There's the base mode. Yeah, that's it. That's mission mode. That's the empty mission mode save with all the rules and everything. Okay. We'll spend Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday in Kerbal just messing around with stuff. Probably, I want to launch a shuttle because I'm getting the hankering to fly the stupid thing. Any chance to launch Doninger? I had to ask. No, not into it. Yeah, that's what we should do. That's what we're gonna do. Cool beans. All right, I'm gonna put on an intermission video here, and yeah, I think I'm good enough to get some basic stuff done, and then we'll go from there. We got to make some progress. We got to make forward progress. I want to sit here and mess with that thing until we get it right. But the whole purpose of trying to make another Dart was to make sure I was still relatively sharp with building skills in Kerbal, and I'm all right. I'm all right. I just need a purpose. Part of the reason why I was blanking on Dart is because there's no point. What's the point? When you don't know what you need, we know from reading about systems engineering all the time that if you don't have a goal, you don't have a really set driven goal for this thing other than just, oh yeah, let's get this working just to, for the heck of it. Yeah, it's much harder. Believe it or not, it's harder to build when you don't have clearly defined goals. Who knew? Okay, so let's get the orbital mechanics video out, and I will get us we'll go to space news at the top of the hour. Just gonna take a slight intermission here. Would it be a good idea this week to see if Maya pads would work? I could do it. No. Yeah, I mean, we could do that. I could. I'm not sure what we would need to make, but I'll get back to you about it. But I wouldn't be against it. I wouldn't be against doing something like that. I've always said, like, I'm not against doing stuff like that, making my own parts for the application. Like, I could model Dark Shell right now, like, well, not model exactly what I want, but you get the idea. The real problem with making your own parts is that it does take some time. If I kind of go and look, I mean, we can explore this tomorrow if you want. We can figure out if I can figure out a quick way, an expedient way to make stuff that's on scale, textured correctly, that doesn't look stupid, that doesn't just look like a random part that I put in. Because if I make parts for the game, I want them to look like they belong there. I am very anal retentive about that. I hate, and don't get me wrong, this is me. I don't judge other people for doing this. I don't like it having a modded save where you have a part that's what you need, but it doesn't look like it belongs there. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that would be, if you want to spend the early hour segment before space news tomorrow, trying to go back and figure out how to mod stuff into KSP, I don't have a problem with that. I can do that. Yeah, I wouldn't be against it, because making custom parts, dude, if we got into a rhythm of using the rocket parts in KSP and then making launchpad parts, dude, I can make anything you want. I mean, we could make anything, and I mean anything. I wouldn't be against doing this, to be 100% real. Wouldn't be against doing this as long as the vehicles that we launch are using all stock parts. I'd be totally cool with it. And it also looks like it fits. Could we revive that Venture Star? Of course. God dang, that would have been awesome, dude. It would have been so good. Are you up to it? Why would I be suggesting it if I wasn't, Chief? Yeah, James, I make whatever part we want. Once again, it has to fit with the parts in KSP. That's going to be the hard part, because we got to texture them. And yeah, my texturing skill is suboptimal right now, but I'd be good, dude. I'd be good with that if you guys really wanted to. Once again, we have to find a way to expediently make parts and put them into Kerbal. And then maybe down the road, I'll take our mission mode part pack and I'll give it to you guys, you know. That clevis piece that I was talking about for the G11 hinges would be very, very cool. That'd be very useful. Field Marshal Jesus with 100 bits. Thank you very much. You could rip textures from KSP directly. Dude, there was a tutorial on how to make Kerbalized
Discovery,
textures a
no
little
drama.
while back. And by a little while back, I mean like eight or 9 years ago. I'd have to go find it. Fortunately, I know a lot of the Xkerbal developers. They're the ones that gave it to me in the first place. Yeah, there's a specific workflow for painting Kerbalized textures. I would have to get good at doing that, and that means we'd have to bust out GIMP and stuff and get good at that, or MS Paint, which we're not texturing in Paint. We're not doing that, even though I could. Yeah, of course, Jax. Of course I could. Hey, Twidget, 43-month resub. Yeah, I think we could do that. Yeah. I'd be really worried that I would get too hung up on the pack, making the mod pack work, though, like what happened last time. But, hey, whatever. We'll see it through. No access to Photoshop or Illustrator. Not legally. And it would be a very bad idea to not have a legal version of Photoshop to use on stream where you're making money. My version of Maya is legit. This video, let me see, Crankin. What am I looking at here? This is from Karcharoth. Yeah. This isn't it, no. But, yeah. I mean, this is... Yeah. It's the UV mapping that's gonna suck. It's been a while since I've UV mapped anything. Ever. Okay, we can look into doing that tomorrow. In the meantime, let me get up a video here, and we will start Space News when this video is over. Let me switch up the titles here. We'll go from there. Don't forget, we're playing Satisfactory for After Hours on the other side of Space News. That should start around 8 p.m. That's around 3 hour 15 from now. But now it's time to start this Space and Rocket review. Just after a quick
Discovery,
intermission.
go and throttle up.
Let me just switch that off of gaming to science and technology. There we go. Run ST on both sides. Okay, cool. I have a video for you to watch. I will be back when this video is done.
When ancient man looked to the heavens for guidance from the gods, he noticed star patterns and began to document their movement across the heavens. The ancients believed that the earth was flat, but around 350 BC, Aristotle proved that the earth was round. Later, about 150 AD, Ptolemy presented the geocentric theory, the belief that the earth is stationary at the center of the universe, with the sun, moon, stars, and planets revolving around it in complex orbits. In the 1500s, Nicholas Copernicus of Poland presented the heliocentric theory, the belief that the earth revolves around the sun as it rotates on its axis. This aspect of astronomy evolved into an intricate study of planetary motion known as orbital mechanics. Today, orbital mechanics is applied to space flight and satellites that orbit the Earth or travel beyond our solar system. In the early 1600s, Johann Kepler, a German mathematician, using the data on planetary observations collected by the Danish scientist Tycho Brahe, developed 3 laws of planetary motion. Kepler's first law states,
All planets move in elliptical orbits with the Sun at one focus and the other focus empty.
Applied to Earth satellites, the center of the Earth becomes one focus, with the other focus empty. For circular orbits, the 2 foci coincide. Kepler's second law, the law of areas, states,
The line joining the planet to the Sun sweeps over equal areas in equal time intervals.
When a satellite orbits, the line joining it to the Earth sweeps over equal areas in equal periods of time. If areas 1, 2, and 3 are equal, times 1, 2, and 3 are also equal. Therefore, the speed of the satellite changes depending on its distance from the center of the Earth. Speed is greatest at the point in the orbit closest to the Earth, called perigee, and is slowest at the point farthest from the Earth, called apogee. It is important to note that the orbit followed by a satellite is not dependent on its mass. A large, heavy satellite could be in the same orbit with a small, light one, each sweeping out equal areas in equal periods of time. Kepler's third law, the law of periods, relates the time required for a planet to make one complete trip around the Sun to its mean distance from the Sun.
For any planet, the square of its period of revolution is directly proportional to the cube of its mean distance from the Sun.
Applied to Earth satellites, Kepler's third law explains that the farther a satellite is from the Earth, the longer it will take to complete an orbit, the greater the distance it will travel to complete an orbit, and the slower its average speed will be. Isaac Newton, the father of classical mechanics, laid the groundwork for orbital mechanics. He combined the work of Kepler and others to formulate the law of universal gravitation and the 3 Newtonian laws of motion. While Kepler's laws provided a conceptual model of orbital motion, Newton's laws provided the foundation for the mathematical description of orbits. They explain why a satellite stays in orbit. Newton's law of universal gravitation.
Any two objects in the universe, such as the Earth and the Moon, attract each other with a force directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them.
Stated more simply, the more massive the objects are, or the closer they are, the greater the gravitational pull between them. Newton's first law of motion.
A body in motion will keep moving at the same speed and in the same direction unless acted upon by an external force.
A satellite moves in a curved path around the Earth because the Earth's gravitational pull acts as an external force on it. Newton's second law of motion.
If the sum of the forces acting on an object is not zero, the object will have an acceleration proportional to the magnitude and in the direction of the net force.
Newton's second law states that force equals mass times acceleration. It is this mathematical equation and the equation for universal gravitation that forms the basis for calculating orbits. Newton's third law of motion explains how a satellite gets into orbit.
For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction.
If you blow up a balloon and let it go, the balloon is pushed forward by the action of the air rushing out of it. A rocket's exhaust gases are like the air rushing out of the balloon. The following illustrates how a satellite stays in orbit. If a man stands on a mountain and fires a projectile horizontally, gravity will cause the path of the projectile to curve downward and it will strike the Earth. However, if the man fires the projectile fast enough at a specific speed, the curvature of its path due to gravity will match the curvature of the Earth under it. The projectile will then fall around the Earth, becoming an Earth-orbiting satellite. A projectile fired even faster will have a flight path away from the Earth, but gravity will act to slow the projectile down, change its flight path, and pull it back toward Earth. If the projectile's velocity increased enough, a velocity sufficient to escape the Earth's gravitational pull will be reached. This velocity is known as the escape velocity. It is equal to about 7 miles per second at the Earth's surface. The preceding description did not consider atmospheric drag and the Earth's rotation, both of which will affect the trajectory of the projectile. It illustrated the principles governing a satellite's orbit. There are 6 numbers called the orbital elements, which specify the size, shape, and orientation of an orbit in space, as well as the location of the spacecraft in the orbit. Based on an orbit which is an ellipse, the 6 orbital elements are length of the semi-major axis, eccentricity, inclination, right ascension of the ascending node, argument of perigee, time of perigee passage. The major axis of an elliptical orbit is the line joining the perigee and apogee. This line is also referred to as the line of apsides. The first orbital element is the semi-major axis. It is simply 1/2 the major axis. Circular orbits have no apogee or perigee. Therefore, the semi-major axis is simply 1/2 the diameter of the orbit. The semi-major axis is used to define the size of the orbit. From this, the orbital period, or time that it takes for the satellite to complete one orbit, can be calculated. The shape of an orbit is defined by the second orbital element called eccentricity. For all ellipses, the value of eccentricity lies between 0 and 1. The larger the value, the more elliptical the orbit. A spacecraft in Earth orbit with an eccentricity equal to or greater than 1 will escape the Earth's gravitational field. When orienting an orbit in space, a three-dimensional coordinate system must be defined. The coordinate system commonly used is the geocentric equatorial coordinate system, which has its origin at the Earth's center. This coordinate system is a non-rotating reference system in which a satellite's orbital plane tends to remain fixed relative to the stars while the Earth turns beneath it. The XY plane is the Earth's equatorial plane. The positive x-axis points to the vernal equinox. This is the point where the sun appears to cross the Earth's equator on its way north on the first day of spring each year. The z-axis is along the Earth's spin axis toward the North Pole. Nodes are points in a satellite's orbit which intersect the Earth's equatorial plane. The ascending node is the point at which the spacecraft crosses the equator going from south to north. The descending node is where the spacecraft crosses the equator going from north to south. The line joining the two nodes is called the line of nodes. The orientation of an orbit is determined by three orbital element angles. The right ascension of the ascending node is the angle between the x-axis and the ascending node. It is always measured eastward from the direction away from the vernal equinox in the Earth's equatorial plane. The argument of perigee is the angle between the ascending node and the point of perigee. It is measured in the orbital plane in the direction of spacecraft motion. Inclination is the angle between the equatorial plane and the orbital plane. A satellite which has an eastward velocity component at the ascending node has an orbital inclination lying between 0 and 90 degrees. Such an orbit is called a prograde orbit. A satellite which moves due north at the ascending node is in a polar orbit. Polar orbits have an orbital inclination of exactly 90 degrees. A satellite with a westward velocity component at the ascending node is in a retrograde orbit and has an orbital inclination between 90 and 180 degrees. The 5 orbital elements explained thus far describe the size, shape, and orientation of the orbit in space. The final element is a time value used to locate the satellite in its orbit. A satellite moves in a very predictable manner. It stays on schedule. Thus, if the time at which a satellite passes a particular point is known, the time when it will pass any other point can be determined. The particular point chosen is perigee, and the time of perigee passage is the last of the 6 orbital elements. The 6 orbital elements depict a spacecraft's orbit in non-rotating coordinates. To visualize an orbit relative to the rotating Earth, a projection traces the spacecraft's position on the Earth's surface. The projected path is called the ground track. As a satellite orbits the Earth, the ground track shifts westward. There are 2 causes for this. First, the primary contributor is the Earth's rotation toward the east under the orbital plane. Second, because the Earth is not a uniform sphere and bulges at the equator, its gravity is greatest at the equator. This causes the orbital plane to rotate slowly around the Earth's polar axis in a motion called precession. Precession is toward the west for prograde orbits and toward the east for retrograde orbits. For low Earth orbits such as those of the Space Shuttle at 150 miles altitude, the westward shift of the ground track due to the Earth's rotation is about 22.5 degrees, while the shift due to precession is only about a half degree. The inclination of a satellite orbit determines the north and south latitude limits of its ground track. The minimum orbital inclination is equal to the latitude of the launch site and is achieved by launching due east. For example, if a satellite is launched due east out of the Kennedy Space Center, which is located at 28.5 degrees north latitude, its orbital inclination will be 28.5 degrees, and the limits of its ground track will vary between 28.5 degrees north latitude and 28.5 degrees south latitude. If launch azimuth or direction of flight at launch measured eastward from due north is increased from due east, the orbital inclination angle increases as well as the maximum latitude of the north-south ground track. Therefore, the latitude limits of the ground track equal the new launch inclination. Similarly, if launch azimuth is decreased from due east, orbital inclination once again increases as well as the latitude limits of the ground track. The maximum practical inclination from a Kennedy Space Center launch is 57 degrees. This limit is imposed for safety considerations in order to keep the spacecraft and its booster system from flying over land masses during the ascent phase. To obtain an orbit with an inclination greater than 57 degrees, the spacecraft is launched from Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. Vandenberg offers the opportunity for southerly launches with orbit inclinations between approximately 70 degrees prograde through 138 degrees retrograde. A significant advantage of launching from Vandenberg is the capability to economically achieve polar orbits with ground tracks covering all latitudes from the North Pole to the South Pole. The Earth is constantly turning, and all points on its surface have an eastward velocity, with the greatest velocity occurring at the equator. The farther the launch site is from the equator, or as launch azimuth is increased or decreased from due east, less of the Earth's rotational velocity will be imparted to the launch vehicle. This requires more fuel to get into orbit, or payload weight will have to be decreased. Launches due east from a position on or near the equator, such as the Kourou launch site in French Guiana, used by the European Space Agency, acquire the advantage of a free velocity gain of about 1,500 feet per second. This compares to the approximate 1,300 feet per second gain available at the further north latitude of the Kennedy Space Center. Launching from an equatorial site offers a significant advantage in payload weight capability and minimizes the amount of fuel needed to achieve an equatorial orbit. Since many satellites operate in equatorial orbits, these are important considerations. Spacecraft are launched within a specified time interval called the launch window. Some of the factors affecting the launch window are launch and orbit lighting conditions, sun angles, payload orbit requirements, rendezvous phasing if a rendezvous is planned, tracking and communication requirements, and collision avoidance with other orbiting objects, to name a few. One of the factors defining the launch window for the Space Shuttle is launch lighting conditions, which can be illustrated by plotting time versus day of year. On this plot, we see daylight and darkness at the launch site. The longer daylight hours occur in the middle of the year, summertime. If daylight conditions are required for a convenient emergency landing site for the Space Shuttle, the launch window would now look like this. During the winter months, the available launch window for lighting conditions alone can be as little as 3 hours per day. When combined with the many other launch factors, the launch window becomes even more constrained. The choice of a particular launch vehicle for a mission depends upon the weight and size of the payload and the desired orbit. Expendable rockets used to place spacecraft in orbit usually consist of several stages that may incorporate both solid and liquid propellants for propulsion. When the fuel in each stage is depleted, the spent stage is jettisoned. Staging offers the advantage of discarding weight when it is no longer needed. The Space Shuttle is a two-stage system. At liftoff, the 2 solid rocket boosters and 3 Space Shuttle main engines are all producing thrust. After approximately 2 minutes of flight, at an altitude of 25 miles, the fuel in the solid rocket boosters is depleted and they are jettisoned. The 3 main engines, fueled by liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen carried in the external tank, continue to burn for several minutes until the shuttle reaches its cutoff velocity. At this time, the main engines are shut down and the external tank is jettisoned. 2 additional burns using the orbiter's maneuvering system referred to as OMS are required to place the orbiter in its final orbit. The OMS 1 burn occurs about 2 minutes after main engine shutdown and establishes the orbital apogee point. The OMS 2 burn takes place approximately 30 minutes later and circularizes the orbit. Once satellites are launched and put into orbit, it is often necessary to change the orbit with an on-orbit burn. The common term used in describing on-orbit burns or engine firings is delta V. Delta V is the incremental change in spacecraft velocity measured in feet per second resulting from the burn. The amount of fuel used during a burn depends on the desired delta V change and the mass of the spacecraft. Because the amount of fuel carried is limited, fuel consumption is one of the primary considerations in spacecraft mission planning and is critical to orbit lifetime. On orbit, a spacecraft can thrust in any direction. Burns along the flight path, forward and backward, are the most common. A unique feature of any orbital burn is that if no other burns occur, the spacecraft will later always pass again through the point of burn. Forward burns increase the spacecraft's velocity and are known as posigrade burns. With posigrade burns, the flight path of the vehicle will be raised at all points except the burn point. Burns opposite the direction of flight, which slow the spacecraft down, are called retrograde burns. For retrograde burns, the orbit will be lowered at all points except the burn point. The greater the delta V, the greater the difference between the pre-burn and post-burn orbits. Burns can be combined into maneuver sequences to change orbit size, shape, or orientation. One of the most common maneuver sequences is made up of 2 burns and is used to accomplish an orbit transfer between 2 circular orbits in the same orbital plane. The most energy-efficient transfer between 2 orbits of this type is the Hohmann transfer. The Hohmann transfer is actually 1/2 of an elliptical orbit with its perigee in one of the orbits and its apogee in the other. The burns occur at the perigee and apogee of the transfer orbit. The use of the Hohmann transfer minimizes the delta V required, thus having the advantage of using minimum fuel. The disadvantage of the Hohmann transfer is that it takes longer than most other transfers. The type of the transfer sequence depends on the mission and the amount of fuel available. For example, a space rescue where time is critical might use a fast transfer, while a routine satellite deployment where fuel saved for later use is important would most likely use a Hohmann transfer. The burns discussed so far have all been maneuvers in the original orbital plane and do not affect orbit inclination or node position. There are situations which require an orbital plane change, such as setting up a rendezvous or placing a satellite in an equatorial orbit. To change the inclination, the thrust vector must be directed at an angle to the orbital plane. A thrust with a component that is perpendicular to the orbital plane at either the ascending or descending node will rotate the orbital plane about the line of nodes. A northerly out-of-plane thrust at the ascending node will increase the inclination of a prograde orbit, while a southerly thrust will decrease it. Out-of-plane thrusts require considerable amounts of fuel and are performed only when absolutely required. The Space Shuttle, for example, using all of its onboard propellant, is capable of an on-orbit plane change of less than 3 degrees. Satellite orbital planes and altitudes are determined by their design mission, which very often includes a field of view requirement for optical or communications purposes. The field of view of a satellite is defined as the area of the Earth's surface that is in view from the satellite at any given time. Satellites in high orbits have greater fields of view than those in lower orbits. For example, a satellite at an altitude of 800 nautical miles has a circular field of view with a diameter of about 4,100 nautical miles. A satellite at 200 nautical miles has a circular field of view with a diameter of about 2,000 nautical miles. Low-orbit satellites are often used for photography and other types of Earth observation. A satellite placed in a low-inclination circular orbit at an altitude of about 19,300 nautical miles will have an angular velocity exactly equal to that of the Earth's. The satellite would seem to remain stationary in longitude as viewed from the ground. Such orbits are called geosynchronous and are used to provide a continuous communications capability among any system of ground stations within their field of view. The geosynchronous orbit field of view is constant and is limited to a latitude zone of about 70 degrees north and south of the equator. Effective satellite communications from geosynchronous orbit is not possible at either pole. However, because of their altitude, their field of view covers nearly half the globe. A special type of geosynchronous orbit with an inclination of 0 degrees is called a geostationary orbit. It appears to hover over a fixed point on the Earth's surface at the equator. Most U.S. communication satellites are in geosynchronous orbits, providing near worldwide communications coverage. For effective communications at high latitudes, the Molniya orbit is used. Molniya is the Russian word for lightning and is an orbit used extensively by the Soviet Union for its communication satellites. The Molniya orbit is highly eccentric with an apogee that is near the geosynchronous altitude and an inclination of about 63 degrees. The satellite slows down at apogee in the northern hemisphere and whips through perigee in the southern hemisphere. This provides communications in the northern hemisphere for up to 75% of its orbital period. Several satellites properly spaced in Molniya orbits can provide constant communications at the northern latitudes. Navigation satellites, such as the U.S. Navy's Transit System and the Joint Service Navstar GPS Global Positioning System, use lower orbits so that a user can receive signals from more than one satellite at any time. Another frequently used orbit is known as a sun-synchronous orbit. These take advantage of the precession of the orbital plane caused by the Earth not being a perfect sphere. All sun-synchronous orbits are highly inclined retrograde orbits which precess eastward around the Earth's polar axis at the rate of 1 revolution per year. Since the Earth-Sun line also revolves eastward at the rate of 1 revolution per year, the orbital plane will maintain a constant orientation relative to the Earth-Sun line. If the satellite's period is then synchronized with the rotation of the Earth, it will pass over the same point on the Earth's surface at the same local time at a regular interval. A sun-synchronous satellite ensures that a constant sun angle and uniform lighting exist for the same field of view from pass to pass. Satellites such as those in the Defense Meteorological Satellite Program and Landsat are sun-synchronous, imaging the entire Earth on a regular schedule. The gravitational attraction of the Earth on a spacecraft causes it to move in its orbit around the Earth. There are other, much smaller forces which will cause a spacecraft to deviate from its desired orbit. These forces cause what are known as orbital perturbations. Orbital precession, which is used to obtain sun-synchronous orbits, results from the perturbing effects of the Earth's non-spherical shape. Other perturbing forces are the gravitational pull of the Sun, the Moon, and planets, and solar winds, which are charged streams of protons and electrons that heat the Earth's atmosphere and increase atmospheric drag. In most cases, perturbing forces can be compensated for in the spacecraft and orbit design and present no major problems. If the forces disturb the orbit too much, thrusters can be fired to re-establish its desired orbital orientation or altitude. This is particularly true for spacecraft orbiting at very low altitudes, where the effects of atmospheric drag are greater and, if not compensated for, will eventually cause the spacecraft to deorbit. A spacecraft's operational lifetime is frequently limited only by the amount of fuel available to maintain its desired orbit. When its useful life is complete, a satellite is left in orbit or is deorbited, burning up when re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. When the Space Shuttle completes its orbital mission, it executes a precise retrograde burn to initiate its controlled return to Earth. This burn occurs nearly halfway around the Earth from the landing site. The new orbit established by the retrograde burn causes the orbiter to enter the Earth's atmosphere about 4,000 miles from the landing site. During the period the orbiter descends from its orbital altitude to atmospheric re-entry, its attitude is maintained by the use of reaction control jets located in the nose and tail of the orbiter. Once the orbiter enters the Earth's atmosphere, its wing and tail aerosurfaces begin to become effective and gradually replace the jets for attitude control. As the orbiter nears the landing field, it maneuvers to a long, straight-in approach at an angle of 17 to 19 degrees. Nearing the runway, it executes a flare maneuver to reduce its sink rate and glides to a touchdown at approximately 230 miles per hour. As the orbiter rolls to a stop, our journey into the world of orbital mechanics comes to an end for now. This is only the basics of orbital mechanics, an intricate study of planetary and satellite motion. The next time you see a launch, you will see it from a different, somewhat knowledgeable perspective. You will understand the fundamentals of spaceflight.
All right. What'd you think of that? Pretty good, right? All right. So, you understand orbital mechanics better? Neat. I shall grab lunch. You'll understand the fundamentals of spaceflight. All right, let's get those space news links teed up here. I got a couple. Okay, there's that. We talked about Fram 2 yesterday. There we go. Okay. Let's see. You know, I used to drive by the Saturn V about 3 days a week. I think I know a thing or two about spaceflight. Oh, yeah, man. You're an expert. Okay. The news cycle is not... It's not very big today. There's not a lot. So we'll probably be playing Satisfactory sooner rather than later. What was the deal with that tweet from SpaceX on the Boca Water stuff? Oh. Well, let's go find out. Okay. All right. I guess SpaceX chose to be spicy today. Let's dive in. Let's see what we got. This is coming from SpaceX Actual. All right, what do we got? CNBC's story on Starship's launch operations in South Texas is factually inaccurate in bold text. Starship's water-cooled flame deflector system is critical equipment for SpaceX's launch operations. It ensures flight safety and protects the launch site and surrounding area. Also known as the deluge system, it applies clean, potable, drinking water to the engine exhaust during static fire tests and launches to absorb the heat and vibration from the rocket engines firing. Similar equipment has long been used at launch sites across the United States, such as Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral Space Force stations in Florida, Vandenberg Space Force Base in California, and across the globe. SpaceX worked with the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality throughout the build and test of the water deluge system at Starbase to identify a permit approach. TCEQ personnel were on site at Starbase to observe the initial test of the system in July 2023, and TCEQ's website shows that SpaceX is covered by the Texas Multi-Sector General Permit. When the EPA issued their administrative order in March of 2024, it was done without an understanding of basic facts of the deluge system's operation or acknowledgement that we were operating under the Texas Multi-Sector General Permit. After we explained our operation to the EPA, they revised their position and allowed us to continue operating, but required us to obtain an individual permit from TCEQ, which will also allow us to expand deluge operations to the second pad. We've been diligently working on the permit with TCEQ, which was submitted on July 1st, 2024. TCEQ is expected to issue the draft individual permit and agreed compliance order this week. Throughout our ongoing coordination with both TCEQ and the EPA, we have explicitly asked if our operation of the deluge system needed to stop, and we were informed that operations could continue. TCEQ and the EPA have allowed continued operations because the deluge system is always compiled with common conditions set by an individual permit and causes no harm to the environment. Specifically, we only use potable water in the system's operation. At no time during the operation of the deluge system is the potable water used in an industrial process, nor is the water exposed to industrial processes before or during the operation of the system. The launch pad area is power washed prior to activating the deluge system with the power wash water collected and hauled off. The vast majority of the water used in each operation is vaporized by the rocket's engines. We send samples of the soil, air, and water around the pad to an independent accredited laboratory after every use of the deluge system, which have consistently shown negligible traces of any contaminants. Importantly, Well, CNBC story claims that there are very large exceedances of the mercury as part of the wastewater discharge at the site. All samples to date have in fact showed either no detectable levels of mercury whatsoever, or found in very few cases levels significantly below the limit EPA maintains for drinking water. Retention ponds capture excess water and are specially lined to prevent any mixing with the local groundwater. Any water captured in these ponds, including water from rainfall events, is pumped out and hauled off. Finally, some water does leave the area of the pad, mostly from water released prior to ignition and after engine shutdown or launch. To give you an idea on how much, a single use of the deluge system results in potable water equivalent to the rainfall of 0.004 thousandths of an inch across the area outside of the pad, which currently averages around 27 inches of rainfall per year. That is a tenth of a millimeter. What's below millimeter in metric? I don't remember. Yeah, so right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 0.1 micron. Micrometer. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's nothing. Yeah. With Starship, we're revolutionizing humanity's ability to access space with a fully reusable rocket that plays an integral role in multiple national priorities, including returning humans to the surface of the moon. SpaceX and its thousands of employees work tirelessly to ensure the United States remains a world leader in space, and we remain committed to working with our local and federal partners to be good stewards of the environment. Micrometer. The NBC updated its story yesterday with additionally factually inaccurate information. Oh boy. Or there may be a typo in one of the initial TCEQ's public versions of the permit application. The rest of the application and the lab reports clearly states that the levels of mercury found in non-stormwater discharge associated with a water deluge system are well below state and federal water quality criteria of no higher than 2.1 micrograms per liter for acute aquatic toxicity, and are in most instances non-detectable. The initial application was updated within 30 days to correct the typo, and TCEQ has updated the application to reflect the correction. I think so, Jim. I kind of want to go read this article now. Like, can we... Elon replied, CNBC sucks. All right. It's not Mike Sheets. Yeah, yeah, okay. Where... I want to read the article. I'll click on the article so you don't have to, okay? Now I'm curious. Where's that CNBC article? Hold on. CNBC SpaceX water. Let's see. I got it, fellas. I told you I'd find it, and I'd click on it so you don't have to. Elon Musk's SpaceX violated environmental regulations in releasing pollutants into nearby bodies of water in Texas, a state environmental agency said in a notice last week. The report from TCEQ came 5 months after the EPA also notified Space... Oh. The violations could threaten SpaceX's ambitions to increase Starship... All right. To be fair, SpaceX is Gwen's. Cope. Elon Musk's SpaceX violated environmental regulations by repeatedly releasing pollutants into or near bodies of water in Texas. A state agency said in a notice of violation focused on the company's water deluge system. Okay. The notice from TCEQ last week came 5 months after the EPA agency Region 6 office, which covers Texas and surrounding areas, also informed SpaceX that it violated the Clean Water Act with the same type of activity. The notices and related investigative records obtained by CNBC have not been previously reported. TCEQ said its agency's office in South Texas in the South Texas city of Harlingen, near Starbase in Boca Chica, received a complaint on August 6, 2023, alleging that SpaceX was discharging deluge water without TCEQ authorization. Received a complaint. Gee, I wonder who that came from. In total, Harlingen region, the Harlingen region received 14 complaints alleging environmental impacts from the facility's deluge system. Aerospace companies, including SpaceX, generally need to be in compliance with state and federal laws to gain approval from the FAA for future launches. SpaceX was seeking permission to conduct up to 25 launches and landings of its Starship spacecraft and Super Heavy rocket from its Boca Chica facility. Notices of violation could delay those approvals and result in civil monetary... Okay, yeah. In a lengthy post on X following publication of the story, SpaceX said regulators have told the company that it continue with operations despite the violation notices. Throughout our ongoing coordination with TCEQ and the EPA, we have explicitly asked if operation of the deluge system needed to stop, and we were informed the operations could continue. Yeah. Neither regulator answered CNBC's question regarding SpaceX's statement. Wait, they edited this mid... On July 25th, 2024, an environmental investigator with TCEQ conducted an in-house compliance record review to determine SpaceX has complied with wastewater regulations. The investigation found that SpaceX discharged industrial wastewater without a permit 4 times between March and July of this year. No, they didn't. All right. Water deluge systems with flame deflectors diffuse heat, sound, and energy generated by orbital flights and rocket launches, but SpaceX didn't build that system into its launch site in Boca Chica before it began to do test flights of the largest rocket ever, Starship. SpaceX is developing Starship to transport... Why was that pertinent? All right. SpaceX is developing Starship to transport people and equipment to the moon, and if Musk eventually realizes his grand vision to colonize Mars. The first test flight of Starship in April of 2023, energy from the rocket caused SpaceX's concrete launch pad to explode, and its spacecraft also blew up in midair. Chunks of concrete were hurled into a nesting and migration site important to some endangered species nearby, and a 3.5-acre fire chewed through Boca Chica State Parkland south of the launch pad. In response, the environmental groups filed a lawsuit against SpaceX and the FAA, which has authorized its launches. With Musk pushing for another orbital test flight within 1 to 2 months, SpaceX rushed to rebuild the launch pad, installing a new water deluge system to keep it from exploding again. The company bypassed the permitting process according to regulators, which would have required it to meet pollutant discharge limits and say how it would treat its wastewater. SpaceX ran its first full pressure test of the deluge system in July 2023. About a month later, on August 25th, EPA initiated a probe and requested information from the company regarding its wastewater discharges and more. The agency issued a formal notice of violation to SpaceX on March 13th, according to records obtained by CNBC. On March 14th, despite receiving the EPA notice a day earlier, SpaceX pressed ahead with its third test flight of Starship, again using its unauthorized water deluge system at the... Okay. The company hit new milestones with the test flight, and Musk appeared triumphant. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson congratulated SpaceX on a successful test flight, although the rocket was lost during its descent above the Indian Ocean. Up, yep, here we go. Here we go. Yep. 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 Yeah, I'm not including that. You guys, if you want to read that, go ahead. I'm not saying that part out loud. Once the agencies had informed SpaceX it was in violation of environmental regulations, continuing with launch operations at Starbase put the company at greater legal risk. Further wastewater discharge could trigger more investigations and criminal charges for the company or any people involved in authorizing the launches. It's ESG Hound Element, the guy that made a big deal about this in the first place, and he seems to keep making a big deal out of this, even though it's not really a big deal. But he seems to think he knows more than the EPA and everybody else and SpaceX about their own rocket deluge system. And because he's a contrarian opinion, a lot of mainstream news picks it up because, take a shot at the king, right? That's what's going on here. Like, am I interpreting this wrong, fellas? I'm pretty sure I'm on par here. Yeah, that's right, floating. Yeah. Kenneth Teague, a coastal ecologist based out of Austin, evaluated the 483-page SpaceX permit application. Teague, who has more than 3 decades of water quality and coastal planning experience, told CNBC the application was full of holes, missing basic details about water discharge volumes, the temperature of the effluent and outfall locations. Teague said he's especially concerned about the concentration of mercury in the wastewater from the SpaceX deluge system. The levels disclosed in the document represent very large exceedance of the mercury water quality criteria. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, mercury is one of the most serious contaminants threatening our nation's waters because it is a potent neurological poison in fish, wildlife, and humans. He said the temperature discharges and pollutants like mercury in high concentrations could cause significant nerve impacts. Yeah, mercury kills things. Thank you. Thank you for the update, pal. SpaceX application fails to address this very serious concern. SpaceX said in its response on X that there were no detectable levels of mercury found in its samples, but SpaceX wrote in its July permit application under the header-specific testing requirements, Table 2 for outfall 001 that its mercury concentration at one outfall location was 113 micrograms per liter. Water criteria in the state calls for levels no higher than 2.1 micrograms per liter for acute aquatic toxicity and much lower levels for human health. CNBC reached out to the FAA on Friday. The agency didn't provide comment for the story, but announced on Monday that it's postponing public meetings. Yeah, that's another thing we got to discuss. CNBC reached out to the FAA on Friday. The agency didn't provide a comment for this story, but announced on Monday that it's postponing public meetings that have been planned for this week. The meetings were for an environmental assessment for SpaceX's plan to increase the launches and landings of its Starship Super Heavy vehicles scheduled at the Boca Chica site in Cameron County. I want to go back to see what they said about mercury here. Get this, 113 micrograms was... Get this, 113 micrograms they quoted was because of a missed decibel in the photo scan. Oh. Yeah, it's in their comment. We just read it. I'm just, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's right here. Well, Tessa, that environmental engineer was basing his entire thesis off of that typo. So, I mean, the guy also said there were glaring holes, whatever that means. I mean, what would the source of mercury be? It seems logical to assume it was a typo. Yeah, well. I mean, Pete, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like people don't throw that out the window, the logic out the window to make a good story nowadays, you know? That's no secret. Yeah, so... See, I'm not... It seems like SpaceX has all their T's crossed and their I's dotted. It very much seems like they got a general permit, right? They got a general permit from TCEQ about water discharge, right? You got a general permit, and then they built the system, and it worked, and then the EPA, somebody complained to the EPA looked at somebody, I'll bet you it's somebody. And then the EPA went and looked at it and said, everything seems okay here, but you probably want a specific permit, an individual permit, not a general permit, because this is, not everybody has launch deluge systems in Texas for their rocket launch pads, right? So it'd probably be a good idea to get an individual permit, and it looks like SpaceX did, and everything's good. Did I miss anything here? Yeah, Pete, that's my big thing. 0.113 is probably what it is. Like, where's this mercury coming from? You have potable water being mixed with methane, being mixed with potentially, well, combustion byproduct remnants of methane and oxygen. There's no mercury in this equation unless it's background, unless it's coming out of the ground. Like, there's no mercury here. This is not rocket science. You missed a bad CNBC journalist with a bone to pick with SpaceX. If there's any bet, I'll bet it came from the ocean. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's what I mean. It'd be background, right? Like, that was the one hard fact in the whole article, and it was a typo. Doesn't seem like anything's wrong here. I'm pretty sure, if anything, guys, this is hard to judge what this deluge system is going to do, because it's the first of its kind. How are you gonna know? How are you gonna know until you go and test it and do something with it? Which, once again, that explains the general permit from TCEQ, right? And then somebody complained to the EPA. The EPA went to look at it and they said, "Yeah, this seems fine. Just get a more individualized permit so the nomenclature is fine." And once again, CNBC is working. They seem to base that entire article off of the permit submission from SpaceX, which means this is what SpaceX wants to do with no input from the EPA, implying that that's gospel. The submitted report is gospel, which is, see, a permit application. Permit is what you want to do. And you send it to these people and say, this is what I want to do. And they say, no, you can't do this, and this. Writing an article stating that SpaceX is breaking the law based off of their permit applications, and then having environmentalists look at this permit application and say they're breaking the law based off of that is not a good way to report the news. That's like grading somebody's test on a first draft. It's a permit application. that's this. There's no story here. There's no news here. This is just. There's no news. I mean, the only thing that you can really write this off of is that somebody at CNBC has a bone to pick with SpaceX. I mean, that's the only thing I can really think of here. Like, why would you even bring this up? And why would you cite people that have no familiarity with the issue as sources as to why this issue is bad? You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. Like, this is not science. I don't like covering stuff like this. I've decided I'm not doing this anymore. There's an upgraded draft environmental assessment that SpaceX submitted the other day. It will get approved and they will launch. Their deluge system is fine. Dishonest is the word I think you want. You know, it just goes back to what I was saying. Like, you can like SpaceX, you cannot like Elon, that's fine. But don't conflate the two. You can say he's a jerk but still think SpaceX is cool. That's totally fine. I think, you know, it's like it's high school or something, man. But to try and insinuate that somehow SpaceX is succeeding in spite of him is a little crazy. That's ridiculous. That's not what's going on at all. All of the author's other pieces are all hits against months in his companies. Yeah, of course, Jax. Yeah. Why did SpaceX decide to respond more lately? I think because they're sick of the nonsense. I think SpaceX is very much worried about an article like that gaining traction and it influencing people who make decisions when it comes to this stuff. You read their article, that means they win. Clickbait, negative stories sell. Yeah, okay, that's fine, Jib. If they want, I'll take that exchange so you don't have to, right? But also, I'm gonna sit here and say that the person that wrote that is a fucking moron. Look, man, you can put the article out all you want. That does not save you. That does not absolve you from judgment by your peers. I'm sorry, it doesn't. I would hope people do the same with me. I'll take my time out. Okay, timeout over. I'm not saying no more about this. I don't need to say anything else. This is a nothing burger. Have fun with that. Anyway. Yeah, Wisp, all I can do is just present people with facts. That's it. That's all I'm going to do. And it's not like, oh, facts are the best thing in the world. No. Look, man. People make something out of nothing. They make mountains out of molehills. It's a little ridiculous. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm getting kind of sick of it, which is why I don't want to be a part of it anymore. You know? A nothing burger. No, Exo, in this particular case, I probably would agree with what Eric Berger has to say about this. Because he loved, that dude loves SpaceX, and that's fine. I do too. Yeah, there you go, Dink. That's it, man. Trade 1 for 500. I'll take the deal, and I'll be able to... So, like, okay. Swearing aside and saying that person is an idiot aside, right? Here's the thing. I know now that I can't trust that person. I can't trust what that person has to say. They violated their own journalistic integrity in my eyes, right? I've been watching a press corps for years, okay? Years, a decade, pretty much, a little over a decade. I know who writes these articles and I know who doesn't. Very careful about who we take sources from for this exact reason. You know? Anyway, next bit of news. Check this out. Sierra Space posted this video. They did another burst test on their Life 285 module. The Life 285 module is an inflatable habitat module that what Sierra Space is actually working on now is making a multi-axis inflatable module. What does that mean in plain English? Docking ports on the inflated parts of the module, because in the past, the inflatable modules really only had a docking port on this side and this side, or at least any plans for them. Sierra Space is working on integrating a docking port fixture on the radial axis of the port. That's what this test is for. Life 285 could have a grapple point for a robotic arm. It could have a docking port. You could have a window. You could have an airlock. You could have whatever you want. The crazy thing is that this is on an inflatable module, which is actually super cool. Here, anyway, you want to make sure that this thing doesn't pop in space. So to make sure that that doesn't happen, Sierra Space has done this. Yeet! .8 psi, result 74 psi. That's a little bit of an over margin there, but hey, good. No sound. Yep, nothing. That's destructive testing, baby. So they're testing at 70 psi, which is like, what is that, 4 bar? Which is well above what you'd ever see inside of any spacecraft module ever. Modules up there are 14.7 psi. And we're looking at so you got to think about what's your pressure differential here. 14.7 psi on the inside and 0 on the outside. That gives you a 15 psi, give or take, rounded delta there between inside and out. This thing is rated for 4 times that. Yeah, that thing ain't popping. It's not popping in space. The next thing I think they should do is shoot spuds at it, but whatever. Maybe they'll do that. What would it feel like to be in 60 psi? Weird. Three bar is 45 psi. Yeah, this thing is way over-engineered, but that's on purpose because. Why would you over-engineer it to that margin? Well, you'd over-engineer it to that margin because it's an inflatable module, right? Like, I mean, one, it's a crew module, but right with this inflatable. Yeah, you know you're never exceeding that. You're never. Look, man, if you're exceeding that if your internal pressure passes 4 bar, I'm pretty sure the last thing you need to worry about is your module popping, because that either means A, your environmental control systems have had a catastrophic depressurization and you need to get the hell off the space station anyway, or your space station's on fire. In which case, the module bursting is the last thing you need to worry about. You need to leave. You need to leave. Which is why they chose those margins there. You're never dude, if you encounter 4 bar inside of a module on a space station in space, you got a big problem. Run away. You want it to pop at 420 psi. Okay. Just joined. How does that do with micrometeorites? That would probably be something. That would be my question, dude. How is it going to do with micrometeorites? You're going to need to shoot bullets at this thing. Actually, micrometeorites should be going faster than bullets. Yeah, you need to just see what it does. Yeah, Sassor, I guess it depends, right? Anyway. Humans can live in hundreds of psi if transition slowly. Yeah, there you go. 4 bars. My diesel will only do 1.5 bar boost. Nice. If I recall correctly, there are NASA facilities that have super high-speed pew-pews. Yeah. Yep. Oh. Yeah, this is the next bit of space news that's going to affect our schedule a little bit tomorrow. So check this out. NASA, yeah, thanks, Jim. I was going to talk about it. I had it kind of linked up here. NASA is going to give us another update on what's going on with Starliner tomorrow at 1 p.m. To provide an update on the agency's Boeing crew flight test mission. Mission managers continue to evaluate Starliner spacecraft's readiness in advance of decisional meetings no earlier than next week regarding the return of NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. Participants include Ken Bowersox, Joe Montalbano, Rush DeLoach, Joe Acaba, Emily Nelson, Chief Flight Director, NASA Operations Flight Directorate. Where's Steve Stitch? And Mark Nappy. Huh. That'll be an interesting conversation. So that's going to be tomorrow. So we're going to start off with space news tomorrow, and then, yeah, I'm not sure what we'll do from there. There's no rocket launches. The range is clear today and tomorrow. Progress MS-28 goes off at 11:20 tomorrow. Interesting. Okay. So I've been out of the loop on Starliner, but have they said anything about another test flight before operational missions? You have no. You finish this test flight, review the data, make your decision based off of that. Did I hear that it may block a docking port permanently or press hyperbole? I don't know who the hell reported that box, but they need to immediately stop writing about spaceflight. Yeah, like immediately stop. It'll never permanently block a docking port. The docking, even if Starliner is a brick, right, and they shut it off and they shut it off and it's a brick, you can't do anything with it. The ISS docking port that it attached to can dump it. The docking ports that NASA uses are NDS. They're NASA docking system. That's derived from the International Docking System Standards, which is based off of APAS 95, believe it or not, a Russian docking port, or at least something very similar to it. APAS are androgynous ports, so basically, even if one port is completely passive, the other one can latch to it. In this particular case, the ISS could dump Starliner if it really needed to. If it really needed to. Whoever wrote that knows nothing about anything that I just said. It wouldn't surprise me if they keep it under one bar and have some of that self-healing goop in between the layers. I mean, just maybe, I don't know. Yeah, Exo. There's a lot of bull crap to wade to get to the good space news, but yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to not get involved with that. That's my new thing. I'm not being a part of this. I'm not doing it. Not doing it. I'm just sticking to technical stuff, man. With that being said, check this out. Astrolab, who has a contract to build a lunar rover, posted this. I might have to mute this because of DMCA, but here. Nope. We're copyright free. All right. That's pretty coggers, dude. Yeah, I would assume that then the inflatable modules work like a bulletproof vest, dude, right? Like, that doesn't look like a Ford Raptor. It's Ford Raptor from a parallel timeline. So this is Astrolab. They very clearly have a pretty high fidelity model of their rover that they want NASA contracted them to make, which is actually super cool. Now give it to Whistling. Give it to Whistling. See how it holds up. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Anyway, that's pretty cool. I like what Jim said. Oh, that's really neat. Wonder when they'll cancel it. No comment. No comment. That Cybertruck video. Dude, okay, so I like Whistling. Been watching Whistling for a long time. The reason why that Cybertruck bumper broke is when they drove it off those concrete cylinders, the concrete drainage pipes, it sheared the bumper. Like you could see it shear the bumper. You know why? Bumpers are designed to take load on their long axis, not on this axis. So they're designed for tensile strength. They're designed for tensile strength, not shearing strength. Because it's a bumper, it's a trailer hitch. You did that with any truck, it would do the same thing, man. Probably worse. Yeah, you know, I mean, okay, so just think about it like this. How much does Cybertruck weigh? Cybertruck's like, what, 6,000 pounds or something? It's something absurd, right? So you have 6,000 pounds of force pushing down on that bumper, on a bumper that's rated on a completely, that's perpendicular to its 10,000 pound axis load, right? Basically, if this is the truck, right, this is the back of a Cybertruck, your bumper is right here. Bumper is designed to be pulled. It's designed for tensile strength because you're towing things, right? When you hit it this way with basically half of its rated load on a perpendicular axis to what its load rated for, yeah, it's going to break. There's not many things that would survive that in one piece. That would be like, I don't know, trying to fly like a 747 backwards. I don't know what's going to happen. It's probably not going to be good. And yeah, flying backwards generally isn't what you want. 7,000. There you go, Sea Kraken. Yep. He was pulling. No, not. Well, Rocket Guy here. All right, let me show you. Look, it's right at the beginning of the video. So if you guys want to go watch Whistling, do it. I like this dude. I think this dude's funny as hell. I mean, he breaks stuff, but whatever. All right, so check this out. This is the beginning of Cody's video right here. Take a look. And once again, this is not saying that his review is not good. A lot of the other tests that he did were actually pretty rad. So I thought it would be here. Watch, just take a peek. Actually, the intro to this video is pretty freaking cool. They compared a Cybertruck to an F-150. That right there, Rocket Guy, that's what I'm talking about. They did that towing test after this. Watch the rear bumper. Boink. You see that? It was quick. Yeah, see that? That's not good for it. That right there. There's a point where the entire load of the Cybertruck is basically applying a shearing force to that bumper. Yeah, there's not many trucks that would be happy after this. See that? So Cybertruck's bumper and its receiver in the back is all cast. It's cast into a subframe, right? And there's no way that didn't crack that casting. There is not a chance in hell that didn't crack that casting. 7,000 pounds of shear force is being applied. Well, it's maybe not 7,000 because the front wheels are touching, but the front wheels are on the ground. But clearly that's like here. Boink. Yeah, that's not good for it. Anyway, I do like Whistling. Whistling's an awesome YouTuber. It's a funny dude. The guy makes me laugh. One of his other videos, he bought a turbojet engine and strapped it to a merry-go-round. Yeah, that ended about as good as you... No, I'm serious. Like a real jet engine. The guy's playing Kerbal, and he's playing Kerbal in real life. It's really funny, actually. The Ferrari videos. I don't think he meant to do that one, Panda. I don't think they meant to burn that Ferrari to the ground. I'm pretty sure that was not on purpose. Giga castings are unknown repair territory. Yep. Challenger on carriage wheels is pretty funny, yeah. There are some concerns like repairability if you ever crack the casting. everything people have shamed it with has been dumb so far. If you want to criticize Tesla, do it for an honest reason, like their corrosion problems are cracking the suspension. Aqualux, yeah, I mean, sure, if you want to go with all that. Personally, I think Cybertruck is performing pretty much as advertised. There are some parts that are a little cheap if you look at the rest of Whistlin's video, like when he shut the doors, look what happened. Like, should probably fix that. But in terms of like being an armored personnel carrier, Cybertruck pretty much lives up to that. It's pretty damn good at it. Like they beat the crap out of that damn truck. And they beat the crap out of the F-150 too. The F-150 did pretty well. I was pretty happy with that. You know? You're slightly defocused. Isn't the point of a casting to be cheap, high volume? But yeah, I mean, my big thing, Aqualux, with Tesla is that they're not right to repair. So you guys are talking about, oh, can you fix it if we crack the casting? Tesla ain't going to give you another casting. That's what I mean. I'm not cool with that. Like, if you break your truck, that's it. Not okay with that. You should be able to repair the thing that you bought. It's yours. That's my big thing with Tesla. I think that's a fair criticism. Other than that, I think Cybertruck's really cool, to be honest with you. They beat the crap out of this thing. They had guys just take sledgehammers to it for like 20 minutes, and it was like, and they were sitting inside going like, dude, I'm telling you, watch that video. It's crazy. There are plenty of real problems to point out about Teslas without making up stories of them catching on fire. Yeah, Bill, it's funny. All that does is just make them look stupid. Like that CNBC article. That's a really good example. Tesla, Apple, John Deere. Is there a difference between them? Nope. To be fair, no car company is pro right to repair in this age of time. You have no idea what you just said, Sebi. To imply that Tesla is as anti-right to repair as Ford or Chevy or any other automotive manufacturer is absurd. I could buy a Toyota from 1973 right now and go to any Toyota dealership and get a part for it. Any Toyota dealership, ever. Any car. Any car. Toyota stands behind their product. Right? And I'm saying that as Mr. American Truck over here. You could go buy parts from the dealership for a 73 Corolla right now. With Ford, it's back to the 80s. I could go buy brand new parts for my 97 F250 at the Ford dealership right now. I could walk in and be like, I need this part. And they'll be like, okay, cool. We'll get it from the warehouse. We'll have it for you in a week or a day or whatever. Right? Any part, anytime, any dealership. You absolutely cannot do that with Tesla. No way. 1973, not a 2023. Okay, you're not listening to what I'm saying at all. That's fine. I'll just keep going. What else do we have? Toyota, Ford, Chevy are more exception to the rule, to be honest. I can't get parts for your 97 BMW bike. Well, that's on you for buying a crappy bike manufacturer. So how's that my problem? You guys are saying not most people is right to repair. I give you plenty case examples of of automotive manufacturers being pro right to repair, and you say, well, no, not like that. What? I'm confused. If you're talking, Seb, the only thing I can really think of is that you're talking about the design of cars nowadays. The design of cars, yeah, sure. But that's not necessarily anti or pro right to repair. You could still buy parts for these cars. That's what right to repair is all about. Is it a pain in the butt to fix a new car and replace a part on a new car? Oh yeah, absolutely. But that's not anti right to repair. That's just annoying. But you can still go buy the parts. That's the difference here. There's no... If I need a new drive unit for my Tesla, I have to take it to them and they have to do it. I can't do it myself. You don't have any option to fix your vehicle. You can't go to Tesla and buy parts wholesale. That's No. Dude, I like Teslas. I think they're cool cars. I'm not going to buy one because of that. And it's a shame because I really like SpaceX and I really like Tesla and all that. I want to support, but not like that. But you die if playing mechanic in a Tesla. I don't understand what that means, Alex, but all right. So yeah, just some food for thought there. Anyway, let's see what else. Yeah, Panton, I'm not one to criticize. I don't have my own automobile company. Just work on cars, dude. That's in no means a deterrence if you want to buy a Tesla or something. Do it. They're great cars. The panel gap could use some improvement, and some of the build quality could use some improvement, but they're getting there, dude. They're getting there. It's definitely better than the quality from like a Tesla from 10 years ago. You know what I mean? I was talking about the fixability mostly. Your average Joe can't fix a modern 2024 Ford Mustang by themselves when it has electronic problems. Yeah, but of course you can. You can, but the part is there. Like if you wanted to, the part is there. That's what I'm saying. Tesla has no aftermarket support. Nothing. No, there's not even first market support. You can't buy Tesla parts wholesale. That is a big problem. I'm not gonna buy. I'm not gonna buy something you don't stand behind it, right? Like, sorry, not doing that. It's not about whether you can or can't, Sebi. It's about the choice in the matter. That's what right to repair is. It's the choice. Even Ford and Chevy with their electric vehicles. I can go to Ford right now and buy a Mach-E drive unit. I can go to the dealership right now, buy one, no problem. They won't even question it. Pay me. Here you go. Have an electric drivetrain. There you go. Done. Yeah, Element. I think that's what we're dancing around. But yeah, just take that. Like I said, take that for what it's worth. That's my criticism of Tesla, and I don't listen to me. I mean. My taste in cars is clearly a little bit out there. Yeah, we'll say a little bit out there. So, yeah, I mean, that shouldn't dissuade you from buying one. I think they're great cars. I think Cybertruck's cool, to be honest with you. I think it's a pretty cool truck. The 48-volt architecture drive-by-wire is actually super cool. Popping in between glasses to say hi. I'll talk to you in about an hour. All right, we'll be here. Honest question. What are your thoughts on the used EV market in 5 years when the market is flooded with EVs with battery degradation? Batteries are expensive, and the most experts agree the price won't go down anytime soon. Oh, what price of anything is going down? J-Speed. Yeah. In terms of the context of the EV market, I don't know, man. Hybrids. I don't know, dude. I don't think the battery degradation is that big of a deal. Have I seen this? This is Heavy D. Yeah, man. Alien Viper. I saw your link. I saw your link. Yeah, Heavy D. Dude, he beat the snot out of a Cybertruck. That's what I'm saying, dude. Cybertruck's pretty cool design. I just wish I could work on it. You know what I mean? If something breaks. Dude, if that casting breaks, you're screwed. You have a really nice 7,000-pound piece of stainless steel. The only solution is to take it to Tesla and have them pay for it, in which case they probably won't. They'll just give you another one. I don't like that. I don't think throwaway culture like that is a good idea. That's not, I mean, you're supposed to be sustainable, unless I'm missing something. This is just my personal opinion on it. Not saying Tesla's bad. Teslas are pretty cool cars. I like them a lot, actually. I just wouldn't buy one because of that. Battery degradation is not a large issue. Things like individual cells failing will be a problem, but I guarantee independent shops will pop up that do battery repair. Yep. Cybertruck is cool unless you want to reach a new truck bed from the side. You know what, JSV? Here's my thing. You know what the thing about Cybertruck is? At least somebody's trying to do something innovative for a change, all right? It's something. Because it's something. Like, I just feel like we've been rehashing the same design of truck for like the last 20 years. Which is, I mean, all right. Like, you know, because they work. Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, there you go. With the regulations that are in place. Oh, you added that to the end, huh? You added that little something to the end of what you said. Oh, that's weird. More importantly, it's not Cybershoe. Tesla makes cars and trucks, caveman. They don't make something that's halfway in between. Yeah, they make cars and trucks. Actually, the Model Y is kind of halfway in between, but hey, whatever. Anyway. Let's see. There's really not much else, guys. Yeah, the cycle is kind of slow today. Ooh. What is this? Hang on. National Reconnaissance Office. Tech Tuesday. Hexagon achieved 19 successful missions with the help of the Titan 3D rocket. Learn more about the rocket that was capable of launching a satellite as big as a bus. Thank you very much. I will. I'm honestly annoyed how hard it is to get anything that isn't a crossover nowadays. You'll get no argument from me, man. Oh, man. Post the rest of the video. Dang it. Where's the rest of the video, NRO? Crap. Sit there and watch that all day. Anything else? Anything else? Yeah, news cycle is a little bit slow today. Did I read last? Going on the end of KSP, a couple people I know helped me out and found this devlog on the revamp KSC. It has a bunch of textures in the link. Oh. Oh, that's B9. Dude, he made that all in SketchUp. Can you believe that? I remember when this thread was freaking posted, dude. Oh, dear. Yeah, he made the VAB in freaking SketchUp. You've got to be kidding me. All right. Yep. D9's good people, dude. I've actually never met him before. Oh, there's your normal map. That's awesome. Yeah, dude, I remember this. Crazy. Yep. Dude, I can do all this. Shouldn't be, this is not a big deal. I can do that. That's not a problem. It would take a second. It'd take me some time to remember how to do it, but I'm gonna hold on to that thread, dude. Thank you. Anyway, speaking of, let's get the heck off that. That was Bozzy. He was saying something. Speaking of building cars, some French mad lad put a 500 horsepower K20 in a Renault Twingo. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Cool. Yeah, those Honda motors, those K20s, you can do some pretty good stuff with them. They're pretty good little engines. The K-Series is always a good motor. But hopefully this helps expedite texturing. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, exactly, Goat Man. What these just randomly pop up in my following feed by people that I'm not following. I'm not upset. What the actual hell is going on? I feel so bad for that girl. Oh my goodness. But also, man, it just, what do you, what? 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 Oh, okay. I blinked. What happened? Nothing. Don't worry about it. Nothing. It's fine. It's fine. Let's see what's going on with our buddies over at NSF. It's fine. Trust me, they're fine with it. Nothing. Oh my goodness, that's awesome. Have you seen the new Renault 5? It doesn't actually look that bad. Is it a car? Yeah, that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat, dude. Yeah, not bad. Seems like they enter over a short little history playlist on YouTube. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, sick. Oh, that's actually super cool. Good find, Hill Hydra. Ship 26 move. That's right, Sean. Yeah. Let's see. Let me see something. Here we go. Hang on, I need to check something. I probably shouldn't do this, but this is Flame Trench, any real quick. Yeah, T45 Go Shock. There we go. Are they finally scrapping Ship 26? Oh, I hope to. I hope so. John, you said you... Okay, I went to YouTube and found it kind of funny. Oh, okay. Oh man, Alex is getting a lot of flack in that town. Frick those people, man. I like Alex. Control F EJ? Nah, you shouldn't read the comment section like that, dude. I'll just be prowling for haters, go and yell at them. Anyway, let's see what's going on with the down in Starbase. This footage is coming from Starbase Live from our buddies over at NSF. Guys, please go over there. Go over there and support them, please. It's good stuff. There's that crane dolly. They're bringing the crane down to fix those stabilizers, no doubt. The boom to jib stabilizer on this crane snapped the other day. Also, look at the dolly. The dolly for the crane compared to the car next to it. Camaro. Yeah, that dolly is not small. Yeah, the stabilizer snapped. Let's see if NSF has some footage of them taking it apart. During the last Flame Trench, you did some cheer and clap thing while saying identical. Was that a reference to something? It's a reference to my cousin Vinny. Ah. Yep. There's your stabilize. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Whoa, ho, ho, ho. I couldn't explain the reference. Ah, identical. There's that part is not like the other part. Yeah, that's broken. This is a... No, the CC8800 isn't a Liebherr crane. Wear and tear or overload? Don't know, Tessa. Yeah, I'm not sure. The CC8800, it's not a Liebherr crane, pretty sure. Yeah, that thing's very broken. It's a Sarens, that's what it is. Thanks, Sean. Yeah. I wonder if it damaged the flange. See these things right here, guys? Those are pendants. That's what I was talking about. These things are the pendants. They kind of just hold parts of the crane together. I wonder how much dollars it is to repair that. I don't know, but they're taking the other stabilizer bar off. You got to push a pin out with a hammer. Oh, that's... That's a boom stop. Yeah, well, you got the boom part right. That's broken. Yeah, that's... Those sides look okay. That clevis looks fine. That's an easy fix, right? Those stabilizer bars are probably not cheap. Those are probably not cheap. Yeah, if one sheared, the other one would, yeah, snap. It's Windows!
much do you think Microsoft Windows is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer.
And listen to this incredible music.
Windows.
All right, that's enough. Delete that? No. Rocket Garden, ship 30, 26. What was the other ones? 32 and 20. What the heck they're gonna do with 20? They gave out with some force, see some charring when it let go. Yeah, that's it's expensive. Just when it was out of my head, you put it back in. Sorry. My bad. My bad. SpaceX could use a lawn ornament for the new Texas HQ. I don't know how you're going to get Ship 20 to Bastrop, but yeah, sure. Hey, wait a minute. Let me back up. Back up there. Yeah. Kuka. See the robotic arm? I think Kuka, Sebi, but I'm not sure. It looked like the Kuka ones that we saw come in here a long time ago. That guy's really high up in the air. Just thought I'd let you know. They didn't have 2 new stabilizers, so only one is being used right now. Huh. Okay. Oh, nice 5th wheel, dude. Hell yeah. Oh, yep, there he is, bringing in that. There's the stabilizer. It's on the 5th wheel. But that trailer has 4 wheels. Yeah, and the 5th one is the pivoting point. Oh, nice maneuver. That's the 5th one. There's a 5th wheel right there. There's 4 over there and there's 1 there. That's not how that works. It's the 4 wheels on the truck and the 5th wheels in the bed. Yeah, those, see that? Yeah, those are broken. Yeah, that's not how that's supposed to be. It's Kuka. Tesla also uses Kuka. Yep. Telescopy boy. Cool. I bet it gets fixed and put back into service. I mean, it's a cast part, dude. Maybe. Maybe the outside of the cylinder, sure, but not the movie part, the shiny part. No. Junk. Get rid of it. Scrap. Oh yeah, look at the little bumper pads. Huh. I have to, I need to ask Alex what the heck is all this stuff. I haven't been keeping up, like, for the longest time, dude. I wasn't keeping up with any of this stuff. Interesting. Like, what are these cylinders for? Anybody know? Those are the pistons that move the rail up and down. That is a big gusset plate. Whoa. That thing is real heavy. Whoa. And they're still not painted Apollo red. Dude. So those are reinforcement. They're reinforcement brackets. Reinforcement plates on the joints here. So the tower doesn't flex this way. It doesn't move. Because I have a feeling that a lot of mass is going to get added to this tower in the future very quickly. Dude, you're going to need a hammer wrench to freaking just put all those things together. They are the pistons that actually push the rail. Okay, Ringtone. Thank you. Yeah. Dude, there was a time where I could tell you every component on this thing. Not that ship sailed a long time ago, dude. But hopefully we'll get back to it. And they should be putting this one on the other side. They have this plate piloted on a couple of holes right there. They're going to put this one on the other side. And we are not going to see it. That looks like good old Victorian bridge construction. They're not riveted, though. They're bolted, dude. Yep, that's what Jack was talking about in the update video yesterday. Where they're extending Star Factory. During the Raptor side. Oh, okay, Foz. Yeah. Dude, I still can't believe they took a flap disc to the front of a freaking spaceship. I'm sorry, that's just... Those are flap disc marks. See all the squiggly lines up there? Somebody took a damn flap disc to that thing. That's just... They took a grinding wheel to it, which is just... That still is weird to me. It's just stainless. I know, but you wouldn't see that anywhere. There's already a song about the Mechazilla slap. Oh, jeez. Why wouldn't they? Yeah. Oh. One thing that I've always said, guys, is if you want to know if a test flight is on the horizon, start to see if the propellant truck starts showing up on Highway 4 in these videos. If the propellant trucks are showing up, you're getting ready to use something with propellant. I know. Weird, huh? SpaceX craft are delicate flowers. Meanwhile at SpaceX. Spacecrafts are delicate flowers. Meanwhile at SpaceX. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Dude, it's got one stabilizer on it. Is that okay to do? I mean, I guess it's okay to do. Look, I'm looking at it. Yep, they removed the dolly, and now what they're gonna do is take the boom and do that. Watch. Yep, there it goes. Bring that up. All right. Next module. The guy in the side by side is in reverse. The side by side is in reverse. What? That's only 2 levels, aren't there usually 3? This is the top. That's the top of the tower, Jim. Yeah, there's... Or at least I think it is. It's not like the very top. There's a piece that goes on top of it I think. Nice. 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 This is 7. There's still 8 and 9 in Sanchez. Last segments are smaller. Yeah. Okay. It's the bottom of the top then. Yeah. Didn't realize they were that close to the end of Stacking Tower 2. Yep. The Gator went backwards the entire roll. Dude, I saw that. Yeah, Ringtone, I saw that. Module 7, 8, and 9 are only 2 levels. There you go. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. I wonder why. I wonder why you would do that way. I'm sure there's a good reason, but it's the beginning of the end. On Tower 1, segment 7 was 3. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't remember that being like that, but they must have learned something from the first tower, and it must have made more sense to make those things in smaller segments. Weight and height, maybe? Sean, that's my guess. I'll bet you it's easier for the crane. That's my guess. I'll bet you it's easier for the crane to move it around. I want to see that crane go up again, man. Dude. That seems like the configuration for that thing until the very end, until the stack is done. Then maybe they'll add one more, but it's hooking up the load spreader for the new module right now. Oh, sweet. Let's go take a peek. You can see live views from Starbase all the time. Oh, yeah. Could also earn cash on whatever the hell that was. Yep, there's the load spreader. Yeah, go over and subscribe to NSF, dude. They got live streams. We got live streams 24/7, baby. The current configuration is the tallest it will be. Thanks, Ringtone. I'd like to point out that thing right there probably weighs more than that thing right there. See that thing right there? I bet you it weighs more than that truck. The only time I've seen a crane this size is for constructing wind turbines. Cool. Side by side. Probably weighs more than, I bet you, what do you think? All 4 of those trucks? That thing is heavy. It's cast. That thing's not breaking. Configuration 1 was 468 MSL. Config 2 is 574, and Config 3 will be smaller than 1 per the FAA. Oh, right on, Ringtone. Thank you. You think Config 1 will be for building the orbital launch mount? Or Config 3 will be for the OLM? Whatever they're, stack the tower first, so Config 1 is big, Config 2 is the biggest, Config 3 is a little bit smaller? Yeah, probably. I mean, that makes the most sense. Yeah, that thing is weight. Ew, Jeep. Yeah, I agree. Bep. MJEP. That is a big freaking crane, dude. I know I say it pretty much every time, but that thing is a monster. Looks like they're going home for the day. Yep. I'll throw you a ping in the NSF Discord with the link to that PDF. Oh, dude, hit me up. Tag me. Hello, Predongles. Dude, is it? Oh, I was gonna say it's a little bit early over there. No, it's like 8. It's like 8 in the morning. My name Jep. My name is Jeff. My name Jep. My name Jeff, not Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
See? Oh, hi, did I miss anything? I know I said I wouldn't get caught up with bad journalism, Hokey, but I have no... let me just say that I have no confidence in CNBC for saying anything viable about SpaceX as an article ever again. There's that. Sierra Space tested a new inflatable module, a destructive test where they blew it up at like, I think it was like 4 or 5 bar, which bodes pretty well considering it has radial plates on the inflatable part that you could put a docking port on, which is super cool. That's super neat. SpaceX has repaired the Saren's crane. That's what we were looking at here. Yuck! 113 months party parade. If you ever visit, I just found a place that does all you can eat Goyuza for 3,000 yen for 2 hours. They just keep bringing it out to you until you ask them to stop. Also includes all the drinks you want. We have to have a Goyuza eating competition. That pronunciation. I don't know, man. Dumplings. Amazing dumplings. Gyoza in English. What kind? Chicken or beef? Pork, you'll lose. You'll lose. You will lose. Pork and shrimp. Do they have beef dumplings? Not this place, just pork. Yeah, you'll lose. All you can eat, dude? Bro, I'm American. I don't think you want to open that box. What do you think? Dude, I'm American and an Italian ethnically on top of that. You sure you want to play this game? You sure you want to play this game? I don't think you want to play this game. And it's pork dumplings. I'll bet on that. You don't know me? Okay, guy. Yeah, drinking at the table by an 80-year-old Japanese man. Yeah, after 16 rounds, Tessa. Bro, you'd do 5 and you'd be on the ground. You do know me. You don't know me. You do know me. Why does Australia always have beef against the U.S. in sports? Look at how that... And you said beef. It's doubly funny. Yes. Last night was 65. I think if I skip breakfast, I could do better. 65. All right. Beef. Do you think the crane failure was related to the 30 minutes of guy wailing on the crane with the sledgehammer we saw? Yeah, that may have had something to do with it. But then again, you need a sledgehammer to put that thing together. It's an adult mechano kit or a Rector set. My English isn't very good when it comes to food. What are dumplings? Are you familiar with pierogi, O10? It's kind of like that. Dumplings are like an Asian version of ravioli. Changed my mind. Pro tip, you can't. You dick predominant. Now I'm hungry. I'm getting Chinese food tonight. Hell with this. Go get Chinese food. Wonton, yeah. Yeah, okay, that's fair. The meat sweats. Ravioli, I know. Dumplings are kind of like ravioli. Same idea. It's just what's inside of it is different. Like a dumpling, a pork dumpling will have pork, a bunch of other things in there. Relevant to the topic. I can't. I can't. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Oh, ringtone. Thanks for the link, dude. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, let's go. Does it show the configurations of that crane on there? I will give you a horns emoji for linking that. That's a horns emoji reaction. It's not loading. Maybe if I push the button harder, it'll do it. I got the Windows song stuck in my head. Loads fine for you. It loads fine on one of my computers, but on the other computer, I get that. All right, fine. We'll do this way. Yeah, baby. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Cool. Still, just this screen. You know, that's good. Screens are good. You like dumplings, you would love Schweiban Maltisch. Yeah, okay. Any updates on Starliner? Hokie, we got a press conference for tomorrow at 1. So, yeah, we're going to do a shifted around schedule. NHL goalies when they don't know where the puck is. Sent me something on Discord related to the crane. Oh, the manual for it. Yes. Thank you. Note to self, tune in at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Yes. Twitching, I think I used to break better than that when I was younger. Admittedly, you had epilepsy. I really wish I didn't read that out loud. I really wish I didn't read that one out loud. Yeah, it's heavy. I'd probably eat those. Oh my god. It's so screwed up. That's so messed up. Yeah, ringtone, I saw it, dude. Yeah, I saw page 3. We're good, man. We're good. Oh, God. Okay. All right, dudes. News cycle is a little bit slow today. So I think, do you guys hear that? Do you hear that? I did see the Astrobotic rover, yeah. Thanks for the quick summary. All good, man. Can I do the dance? Like, right? Like, that's the dance, right? Not as bad as Jack with the... That was funny, yeah. More kitty paws? No? Alright. Nailed it? Alright, cool. We're good. We're good. Doing it again. Hey. All right. All right. I'm changing the title of the stream, dude. Why is it so screwed up? All right, guys. So for After Hours tonight, we're playing Satisfactory. Satisfactory is a 3D factory building game. We're gonna pick up basically where we left off, which is I have no idea where. Oh. Yeah. I don't remember. I don't remember, mate. One last end off before 1.0 breaks things. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Get your fingers out. Oh, I don't know, Tessa, has it? I must have missed that. Red card. I don't know. Cammy, get your fingers out. No, it's on golf. I thought he was putting a sub on. All right, here we go. So, if you're familiar with how I play other games, I like playing the ever-loving poop out of games. Satisfactory is no exception to this. Yeah. Oh, that's such a good idea, Joe. That was epic. I remember watching that live. Amazing. So... Oh, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. Oh my goodness. Do I remember how to do this? Anyone else have an audio desync? I don't think so. Yeah. This is... Yeah. So this is the factory. I'm trying to make a vertical main bus, and we've been working on all the systems to do that. Basically, my factory is going to be a skyscraper. That's what I wanted it to be. There's the prefabricator right there. Yeah, baby. There's all the train stations. Oh, yeah. The last time you played this, we've just had Adrian music. Huh? Oh, yeah. Don't forget to scan my nuts. Too bad this might not make it through after the 1.0 update. The power setup you have at the moment would become almost double its power setup from the update alone. Oh, well. I'm just gonna have to make it all again. So basically what this entire factory is designed around is, or everything here is designed around it. That's an OSHA violation right there. Let me remember. Yeah, there we go. Hey, all right. Your boy remembered how to do it. This room, I gotta get through this wall here. There's, okay. That's not the way to do that. So I'm trying to feed all the resources into this hallway right here. Everything is getting fed into this hallway here that goes into my factory. Each floor on the factory will be doing something. I haven't really figured out exactly what yet. Oh, that's right. We got rid of all. I deleted all of it. Oh my goodness. So essentially right here, this opening right here is going to be a vertical main bus. So what is a main bus factory? Main bus factory is a factory that's built around one centralized assembly line. The reason why I'm feeding all the resources, all certain resources here, is because the assembly line is going to go that way. And this thing will be this building will be super freaking tall. And every floor is going to be producing something. OSHA. The devs recommended a new save for the 1.0 upcoming lore. Oh. So right now I'm syncing stuff for tickets so we could buy things, but yeah, these are the feed lines. All raw material and like tier 1 refined resources. So like ingots, certain byproducts from other combustion processes will get inserted here. Some conveyor belts aren't finished, and that's the part that we got to figure out, because yeah, what lines need what, because I have no idea what we were doing the last time I played this. It feels like it's been a long time, but really, has it been that long? I don't remember. I know I shored up the foundries. That's what we were doing before. We made the foundries and the smelter arrays. We upgraded them big time over the last time. That's what this building is. At least this is one of them. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I take the time to enclose all my machinery, guys. If you're wondering, like, what I mean when I say I play the ever-loving crap out of these games. Everything is railinged up. That's more than a 1 meter fall per Space OSHA rules. You don't want to piss off Space OSHA. They'll come down here and stick a burrito up your butt or something. And you don't want to do that. Sorry. And everything is kind of built to a certain standard. I have like building codes that I kind of informally work with, and it's really cool because the end result is a factory that looks awesome. Like everything is color coded. All the railings are the right color except for that one and that one. Sweet. What's in there? Quartz? Oh, this is sick. Why is that there? What's in here? Raw. See what I mean? Everything is engineered. Everything is engineered like, not perfectly, but everything looks the same. Everything is made to code. I have building codes for how all this stuff goes together. They make literal art in Satisfactory now. Yeah, dude. That's what I really want this thing to be. Sevy. Oh, here. You guys want to see something cool? Look at this. Look at the oil array. The fluid buffer array. Oh. God, this was one of my favorite parts. I love this part. I was so happy when we made this thing. Look at it. It's awesome. Yep, that's oil refining, and then over here I'm using water for something. I think we'll have to see. I kind of really wanted this, and the reason why I made everything like labeled and why I made everything cool is because I took elements that I learned from level design once upon a time to make this place look awesome. I wanted it to look like this. I tried to make everything has supports, for instance. Like all of my trestles and bridges and stuff all have support. Everything is supported right. Even pipes that go over tracks are supported. I built by these building codes because I really wanted this to look like a video game level. Yeah, that was the idea. I wanted it to look like it belongs, look like this could be like a futuristic Call of Duty map. Yeah, even my control rooms and stuff, they're... So this is the Refinery Array 2 substation. And we're making aluminium solution, aluminum scrap, we're making rubber, oil, floodlight control. I kind of was aiming for something between Half-Life and Portal. Yeah. And then down here is the material delivery array, where we have bauxite and coal being brought in and Cilia and alumina scrap getting put out. So like my conveyor hubs and conveyor belts are all covered with proper lighting and stuff. It's all done on purpose. What is there left to do? Emote, I know what I was trying to do was get all the resources fed into the base of the main factory. That's what I was trying to do. Whether I did that or not kind of remains to be seen. I'm not 100% sure. In the meantime, I'm just making lots of concrete here. Where is this train going? Is this coal or nuclear powered? Neither. Oil. My power plants are over there. See, I even put the flexible joints in on the pipe, you know, things about pipe and stuff. I know that was one of the things that we just worked on, the water array. I know we finished that one relatively recently. And then the oil power plants are down there. Obviously the grid is scalable, but I don't think we're ever going to need it. Indeed. Let's go back to my main resource array and we'll see what we need to make. Now there are actual big power poles. Yeah. Okay, so this one is silica. That one is rubber. That's working. Or that one's plastic. That one's rubber. What's above it? I labeled everything in case I forgot. Hole? That's quartz up top. And then limestone is up at the very top. Sulfur. Copper ingot. Iron ingot. Or steel ingot, iron ingot. What is that one? Aluminum ingot. Caterium. I made my own power poles. My own power poles are better than their power poles. Screw their power poles. Power poles are dumb. And I believe quartz, and then that one is coal. We need coal and we need quartz in here. And in the meantime, I just have the sinks in here. What's this stuff? That's more quartz. Quartz and steel. So before we do this too, we should figure out what recipes we want. But yeah, I just built a bunch of these things here and powered them off the factory's circuit board. Is the powerhouse still here? No. Main factory power is not there. Okay. It's very impressive. Thanks, man. Yeah. I remember it actually. The style that I build in, it's supposed to kind of look like Half-Life almost, but the style that we came up with, we called it Vabtory. V-A-B-T-O-R-Y. Vabtory. Vehicle assembly building. So NASA punk almost. This is the building where my fabricator is. It's supposed to look like the VAB. That was the idea. Vabtory. It's supposed to look like NASA integration buildings. That was the build aesthetic. Lots of service gantries, lots of open air spaces for putting big things together. And in this particular case, I built it with a lot of catwalks so I can look at stuff from different angles. Yeah, Vabtories was the aesthetic. And you can even shut the lights off. It's the building that prints buildings. That's right, Urban. Yes, precisely. Where'd you put the turbo encabulator? I don't know. Yes? Oh my gosh, the AGMU is slow, so slow. Get the EDK. EDK once you hook it up, Wolfie. The EDK cooks, man. That thing makes stuff really, really quickly. Do we have any tickets? Did you get your tickets? All right. Nice. See, now I'm wondering, what? Yeah, Tikani, yeah, Epic Factories, man. That's right. Now I'm wondering, so we got to move coal and we got to move quartz. That was the big one. I think we may have been setting up a train for that, I think. And I, being the idiot that I am, was really blanking on how to do the block signals. But actually, since workers, I think I got it under control. Let's just go down here. I know that quartz and coal are over there. No ticket. Yeah, right. NASA Punk is an amazing name for a theme. That's the theme. Theme is NASA Punk. What does that thing have? Guess not. I know I have a bauxite train. I know we have an oil train. Oh. There. Yes. Coal quartz. It's gonna be a shame leaving this damn save, dudes. I've had this save since 2.0. Or update 2. Yeah, I reset because they redid the desert after update 2. If you guys remember it. You guys remember. Yeah, we built this train track. I remember this, and this loops around this stone structure here. When did you build all this? Charles, I've built this over a long period of time. Like I said, update 2 is when I started this save. Yeah, this factory's been rebuilt 3 or 4 times over the years. When was that? 2017, 2018? Yep, see, I built this Vista train track. It's right on the edge. Oh yeah, Charles. Yeah, I mean, it looks like we might have to start over. But yeah, the reason why this map's so freaking cool, dude, is because, yeah, don't fall. Yeah, exactly. I have old ramps from other things because I've redone things over the years, but I kept that stuff. There's old walkways and stuff. Like, dude, see that roadway right there? That one right there that I built? I built that 6 years ago? Probably. They said current saves will be fine, but old saves will not get the new lore. I've had this save for a half decade, Blue. I'm pretty sure we're in the reset your save category. So we needed to get coal and quartz over here. Huh? That's what we're doing. Plug the coal in over there, plug the quartz in over there. That was the idea, I think. Oh no. How do you holster something in this game? Just that but bold and plan for the future? I'll just keep going with this build, Tessa, if we're gonna play it more. H. Thank you. Holster. That makes sense. Goatshire. There's water here. Pure water. Yeah, I'm not sure what the lore is going to do. Like, are you satisfied yet? Yeah, a little bit. So we need to get quartz over here on a belt. But we should be cognizant of that. Of the water supply. I think we should go around that. And then over here, we have coal. And we're gonna have to wire up all of this. Frank? Hey, Frankie! Long time no see, buddy. Anyway. Okay, so we gotta connect up quartz. We gotta connect up coal. Pretty straightforward stuff. Now, what the hell? Oh, the road's all messed up. How unfortunate. So... okay, that's the coal quartz train. We're gonna need to get power down there to the coal and the quartz area. That's the big one. We gotta make power lines. Maybe we'll use the new ones, maybe we won't. I don't know. It's down in here. Oh, that room is... this room is very unfinished. Yeah, that's... ignore this part. Yeah, dude, everything has like maintenance tunnels and stuff, guys. Like we spared no expense. Every support, every pillar, everything is where it should be. It's easy to maintain, it's easy to diagnose. You can walk around, it's polite, it's right. It's the Mr. McSneezy Deluxe. The rail transfers power, no? Yeah, of course it does, Trafalgar, but I wouldn't want to do that because this is the temporary building area inside of the Elon tent. Why would I want trains carrying power for me? I don't want to do that. I like having a separate power harness, dude. This is the oil loading area right here. And then if I'm remembering right, there's some back rooms over here. Yeah, dude, we'll carry the power by itself. So I can individually shut everything off. That's how I do my power systems. Yeah. I remember what's down here. The vault. Not finished. Then the smelter arrays are up here. And then I have untapped resource nodes right here too. Oh, that's poo-poo. Doo-doo caca poo-poo. Yeah, you guys, you thought I would freaking... Thought I was just gonna put some machines down and call it a day, man. Hell no. All my machines are indoors, and if they produce emissions, I put vents in for the emissions. That's so we can just fly out. .0 comes out in September, dude. All right, so getting coal and quartz figured out seems to be the line item. That's synergy. You can shut that. Hold on 1 second, dudes. We need the I need the satisfactory. There's the satisfactory calculator. Resource map. Production map. No. Maybe it's in here? Oh, nope, that's workers. Atlas? Yeah, okay. Maybe that? What's that one? Yeah. Oh. I thought I had it in here. Guys, somewhere floating around on the internet is a resource chart that looks like that. It looks exactly like this. This is for workers, though. That's not for Satisfactory. I don't know where it is. Wrong folder. Shh, 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 shh. Let's do resource tree. Nukanori, you got something? No, not really. Yeah, whatever, I'll figure it out. Recipe quick reference, Jim? Let's see. That's it. You got it, dude. Thank you. Yes. That's it, dude. Thank you. You know where this one's getting saved? In that same folder. Save it. Don't tell me what to do, you jackwagon. Gosh dang son of a beep. Yeah, research. When EJ Satisfactory high bay in both mega bays. If I see the need to ringtone, we'll have to do that. Okay, so it's after hours, you can swear. Be quiet. Jackwagon, interesting insult coming from a job knocky. Oh, you're... Shut up. That's outdated. There's one for patch 8. Okay, so let's do recipe quick reference guide Satisfactory. Ah, there we go. Dude, I don't remember, dudes, but I seem to recall us hitting a big snag somewhere. And it wasn't the coal or it wasn't the quartz. What was the thing here? What was holding me back? I don't really remember. If I'm remembering correctly, guys, it's liquids. Liquids. I think we may need liquids on our main feed into the factory, dudes. Train blocks were definitely holding me back. But I seem to recall us needing to run pipes in here as well. Job gnocchi. Yep. Yeah, Jimmy, that's the last thing I remember, dude. What are we gonna need, though? I don't remember. If you have coal going in, then water must have been it, right? Yeah, dude, it was the fact that we needed to move liquids in here. I needed to work on an array to get liquids in here, and that's when I think I was like, nah, never mind. Because this whole freaking thing is built around that. I think that has something to do with it. I gotta remember the alt recipes that we have as well. Right? Look back into the VODs? No. I want to see how good I can remember, dude. That's the fun. That's right. We weren't tooled for turbo fuel. All right. I already played KSP today, Euchreman. Okay. All right. Now, on the opposite end of this, for the coal and the quartz feed line, let's, oh, see? There's concrete up here. I was redoing something over here. I was moving conveyor belts around. This concrete I was using as a gantry right there. What were we moving and why? Oh, there's your 2 belts. Yep. Coal and quartz. Those 2 belts, are they both connected? That one loops over there. The hell? Okay. Those 2 pop out there. Now, where do they need to connect? They need to connect up the hole. Oh, how are we gonna get that in here? What's on top of this roof? We might have to expand the ceiling of this building. Oh, nothing. Perfect. You guys like this music? It doesn't make you stressed at all? No, dude, it's just good music, right? There we go. Hey, Aurelius, what's up? I actually think we're going to need to dump that and then dump this roof, and then we gotta go up one more. we go. Cool. Nice. All right, so. Oh, nope, nope, wrong. Hey, wrong thing. Stop it. Stop it. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna need an elevator. Almost out of jetpack fuel. Cool. I can't really think of a reason why I can't really think of a reason why I didn't do this before, but maybe it's just because I didn't finish it. Like, I can't figure out a reason why I didn't do this. Maybe I was planning on doing it. I just didn't get around to it. It just needs one more lane, bro. Yeah, dude, just one more belt. One more belt, bro. Please, please, bro. Please. Just one more belt, please, I swear. This will untangle the spaghetti, bro. Please. I swear, bro. I like this way better because it makes this a little bit more navigable. Go. Make sure they're the right colors. Excellent. Excellent. All right, now we got to route those over to the train station. There we go. Got 2 belts right there. Make sure the handrails comply with Space OSHA. Oh, of course, of course. Think we can get away with that and that. That doesn't look good. Did you guys hear the actual release date? Satisfactory. Yeah, of course, man. Yeah, it's September. And that's why I thought it would be probably be a good idea to jump back in, don't you think? That doesn't clip, does it? Oh. Good. Build in the support structure because we could, and we did.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Burbs, 62-month resub. Thank you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, there's my guy. What's up, man? Monthly Twitch login to sub and disappear for another month. Yeah, whatever. Thanks for the resub, my pick. Appreciate you, buddy. Wham Grelden. Wham Grelden. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's just a whammy Grelden over there. Or something.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Rams. 13 months. There we go. Jetpack should have fuel now. Maintenance needed. We have a priority 1 beltage break 237 on section 14,920. Yeah, I'll get right on that. Did they swap the engine noise in the buggy? Not sure, Tessa. Game. Oh, I thought I broke it. I thought I broke it. Yeah, it looks like I set up all the provisions for it, so why didn't I do it? The answer could be just as simple as, well, I was going to, and then another game came around. I don't know what stopped me playing Satisfactory the last time we played, dude. I know it was something. Obviously it was something, idiot. Great commentary. Did you hear that the Fallout... What the hell? And the Saint, what's up, dude? Did you hear that the Fallout 1 mod is now complete? Fallout 1 and Fallout 4. Oh, that's cool. Was it Starfield, though? May have been a renewed interest in Fallout 4. If I recall correctly, an upgrade broke one of your saves. Well, this is the only save I have, Jam, so I'm not so sure. It's quite the logistical setup you've built. Thank you. You know what? Let's ride this train. I need to see something on this thing. What I need to see is what feeds what. I know it's 2 cars coal, 2 cars quartz. I need to see which ones are which. Get off the block. There we go. Train needs guns. What train doesn't? No, there's no collision detection with the creatures, dude. Ah. Okay, front 2 on the left side are coal, back 2 on the right side are quartz. So it's 2 coal, 2 quartz. Got it. News cycle's kind of slow, Sawyer. Okay, so how did I do this on the stop to the other over here? That one is 3 for bauxite, but we got 4. That's okay. Okay, in this trench here, we only really have enough to do one row. Alright, so 1, 2, 1, 2, like that. So out like that. And then what we need here is a merger. Merging is complete. Assa de Templari. Oh, no, it's all crooked. No, stay and help you, I will. Find your friend. Man, either I'm really doing this wrong or I really made it easy for myself to finish this. It's one or the other, dudes. Because this is seemingly way too easy. This, I mean, it does seem like me that I would make it easy to finish this, but also at the same time, this is a very complicated system. The hell is an aluminum falcon? The hell is an aluminum? Ah, what do you mean the rebels blew up the Death Star? Ah, come on! That's still funny, dude. The hell is an aluminum falcon? Good evening, factory man. Yo, Artusis, what's up, dude? So how did I do it over here? Raw material conveyor is just that. Okay. Oh man, it pretty much lines up. All right. So now we go into blueprints. Do I have a 2x1 elevator here? 2x1, 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 1x2. Nope. 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 1x1 elevator truss, that's gonna have to do. Missing steel beams. Ay, 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 mamma mia. The lab, Kronk. Gotta go find steel beams. Actually, you know what? While I'm here, what tier am I? My world's nothing's ever finished, but it's always fun and exciting. Yep. Oh dear. Excuse me. No, steel beams. This guy even engineer, bro? And I used them all. Leading edge production, particle enrichment. I don't know what any of those components are. Nuclear pasta. Okay. So that's what I was going for next. The nitrogen gas. That's what we needed. That was it. I'm pretty sure it was the nitrogen gas. Bless you. Thank you. Pretty sure it was the nitrogen gas, dudes. Does it have ketchup sauce? Huh? What the frick? What? What? Send it. I don't remember playing this, but I've clearly played it before. No. Anyway, steel beams. Any in here? Any in here? Any in here? Nope. Any in... Nope. 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 Blades. Oh! Boom. Oh. Now we're good. That was the wrong wall. Has EJ done a Factorio playthrough? I have not. Would you guys want me to? I don't know, man. Last time I played that, man, everybody was just telling me what to do and it got really old real fast. I don't know. It's up to you dudes. I wouldn't be against it. Considering I've like really never sat down and actually played the dang thing. Thank goodness I was corrected. It could have been a disaster. Dude, you have no idea. This is a much better way of doing this. Have you tried DSP? Yes, I've played DSP before. Okay, we're hooked up. Well, at least we're hooked up on this end. You know what? I just realized if I need to carry any more resources through this, and we have to send something to this station, it's gonna be really hard to put that conveyor belt in. I don't think there's really any much space left. Oh no, I got a space up top there. Just retool one of those lines a little bit. Cool. And there's my ride. This has gotta be getting laggy by now, no? Actually, no, they did a performance upgrade a little while back when they moved this. What did they move it? They moved it to Unreal 5, right? And when they moved it to Unreal 5, yeah, well, it's good. Thoughts on Re-Entry? Re-Entry is pretty cool. Waiting for the train to get off the block. Will you start a fresh save when 1.0 drops? Yeah, I think we're gonna have to, unfortunately. Whatever, it'll be better. Frank, get off the train! Thank you. Oh. Hey. Hi, Dan. The puppy's here, guys.
Come say hi.
Hi, doll. Come here, buddy. Hi, Dan. Come here. Hey. Good, buddy. How you doing? How you doing, doggo? How you doing? How you doing, doggo? Oh, he doesn't want to be in here. Oh. He's like, I haven't been here in forever. You were here last. You were here last week.
Oh, Daddy's got a box of goldfish.
Oh, now you want to hang out with me, huh? Oh, now you want to hang out with me. Hey, sit, stay. Okay, come here. Oh, you could just have it all. Fine. Yes. There you go, buddy. Good boy. Good boy. Good job.
Old factory?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. 1.0 comes out in September.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm gonna treat myself.
Hi, Chet. Dogmo? I don't know how I feel about that. Alright.
All right, baby. You just coming to say hi?
Yeah.
How was your day?
It was good. He does have conjunctivitis, so we have some medicine that we gotta put on him. And just wash your hands so that you don't get it too. It's not super transferable, but
Yep.
that was a fun part of my day.
Titan has conjunctivitis.
Yeah.
You have you conjunctivitis in your eyes.
So there's medicine that has to go on 3 times a day, so I figured once when I wake up, once after my work, once at night.
Okay.
So
Sounds good, man.
I should be able to handle it, but just so you know. After EJ just let him eat out of his hands and also ate from the same hand.
I never feed with this hand, dude. I've been eating with my right. Watch the VOD. Good boy. Alright.
Alright. Hey, where's the toy bin for the past week, huh?
Here you
You're
go.
gonna leave it in here? Oh, no, here you go. Come on. What are you doing? Titan. It's right there.
The dog is currently confused by the door.
The door hid his toy from him. But he wants to take the toy, but he couldn't find the toy.
Alright.
Bye, baby. Bye.
I love you. I'll see you a little later tonight. You just get some hand sanitizer real quick. Okay, back to work. So we have a quartz deposit here, and we're gonna need to go through this area and redo it. I grew up being told that dogs have cleaner mouths than humans. No. Yeah, no. No, you're right. They definitely don't. Alright, we can get rid of this building. Alright, so I seem to be sinking quartz here. Okay, we got our power supply here too. Okay, I do need the equipment workshop. There we go. All right. Okay, and what kind of deposit is this quartz? That's a normal deposit. Get rid of that. What's this deposit? They're just 2 normal quartz deposits. Okay. All right, now let's get the materials. Customizer at concrete foundation. Dude, I placed these so long ago, concrete wasn't even in the game. Concrete foundations, that is. It was so long ago, the damn rocks grew. That's not really far off from what actually happened here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Seven, what's up, dude? All right, now I'm gonna take these and I'm gonna store as much stuff as I can. Right, then we go here, take everything out, go here, store everything. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Yeah, we didn't need to do that. That's a redundant operation. Hold up, you can put a foundation over a resource and still mine it? Yeah, man! Oh, wrong button again. I keep fat fingering the keyboard. Sorry about that, dudes. All right, so now I got to think about, you know, there's a water deposit here. And how big does that deposit go? There's a pure one right there. Trying to just see the scope of this water deposit. I'm not really sure what we need water for, to be 100% real with you, but any big plans for the month after 1.0? What do you mean? Hey Tree, how you doing, buddy? What do you mean?
Discovery,
Ron,
go
86
at
month
throttle up.
resub. Thanks, dude. It's been so long, a water geyser sprung up underneath the foundation. I'll be 1.0ing for about a month or so. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to as well. I wish the columns platforms are dirty over time. That would be neat. Yeah, it would be super cool if like it was like RimWorld where or something where you have to like cut the grass and stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure about going over this water geyser, dudes. That's kind of where I know I'm gonna need it for something. Nice, satisfactory. Yeah, man. What the hell? Yeah, nah, I ain't going down there. This is satisfactory, yeah. All right, we're gonna have to find a way to get the resources around. You can make guns in Satisfactory, dude. Hold on. Can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Make it stop. Make it stop. Is this the release? Steam says it's early access. No, this is not the release. That comes out in September. I just felt like, you know, playing, dude. What I didn't feel like is listening to this. Zero, don't encourage people. What's wrong with you? Train support. Hallway 1x2. We need. Nope. That's the resource conveyor support.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
song makes me want to blow my brains out. Why did Twitch ruin their mobile app? I don't... Bro, if I had the answer to that question... I don't know. All right. I remember we made... ...12-meter resource conveyor. Is that the right height? No. Production direction change. I don't know, man. I haven't really messed with the mobile app too much, but yeah, the feedback has been from people has been less than ideal, but I don't know, man. It's not my department, dude. I'm in front of the camera, not behind it, okay? But you work for Twitch, right? Where's the beer? Where's my beer? Dang it, Natch. I don't know, man. Yeah, guys, you gotta try something new every once in a while. I'm sure if they get enough negative feedback, they'll probably revert it. Like, you know, like, dudes, I'll be 100% real with you. I'll be 100% real. Since Dan Clancy took over, really haven't had any problems with Twitch, to be 100, like, just straightforward. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I haven't really had any problems. He instituted Partner Plus, which gave me a huge freaking raise. That's clutch. That was like a 20% raise. Yeah, that was pretty good. Like that's a big one, and yeah, that's huge. Yeah, that counts for a lot in my book, dude. So I think Dan's doing a good job. And actually, guys, if you really want to know, Dan's ex-NASA. The guy that runs Twitch, the CEO of Twitch, Dan Clancy, he's ex-NASA. He worked at Ames. Oh yeah, he's ex-NASA. We like that around here. I don't know if you got the vibe. Yeah, so he's done a good job. He's ex-NASA, so I know he's not crazy. Guy's a good dude. Like, I haven't had any complaints, to be 100% real. Running a streaming service isn't rocket science, though. Yeah, fuel oil, yeah, no doubt. But if you're a project manager at NASA, then what's the difference, dude? I mean, he worked for Google for like 12 years after he worked for NASA, but also, you know, just thought I'd put it out there. Seemed pertinent. Seems like a good dude. I really don't have any problems. Anyway. I don't know, Nova. But yeah, I don't know. I don't understand the mobile app. I haven't really messed with it though either. One thing that I wasn't too cool with is making it harder to find Prime subs, but like harder to do Prime subs. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that hurt my bottom line a little bit, but what are you gonna do? They TikTokified the app. Interesting.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh. Eddie, 65-month resub. Are they just inspecting 26 or are they actually scrapping it? Dude, I hope they scrap it and then key on the scrapped remains. Yeah, that massively popular app, TikTok, yeah. Yeah. Now, where's my conveyor sections? Oh, geez, that's the extended conveyor. We don't want that. Nope, that's a pipeline support. That's just train support.
This is Space.
Never
I'm
have
in
to give
space.
this up to Jimmy. Kip 26 need to be melted down and made into Samsung washing machines, which also suck. Pretty funny. Skibidi Toilet Ohio Riz the Twitch app. I have no idea what that means, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yep. No. They did surgery on a grape or something. What is wrong with ship 26? I hate it. I'm sorry. What does that even mean? I don't understand. I didn't understand a word you just said. That's kind of shocking because that's the Zoomer speak is like the first like teen slang terms that I don't understand. I've been able to keep track up until now, but there's some things that come out of kids' mouths and I'm like, shoes. If you know, you know. Happy Lefty Day. As those damn lefties. What's up, dude? Nez, are you still a guardian of the galaxy or what? Guys, I don't know if you guys knew this. Nezadam is Drax. iPad kids? Oh, no. I think you're Drax, Nez. Nothing goes over your head. You're too fast. You will catch it. They were talking about raw dogging on the radio today. I was all excited, and it's proper clickbait. Absolutely nothing to do with the... Dude, I heard that. I heard a kid say you raw dogged work or something. What the... What? What does that mean? What? Apparently what that means is that you went to work without your phone. Apparently, that's what that means. I was raw dog in the 12-hour flight. That means something very different, man. Oh my god. They're just... He's like, yeah, raw dog work today, man. I went to work without my phone. It was crazy. I'm like... What? Yeah, man. That good for you, dude. Or something. Okay, you do that. Does that mean I run my car every day because I don't listen to the music, just listen to the motor? Hey man, some of my cars, the radio don't work. Some of my cars don't even have radios. So yeah, I guess that's the right way to say that, Panda Man. I don't know, homie. I really have no clue what's happening anymore. Like I said, this is the first time that I'm just like, yeah, I don't know what that means. Yeah, let's not add different definitions to raw dog. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. You're right. That's not a good idea. Yeah, we should not do that. But yet here we are. Help. Oh my god, please let's not. I'm sorry, it's actually kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was raw dogging work. What? What were you doing at work? That's not appropriate at all. Alright. Funny. It's not, but it's funny. This is giving something to laugh about. Yeah. Right, HR. Yes. All right. Makes no sense. I don't understand. DJ, I'd like to speak to your manager, please. Yeah. Yeah, me too. Yeah, where's your manager at? There we go. Got sports. Would you rather be locked in a cage with a gorilla or a lion? Is this a trick? Is this test, sir? You know what? I'm asking Trevor on the next NSF Live what Skibbity Toilet Riz is. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Trevor, what does this mean? Come on, you speak this. What does this mean? Yeah, I'm doing that. That'll be awesome. And we gotta ask Jack about the shaving thing, because that's funny. That is hilarious. It's a YouTube series? Oh, that makes it not as funny. It's Gary's mod, right? Like, I played Gary's mod, dude. Like, when it was a mod. Freaking GM Construct back in the day with Wire Mod. Falcon 9 raw dogs the air. It's got no fins, dude. Why? Why, bro? Why are you like this? Eddie, why would you do this to us?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, no, I knew about that. Skibbity toilet biz. Something. It's very surprising. I'm just over here constructing my memes. How do you feel about the KSP2 stuff? Not good. Yeah, not good. Not great, Bob. Honestly, pretty sore spot. Yeah. Do you like PS4? I have not bought a console in forever. Do you know about all the quality of life stuff they added? Yeah, I know about the fine-tune buttons, yes. You know what? This really didn't need to have a covered conveyor, but I did it anyway. Yep. Nice. Now we got a nice resource elevator that goes up and over. It goes around the water deposits. And now we just got to run the thingy through it. Actually, the last time I joined it was a KSP2 stream. Yeah, KSP2 is a pretty damn sore spot with me, guys. I'm not... I am upset that I put my name on the line with that product. Does that make sense? I'm a little annoyed because I said, like, yeah, dude, just give him some time. This will be a great game. This will be a great game. And then it wasn't. And I'm not happy with myself, if you really want to know. Why, did you lie? No, there was no indicator to, I mean, dude, I was very straightforward and very truthful about the game needing improvement. The editor controls needed big changes amongst other things, right? There was nothing to suggest that they were going to pull the plug on the game. They just did. It's really screwed up, dude. Like, and I suppose that's not my fault, but here's the thing, dude. There's always signs. Always. There's always signs. There's never not signs about something happening. Like, it's always like. I don't like that. Like, there must have been something. Like, I keep turning it over in my mind. Like, was there something I missed? Like, they reassured us. Like, they said many times that they have plenty of runway and plenty of development time. Like, so, I don't know. Did I miss something? Did I have a lapse in judgment? Like, that's what. So kidding. No, I know you're kidding. It's just, dude. Yeah, it's hard for me to deal with, man. Like, I put my name and my reputation on the line there, saying, you know, oh, you know, if EJ says this game is good, it's good. You know, and a lot of people bought it because of me playing it. And that I don't like that. I don't like that. Yeah, I take great pride and care in, you know, recommending products to you guys. I think that is part of the kind of unspoken contract that you guys have with me, especially the people that subscribe.
Go and throttle up.
You know, that you're gonna get, I mean, you guys pay my salary, so you're gonna get an impartial judgment on things. You know? Yeah, it's frustrating. It's very frustrating. I'm really, really upset with how that turned out. But hey, what are you gonna do?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I guess, Aqualux. I mean, if you wanted to look at it like that, sure. It can't be that simple. It can't be. There has to be, like, dude, it's never that, I mean, yeah, my profits and stuff, I understand, right? Like, it's just so sus that it went out the way that it did. That's like what I'm having trouble with in my mind. I'm having a lot of trouble with it because why? Like why did
Oh, this is space.
Bills,
I'm in space.
do something to hot dog smoke. Yeah, hot dog, I know you were kidding, but yeah, no, like it's something else went down. We missed something. And we'll probably never know. And I think that's what kills me the most. You know, these are people that I made friends with. These are people that, you know, I shook hands with. You know, like, I put my name on the line and some executive at Take-Two or whomever really does not care about that. And yeah, that's just, or whomever, I don't know. I don't know what happened. We don't know. We just got left in the dark and that's it. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Yeah. Freaking hurts, man. I really, really don't like it. There it is. Yeah, right there. Yeah, baby. Something went down, dude. I don't know if it's just, I don't know, man. It's speculation, but you know, there we go. Just seems very, very weird. Something doesn't sit right. Like, you know, especially like the, oh yeah, we're not going anywhere, etc., etc. That stuff going on. We're still hard at work. Everything's fine. Like, something about that. Yeah, green, maybe. Who knows? I don't know. We'll never know. Like, that's what just bothers the hell out of me. So, like, I'll be honest, dudes, like, I'm not really as confident in, like, anything streaming wise. Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed. Not as confident in myself with stuff that we do around and on the stream, because, like, that was a serious misstep in judgment on my part, and I'm like, But yeah, what do I know? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Hopefully it's just me. No, Aqualex, I haven't. But yeah, dudes, yeah, that's kind of why, like, I haven't been as confident in it, in just, like, anything. Like, dude, that seriously, that whole thing seriously rattled my cage. And then Cities 2 being the way it was on top of that, dude, like I said, it's been a weird year. It's been a weird year. I've never been, I can see being wrong about one game, like, You know, Kerbal, no one, you know, you could say no one could have seen that coming. But with Cities as well, like my two main games just completely... It sucks, man. It sucks so hard. Yeah, just... Yeah, the way I see it is the game is like an investment. Not all investments pay off. Yeah, if you want to look at it like that, dude, but... It's funny how they wanted to keep saying it was all from scratch. Yeah. Yeah, Satisfactory 1.0. Yep. Yeah, guys, so, yeah. Is KSP2 still a sore subject with me? Oh, yeah. Like, oh geez. I'll be honest, dudes. It's in the back of my mind all the time when we play Kerbal. Even KSP1, because guess what? Take-Two still owns the rights to that game. It's in the back of my mind. Not that I think they're going to do anything funky with... I don't think they're going to do anything funky with KSP1, I hope not, but it's always in the back of my mind. I'm not sure I can trust that, you know? No, Alva. No. No, it's fine. I don't mind talking about it. It's just, is it a sore spot? Oh yeah, absolutely. Guys, I don't like putting my name on something. I don't like being attached to a project and having it flop like that hard. Like if I'm doing mission mode and something doesn't go my way or something and it, you know, it catastrophically implodes in my face, which does happen like all the time, I'm okay with it. You know, like nobody gets hurt. You guys get entertained. It's not hurting anybody. Like, but if we're attached to projects, well, guess what? If I'm attached to a project like that, well, guess what? Projects have real projects that move around real money like that have real consequences. You know what I mean? Like, once you start throwing, you know, money into the equation like that, it changes it. And I'd like to think that I have a pretty good track record in that regard, but apparently not this time. It's a no-brainer project for you to support. Yeah, dude, but look what happened. I'm sorry. It's screwing with me, man. It still screws with me to an extent. Like, you know, I attach my name to this, and I've never had that happen before. You know, never had something blow up in my face like that. You know.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Railroads Online, yep. Yeah, Railroads Online, but Railroads Online came under new management. They've been turning it around, but from what I understand, but there we go. How's that look, dudes? Judge yourself on how you adapt to those missteps. I'd like to think I've been doing okay, Far Night, but I'll be honest with you, dudes. Like, I'll be honest again. Look, man, KSP2 and what went down left a lot of bad tastes in people's mouths. Like, people don't want to. I think the true thing that sucks about this the most is that it destroyed the KSP community and any goodwill the developers had. Like, and it feels like we're in a hard rebuilding phase. Like the momentum that Kerbal had, I feel like we're at the momentum that Kerbal had, like in terms of a game that people want to watch and people want to see. We're basically where we were in like 2014, 2015. Yeah, I pull about the same numbers playing KSP as that era, which is a significant step back, and it sucks. Oh, okay, Joho, that's cool. Will you be bringing back your old schedule and you'll be doing cities on Mondays again? I don't really have any want to play cities, dude. I want to play workers. No, Monoprop, they never got to the point where they modded stuff. Yeah, never got to that point. You thought about playing High Rise City? I don't know, dude. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. Talking about it is just bumming me the hell out. Like, dude, what are the odds of that? That my two main games would just croak. Like, two freaking laid eggs, man. Unbelievable. What are the odds of that? It's frustrating. Hey, what can you do? What are you gonna do? It happens. I've been just trying to pick up the pieces and trying to play games that I think you guys want to see, which still kind of sucks because everybody hates workers. Yeah, it's just, yeah, we don't, you know, don't have the following, like, yeah, significant damage had been done to the KSP community, man. That's really all I want to say. I know you don't need to make belts like this, by the way. I like doing that because I like building them in segments in case I need to modify something. I can just modify a small segment. I haven't really watched Workers. That's a shame, dude. Workers is a really good game. And I usually don't shamelessly plug a game this hard, Bradley, to be 100% real with you. I don't do that. I just try to let the game play, but Workers is not that well known. But dude, it's basically everything that Cities 2 was trying to be. Yeah. It's everything that Cities 2 was trying to be, dude. That's the right way to say it. The way you go about building things, how granular everything is, yeah, Workers is a freaking masterpiece. It was made by freaking 3 guys. Five-year development cycle from early access release to 1.0. They just went into 1.0. That's the other reason why I'm supporting it. And why I'm incessantly like, no, you should play Workers. You also never really watched Cities? Oh. Yeah. Prominent, yeah. 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 It's just... Whoops. Do you always play KSP early in the day? Yeah. Yeah, Festus, yes I do.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Why don't we just take the KSP-1 code and put it somewhere else?
Anyway, sorry about, yeah, sorry about that. It's just, yeah, stuff pisses me off, man. Okay. That's a shame. Would love to join, but I'm working usually. Maybe we can have a day where we flip Space News and Kerbal around. Because, yeah, I get you. Some people just can't be here for days like that. Like, yeah, can't be here for at the beginning of the day. Like, maybe we can do Kerbal for after hours. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Late night would be good. You could brand it KSP Raw. You know what? I'll just overclock all these. I have plenty of power cores. Rod. Oh my gosh. KSP Raw Dog. Dude, just shoot me now. Were there any updates on the debris ISO spotted near the Falcon 9 upper stage on the ASBM mission? Haven't heard anything about that, dude. I want to say it was just outgassing, but I don't know for sure. KSP is your favorite on here because I love space. It's always so interesting to me. I'll probably major in astrophysics for college. Festus, comments like that are why I won't. I try to make sure that space is always centric to this entire stream. Your education is too important, man. Yeah, I said that right. Nice, Natch. There you go. Is there any good Space City builder? I don't know. Whatever happened to Starbase? I don't know. Oh god, oh god, oh god, don't fall in front of the train. I'm alright, I'm alive. No! Ow! Show off? What do you mean show off? I fell off the train. All I had to do was follow the damn train, EJ. I'm using a keyboard, Rick, yeah. The first shipment of quartz is away. The first shipment of quartz is away. Very nice. And you know what? We'll get on the next train. We need bars. Are you on a different mic? I noticed you peaked quite a bit different there. I've been on a Audio-Technica AT897 for a couple of months now, Zarek. Yeah, an AT897 is a shotgun mic, and then I have a compressor filter behind, in front of it too, so I'm not blowing people's ears out. What happened if you stand there while it does that? And you could warn them if you spoke Ovitos. Yeah, it overdrove the sound a little bit. I noticed that. Kanamapusu, Mufasa. Eh? No. To the vault. Oh crap, that's a wall. Wait, did they ever make elevators? I don't know. Breaking the wall, breaking the wall, bow, bow, breaking the law, breaking the law. You don't know what it's like. Sorry, Frank. Oh, jeez. Frank, you all right? He's fine. Breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law. What? Electric Eye is fantastic, man. Yeah, that's a good tune. I'm electric, protected electric eye. The Hellion is amazing. That's a weird way to spell Hell Rider. Hellbent for leather. Hellbent for leather. Sorry. That car is nice and reliable. Must be a Chevy. Look out for Nova, the master of low effort trolling. Turbo lover. Good call. You won't hear me, but you'll see. No, all right. I forget the rest of the lyrics. It's too late. Without horsepower, driving into fury. Actually, you know what my favorite Priest song is? Free Wheel Burning. That song is righteous. Come on, you can't hate a song that opens with Fast and Furious, we ride the universe. We ride the universe. That's awesome. Freaking metal. Metal. Pretty metal. Climb to the top and never gives and never stops away, baby. Hold on, lead with all you will and don't concede your fun is life. Oh no! Free wheel, bud.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
That song gets me fired up, man. I'll do the bass line. Down. What's up, dude? How you doing, hype? Defenders of the Faith, great album overall. Yep. It's too much audio peaking. Oh, that's a shame. That's a good thing. No. No. I'll stay and help you. I will. Find your friend. Do you worry about part count when adding pieces that will be hidden behind other pieces? No. No, man. You know, I believe you get your butt kicked saying something like that, man. Get your butt kicked saying something like that. Well, you don't need $1 million to do nothing. Look at my cousin, he's broke, don't do nothing. What is part count in the game? I have no idea, and you know what? I don't want to know. To be like 100 on, 20% on. Do you know what a Kugelbits is? No, I don't think I do. Do you know what a Goodentite is? Legaliche, this is America. Not gonna saw your hand off. Yeah, Gudentight. It's a German torque spec. Gudentight, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the way that'll go. Really cool. It's basically a black hole that's formed by a concentration of radiation in one area that's so high it warps space-times and causes an event horizon. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I can safely say that I think that's really neat. Theoretical, though. Yeah, well, that makes it not as cool. But it makes it almost as cool. Damn. It's sci-fi, Tiger. That's cool, Festus. Really neat. Yeah. Dude, like, the interesting thing is that the astronomy side of things and, like, astrophysics and stuff. Like, I understand astrophysics, but, like, going and looking at the stars and figuring out, like, all different, the different types of stars and stuff. And, yeah, I am tremendously weak in that area of expertise or knowledge. I know spacecraft design. That's my thing, you know? How much do you think Microsoft Windows is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. What's up, James? I've come from the forest of Starbase Live and went off-roading for a bit. Cool, right on, man. What were you going? James, I meant to ask you the other day. What were you going off-roading with? What are you four-wheeling with? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. Actually, the dog woke me up, Hephaestus, last night. The dog woke me up, like real early in the morning. So I was outside at like 2 to 3 o'clock. And the cool thing about down here on the Cape is that there's no light pollution compared to the city. So the sky was beautiful last night. Beautiful. The dog was pulling me in one direction, and I'm like, pee, just pee, dog. Did you see the aurora? No, couldn't see any auroras, no. So my buddy got a job at Tesla. They are paying good money, and it's not commission-based like Mercedes was. I'm going to let him try first, but perhaps a job opportunity. Yeah. I can never see the Aurora from here, Aqualex. I don't know what that's about. I never see it. Even when it was like righteous a little while back, I never see the damn thing. I'm just upgrading the quartz bell to Mark IV so we can feed faster. 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 Gary, you're getting a lot faster. Oh yeah, dude, the stars always make me happy. And I'm not even, like I said, I'm not even that big into, you know, the astronomy side of things. It's just, yeah, seeing the stars at night always, I'm just like, damn, that's cool. Damn. That's pretty neat. I've seen also I see you have a mustache. Nice. You have a Matziv 16X or Moreland all-terrain suspension adventure electric vehicle speedster 16-wheeler. Oh, that's cool, James. Neat. I have a mustache, yes. It's pretty good. I have seen the stars in the middle of the New Mexico desert at Spaceport America, and it was a very moving experience. Actually, the cool part of that is that you can see all the satellites moving around. It's ridiculous. It looks like watching traffic go by. Yeah, super cool stuff. Now, why am I putting this here? Why not put this right here? But yeah, dude, in the middle of the New Mexico desert, Das and I were driving back from Spaceport America, dude. We were out near White Sands Missile Range, and there is nada out there. Nada. Understand? Nada. There's nothing. Nothing out there. And dude, you could see everything. It was pretty awesome. No, no, no. Not even that. Well, I think it's safe to say that we got back into Satisfactory pretty easily. We also have tremendous goat music. Building looks like a lot of fun and I'm enjoying watching. Not sure I could do any part of it. Dude, once you get prefabs, man, and you learn how to do prefabs, it's like playing, like when you're playing Factorio, easy peasy. It's a lot of fun. You can really afford to make stuff look really, really cool. You also got this incredible music. You know what? I got something better.
How much do you think
No. Come on.
Microsoft Windows is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. And listen to this incredible music. Windows.
There we go. Makes me happy. Makes me happy. No.
How much do you want Windows? Watch as Windows integrates reverse easy. Can you believe it?
Well, technically,
No! Don't answer. Now we can paste this Ferrari into Windows Light.
Wow. I'm not really sure what that is.
What else? Get no extra time. A car power, no pedal, clock, control pedal, a toy value, that's right. Order today. Order Windows. Order Windows today. It's an incredible value, but it's true. It's
Free screensavers.
Oh, free screensavers.
today. Order Windows. Order Windows today. It's just $99. Wow. That's right. It's just $9.
Whoops.
Can't afford it.
Wait just 1 minute. I love Windows Microsoft.
Did you guys like that? very much. Oh, well, that's good. It makes me happy. Happy. 100 bits to never play that again? Nope. You're gonna have to pay more than that, pal. I'll loop it for the next 50 hours. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. No, Geeson, can't loop it for the next 50 hours, but what I can do is... You ever played Uranium Fever? Uranium Fever has gone and got me down. With a Geiger counter in my hand, I'm going out to stake me some government land. No. Game, please. Was that okay? It was an autosave. That was the console. Why did I did that same thing? Dang it. Party in the CIA? Wait, what? I'm sorry, what was that? What was the name of that song? What? What? Have you heard of the metal cover of Hail to the Mountain King? Yes. I'm sure I've heard it up. I mean, probably a different metal cover than the one you're... Not bad. That's not bad at all. I don't know why I'm using 2. We could probably get away with using 4. 4-meter foundations. Makes me happy. There we go. The cover by Savage? No, I don't think I've heard that. I'm not really sure what that is. Got to make the power go over to train tracks. There we go. Now we need a couple of nodes here to run the power over to the coal, and then I think we're good. We need a through outlet like that. Almost there. Party in the CIA, the parody of Party in the yeah, okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. I've never heard it, but it's funny. That sounds funny to me. The sound from that thing is completely overdriven. What are you making, Casimir? Casimir, I'm working on coal and quartz inputs for the factory. I actually just finished. That's pretty much everything. I just can't afford it. Yeah, that's Frank. What's up, Frank? Kill him? No. Was I using Mark IIs? Could I? Thank you. Oh, that means I did it over here too. Do I run dual PCs? Yep. We're all counting on you. Safety first. Or something. Have you seen Let's Game It Out? Yeah, I've seen Let's Game It Out's videos before. Where is that's the guy that's tries to break the game, right? I mean, yeah. I've seen that, man. I've seen it. Yeah, he just makes stacks and stacks of things and just tries to absolutely implode the game. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that dude. Was there an update recently? No, we got 1.0 on the horizon, Rocky, so I decided to jump back in. How do you have a keyboard and mouse setup for dual PC? I'm overwhelmed with my dual setup. It's a program called Synergy. Synergy allows you to use one keyboard and mouse over your LAN to control two desktops. Synergy isn't the best thing, but it's the thing that I have, so... There are other programs that probably do it better. One's better. Oh, yes, you do. You like the Phantom. Yes, you do. You like the Phantom Menace. No, Yoda, I don't like the Phantom. Oh. No, the one where you're spinning around is so stupid. Yes, you do. You like that. That one's better. Any chance to give Factorio Space Age expansion a go in October? We could. A single short beep like that means you're going in reverse. Two short beeps means you're going forward. Actually, a long, short and long like that means a level crossing. The more you know. You hear 4 beeps with the third one being short. That's level crossing. Makes me happy. Sweet. Wish you could 3D print your creation in this game. Wait. It makes me happy. Alright, dudes. Well, that was quick. Did we just get all the feeds for all the resources? How about we just... I'm gonna say we could just shut this for a second and just see all the feeds at the end of their belts ready to go. It's pretty awesome. Cool. What's the Windows song called? It's called Order Windows to Get Today by CS188. It's a YouTube poop. CS188 is a YouTube poop channel. Yeah. Pretty good stuff, dude. Makes me happy. Here, I'll get you the link, dude. Come on, come together. There you go. All right. You know, playing again, we're not playing Satisfactory. We're playing Satisfactory because we're so back right now. Look at this. Look at how back we are, guys. Look at that. Look at that work we just belted out right there. Is the quartz on the coal line and the coal on the quartz line? Ship 26 is going down on the engine install stand. Huh. There we go. Now that's fixed. So when is Amazon giving you to call the head up their Mars factory head designer role? All right, Bradley. See you, buddy. Turbo. Good night, man. I left my truck out there. Dang it. As we rode the train back. Gotta go get it. We gotta drive it back. Obviously. Must murder found. Goat Share's a better song anyway. Your sneezes are like a turbo whistle. I've decided that mine are like a runaway diesel. All right, Hephaestus. We might need to redo this road system. You could use something there, Solar Lander, right? This is fine. He's gaining on me. Like a glove. What the hell did I make this for? Is this a maze? No. Yes. Why did Past Me do this? I think I didn't know what to do in here, so I just decided to make it a garage. But I actually ended up like doing this whole like there's a bunch of walkways here and stuff, which are, don't get me wrong, I think it's cool, but yeah, it looks cool and that's about it. Like that walkway right there that goes in and out of the pillars, that does nothing, but it looks cool. Would you say this game is a logistical and planning nightmare or a logistics and planning wet dream? I would say yes. Because it's both of those things, Balding. You know, it's tough managing all the logistics, but when you get it all working together and you build it and it looks like this. I fat fingered the C key again. I was really aiming for something like Nova Prospect with this. I try to make my my factory look like a video game level, ironically. I was aiming for Nova Prospect here. That's what, if you know what I mean. That's what I was trying to make it look like. He's about to board the train to Nova Prospect. Yeah, this factory is going to be quite tall when we're done. Gonna be taller, that's for sure. Dude, with those Unity 5 improvements, man, it's unreal. There's so much stuff. I get, not Unity 5, Unreal 5. U5 really took this game to the next level. It's like, look at how much stuff I've built. Look at how much stuff. There's just stuff everywhere. No matter where you look, there's just stuff. Not complaining. I think it's cool. Okay. All right, guys. I actually got a lot done in a couple of hours, don't you think? Let's save it. Just auto-save, but I'm gonna save the game and I'm gonna call it for the night. Let's raid somebody tonight. Let's raid somebody tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed Satisfactory. I think we'll work Satisfactory into the Tuesday slot for After Hours. Make sense? Or better yet, we might play these I'm thinking, you know, based off of what you guys were saying, is maybe doing variety during the day, Space News, and then Kerbal at night. Take that for what it's worth. We rated Rocket Guy last time, dude. Let's see who else is around. Love both of these ideas. Yeah, maybe we'll switch it up depending on the day. Who knows? Let's rate Italics. We haven't rated Italics in a little while. So, guys, don't forget, we got another Starliner press conference happening at 1 Eastern tomorrow. So, I'll probably start, normal start time. We'll just chill and wait for that press conference, listen to the press conference, review the press conference, and then I think what we'll do is a weird schedule tomorrow. Probably, oh wait, we got Summer Car for After Hours because it's Wednesday. Yeah, we'll look into KSP modding parts. That's what we'll try to figure out. See if we can make some cool modded parts for KSP. Anyway, go see what my buddy Italics is up to. Ital's playing baseball. Playing a baseball game. Pretty cool. Over on the YouTube side of things, thank you very much for watching. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. So, noontime, Space News Starliner Conference. We're going to figure out how to make mod parts for KSP. And we'll make some mod parts for KSP, which would be pretty cool. And, yeah, Summer Car for After Hours, dude. Oh, tomorrow's going to be fun. Tomorrow's going to be real fun. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I'll see you guys then. Have a good night, guys. Thank you. Go raid Etal.